Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1851 Exploitation. After Lieutenant Firkt finished her introduction of the services available to associates, she soon bid him goodbye. Let me reiterate. It is a great privilege to become our associate. Some of the best and brightest people of the galactic rim are connected to us. In addition, there are many associates who have proven themselves to be exceptional enough to meet our high standards. We never waste our time with useless bums who are only able to get far by spending. You are in good company, Ves. Remember, MTA merits are everything to us. Be sure to work hard and make the most out of your remaining youth. With that, her projection disappeared in a blink, leaving Ves alone with Lucky and the Larkinson mandate. He turned to his cat. What do you think? Was she sincere? Meow. I agree. He turned to the Larkinson mandate. What about you? What is your judgment? The golden cat tilted her head, making her big eyes look even more adorable. Naya. You have a point. Lieutenant Firkt doesn't care about me. To the Rim Guardians, associates like me are just a bunch cheap labor. As long as they throw enough MTA merits at us, we won't hesitate to bark on command. On the surface, the relation between the Rim Guardians and its associates was one of equal exchange. The Rim Guardians did not force the associates to do anything. As long as Ves remained useful and did not act directly against their interests, they wouldn't revoke his associate status. Just like Lemar's Clifford Society, the Rim Exchange ostensibly served as an elaborate portal where associates could gain a lot of benefits in exchange for trading something valuable such as a rare good or their valuable expertise. Each transaction was completely voluntary, allowing the associates to pick and choose the deals at their leisure. However, underneath the surface, the game was rigged from the start. Throughout her introduction, Lieutenant Firkt emphasized the value and importance of MTA merits multiple times. She plainly said that he wouldn't be able to do anything without any merits under his belt. Furthermore, she also dismissed the utility of transferable currencies such as Mech credits, Hex credits, or Coalition credits. Money was still valuable. That was no doubt. It was just that many of the most valued goods and services provided by the Rim Exchange and the MTA were priced in merits. The crucial difference between Mech credits and MTA merits was that the latter couldn't be transferred, inherited, exchanged, or obtained in any way other than to earn them directly from the MTA. As the sole provider of MTA merits, the MTA and its underlying organizations held a stranglehold on both sides of a transaction. For Ves to buy something from the Rim Exchange, he needed merits. How could he obtain merits? By completing missions issued by the Rim Exchange. It's like a circle, he uttered. All of the merits issued by the Rim Guardians eventually end up back in their hands. Of course, Ves got something in return, but he had no doubt the Rim Exchange charged huge premiums for their goods and services. There was no reason for them to be generous and lower their prices out of the good of their hearts. Ves bet that the Rim Guardians earned a profit every step of the way. It's too bad that I have no choice but to play along, he sighed. Just because the Rim Guardians wanted to exploit him didn't mean he should turn away. The MTA's monopoly on MTA merits meant that Ves couldn't go anywhere else. Well, if Ves was really desperate, he could approach the CFA instead and try to earn CFA merits, but that was a complete non-starter. There was no way the CFA would treat mech designers like Ves well. He might as well commit suicide right away if he wanted to get screwed even harder. In short, Ves should never hold the illusion that the Rim Guardians were looking out for their associates. Their own interests always came first. That said, it wasn't all that bad to build up a relationship with the Rim Guardians. Exploitative they might be, They were light on commitments. They did not demand his allegiance like states, and neither did they impose any further obligations. This sounded great to someone who pursued independence such as him. Since he sought to turn the Larkinson clan into a sovereign entity, he could dearly use the services and backing that a powerful organization like the Rim Guardians could provide. He just had to pay the right price. In terms of value, I can provide a lot of unique services, he realized. He could design mechs that possess glows. As far as he knew, not a single mech designer in human space could do the same. He could turn ordinary mech pilots into expert candidates. This was just a wanted transition that the market price for this service was priceless. It's too bad I can't do it again. It would be too suspicious if Ves kept accepting missions that required him to turn average mech pilots into expert candidates. Even a 6-year-old kid could tell that he mastered some kind of hidden method to promote mech pilots. Ves felt a bit constrained by his situation. Using his specialty and his spiritual expertise, he could perform all kinds of feats considered impossible. Yet if he used too much, then he would inevitably get exposed, thereby drawing the interests of the MTA and other immensely powerful entities. Once he landed in their crosshairs, he could kiss his ambitions and freedom goodbye. Therefore, he needed to hold something back. The risk was that if he constrained himself too much, he probably wouldn't be able to earn 100 million MTA merits in time for the planned launch of his grand expedition. Damn it! This is an impossible dilemma. He would have to visit the Rim Exchange and browse the missions at the Merit Hall to be sure, but he already suspected that none of them were easy. The Rim Guardians only recruited a select amount of excellent people from the Galactic Rim. None of them were incapable or incompetent. The missions issued to them should definitely give them all a challenge, as MTA merits should never be obtained with ease. Though Ves was tempted to input the address of the Rim Exchange into his comm in order to visit the virtual portal, he held himself back. Right now, he had enough on his plate as it is. His most important priority right now was to design his upcoming Larkinson mech. Since he intended to treat it as a passion project, he had to ignore as many distractions as possible. Anything that pulled him away from his design project would inevitably affect the quality of the end product. Since the Larkinson mech was of supreme importance to the clan and his ambitions, this would have huge implications for his future. When Ves returned to the main lab, Gloriana immediately moved to his side. "How is it? Did you get in? Are they satisfied?" "It went fine." He smiled. "The Rim Guardians accepted me in the ranks of their associates. I can now enter something called the Rim Exchange." "I see. You're very fortunate you managed to get in. In the years I've spent at Centerpoint, I only encountered a few mech designers who managed to do the same. Most mech designers who linger at Centerpoint can only dream of becoming an associate like you. I'm so proud of you, Ves." She leaned close and pecked him on the cheek with a giggle. Though Ves enjoyed her affection, he found her reaction to be a little off. "What about you, Gloriana? Are you envious?" She lightly shook her head. "Hexers don't have a habit of interacting with the MTA any more than is necessary. It's fine if the Rim Guardians pass me over. They don't really like Hexers in general." "Oh. In addition, I don't necessarily need their support. From what a professor once told me, the Rim Guardians mostly target talented individuals with weak or moderate backing. They want to build up relationships with those who are most prone to work hard to achieve something by themselves." In other words, the Rim Guardians vastly preferred patsies like Ves as opposed to someone spoiled like Gloriana. "How do you Hexer manage to earn MTA merits then?" "Oh, we don't need to befriend the Rim Guardians to earn merits," she answered with a smile. The main MTA organization also provides missions. Working with the MTA is something every Hexer mech designer has to learn. And they're not repelled by you peoples. Hexerness? She giggled. It's not as difficult as you think. We just have to stick to written communication as much as possible. That way, we can control what we say. In any case, the MTA is supposed to be neutral. The moment they pick and choose which states can enjoy their service, they'll definitely make everyone else suspicious that they're aiming to lead human civilization directly. That will spark countless rebellions. Though she was right to an extent, it did not preclude subtler actions. Well, I'm glad you're fine with my entry into the Rim Guardians. I think I can truly begin to earn a lot of merits soon. The Larkinson mech comes first, though. She nodded in agreement. Our project comes first, yes. By the way, have you thought of a more suitable name for your mech design? Calling it the Larkinson mech isn't good enough. I'm still mulling over it. To be honest, I don't have any good ideas now, but that's not a big deal. I have plenty of time to think while I'm fleshing the design. They looked over the central projection which displayed the current state of the design. Around a third of the base platform and the 4 configurations had already been defined. This provided the mech designers with a good impression of how the final versions would look like. This was because Ves and Gloriana tackled the biggest issues first and worked their way down to the smallest of details. So far, Ves was pretty pleased with how the design was turning out. Though they had to overcome countless technical challenges, the estimated performance of his incomplete mech was already dazzling for a third-class mech. At the very least, in terms of defense, his Larkinson mech all surpassed anything that was common to mass-produced third-class mechs. Providing such luxurious protection to his mech pilots ensured that they wouldn't die so easily. Even if an enemy managed to pierce through the Larkinson mech's prodigious armor, the cockpit itself was a veritable bunker. There's one thing that's bothering me more and more, though, she told him. The defensive power of the configurations of the modular mech platform is amazing, but their offensive parameters are rather weak. It's not all that bad. At the very least, we can employ a variation of the standard briar alloy to form extremely powerful swords and spears. We can also use it to clad the exterior of the laser or ballistic rifle, thereby making them less prone to break when hit by enemy fire. You know those are only marginal benefits. The mechs simply lack punch. Ves shrugged. We can't have everything. It's too expensive to upgrade the weapon systems, musculature systems, and other aspects needed to strengthen the offensive power of our design. Our mech pilots won't be able to keep up, thereby wasting much of its potential. Both of them were aware of this argument. Ves was able to accept it without a fuss, but Gloriana still took issue with the lack of effort in improving the Larkinson mech's offensive performance. Unlike Ves, who regarded their current project as an improved third-class mech design, Gloriana viewed it as a crippled second-class mech design. Still, she didn't let her annoyance get in the way of doing her best. She was always as invested in this project as Ves. Chapter 1852 The Mech with Clothes. After hearing back from the Rim Guardians, Ves soon put the new development aside and went back to designing his mech. Progress on the Larkinson mech design barely kept up with the schedule they set. With only 3 months in total to design a mech that actually consisted of 4 mechs, Ves could only devote a couple of weeks on each of the configurations. This was a very brutal pace, now that Ves thought about it. Even with his enhanced productivity upon reaching journeyman, Ves still required at least 2 months to design a good mech. The only reason why their short timetable worked was because of how many aspects the configurations shared in common. Rather than see it as designing 4 mechs as one, Ves was truly just designing a single mech with 4 light variants. Of course, light being relative here. It was as if they were designing a naked mech with 4 different outfits. Each set of clothes altered the properties of the mech in a drastic fashion. This was anything but usual in mech design. Ves and Gloriana had to overcome so many problems relating to balance, implementation, and integration. Making the clothes fit to the frame was one of the biggest difficulties they faced. If the fit was too tight, then the clothes became a burden to the underlying frame. A tight fit also increased the difficulty of repairing the mech and switching to another configuration. The other extreme was no better. Making the fit too loose or small weakened the clothes. If they were too light and flimsy, then it wouldn't take much effort for an enemy to render the mechs harmless. Designing a mech with accompanying clothes was difficult. The unique problems that emerged from designing a modular mech platform presented Ves and Gloriana with plenty of headaches. They never encountered these issues before, and trying to work out solutions for the very first time was a huge burden. Even as Ves became immersed in the design process, he always made sure to keep an eye on the passage of time. He always had to push his subordinate mech designers to work harder, while expecting more from himself. The moment any of them slacked off, the project would definitely fall behind schedule. Despite the constant worries, Ves never lost confidence. Instead, his passion burned even hotter as the pressure piled up on his shoulders. The deadline that he had set became a goal and an obsession to him. It was not in his nature to break his promises, especially when it came to mech design. Even though he wouldn't suffer any actual penalties if he exceeded his self-imposed deadline, his mentality would definitely suffer a severe blow if he was late. With a potential masterwork mech at stake, Ves could only push himself to toil harder and make the most of his design sessions. Currently, Ves preoccupied himself with the Space Knight configuration. Though much of its planned design elements had been set in stone, Ves still hesitated over its secondary features. In space-borne battles, space battles mostly served as punching bags. They blocked damage so that more vulnerable mechs and assets didn't have to get hit. This was something the Larkinson Mech Space Knight configuration already excelled at by virtue of the Briar Ally integrated in its armor system and internal support structure. The extra armor cladding affixed to the base platform at many points vastly increased the damage resistance of the resulting mech. The ease of attaching and detaching these modular sections of external armor also resulted in further advantages in battle. As long as the base layer of armor belonging to the base platform wasn't affected, a Space Knight could continuously rotate in and out of the battlefield and replace its consumed external armor section. While it required a lot of training and planning to set up such a rotation, it would definitely extend the Space Knight configuration's role in battle during extended engagements. They would just have to fabricate a lot of spare external armor plating and keep them in reserve until it was time to draw upon them. This was something that Ves could easily sustain. Even if his supply of Briar alloy was cut off, he could always resort to other materials to form different sets of external armor cladding. This kind of adaptability was very important to forces that might have a reason to head to a place where there weren't any opportunities to resupply, like the deep frontier. Only someone who personally experienced the difficulties of repairing or maintaining mechs under extreme conditions would even think of such a benefit. Among all of the mech designers, only Ves and Meryl Truman lived through such times. That gave them a shared camaraderie that they didn't have with other mech designers. Meryl was an interesting mech designer to Ves. Despite her unwilling stay in the frontier, she quickly adjusted back to life as a proper, orthodox mech designer. With the Komodo Star sector in great chaos, it hadn't been difficult to arrange a new identity for her. She now went by Meryl O'Brien and underwent a moderate amount of cosmetic surgery to alter her face and adjust her body profile. This was enough for her to say goodbye to her previous identity. Ever since she turned back into a proper mech designer, she became completely at ease with her new arrangements. Despite the invisible shackles that bound her to the LMC, she didn't mind working for Ves at all. She recognized what a great opportunity she received and never showed any intention to regain her full freedom. For his part, Ves stopped regarding her as a pirate designer after a while. She didn't fit the stereotype of a pirate designer anyway. In fact, her inclusion in the second design team was a major benefit to the project. Her specialty dealt with leveraging imbalances to achieve specific advantages in a mech design. This was a very vague description, but it essentially meant that she could find ingenious ways to increase the performance of a mech. The larger and more complicated the mech, the more she was able to increase the force of a sword swing or the thrust of a lance. Mechs are composed of a large amount of interconnected components, she described to Ves one day. The mech engine provides the motive power to manipulate the artificial musculature system, which in itself is a huge collection of parts in the form of flexible strands. What does that have to do with your specialty? Newton's third law of motion states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Any force acting from a mech puts stress on a component due to the opposite force acting on it when it makes an exertion. Multiply that 1,000 times and you have a mech that is constantly beating itself up on the inside due to all of the recoil it has to endure inside its frame. Though Ves possessed a deep understanding of mechanics in relation to mech design, he never viewed mechs from this perspective. It sounded very novel to him, even though it was based on a very basic premise. So, does that mean you are trying to find some way to utilize the reactions acting within a mech? The young woman nodded. It's more complicated than that, but in essence you are correct. Trying to get some use out of these reactions and attempting to recycle these forces for other uses has always been of great interest to me. It's a way of achieving greater efficiency that few mech designers have thought of. As long as I'm able to expand upon my ideas and applications, I can make a significant difference in any mechanical design. Though her design philosophy sounded promising, her idea sounded very difficult to realize. Well, good luck on your advancement. I suggest you keep studying and accumulating more knowledge in the free time you can spare. My virtual library is largely open to you as long as you remain productive. Don't hesitate to browse my textbooks. Technically, the library belonged to Lady Curver, but Ves claimed it as his spoils of war. It didn't matter to him if he didn't have the right to read or peddle in the exclusive textbooks of Clarion University. It wasn't as if the Friday Coalition would send a raiding force after him to punish his illegal access to its intellectual property. The conversation soon turned away from her specialty. Meryl didn't know Ves very well, and Ves only possessed a shallow understanding of what she went through. How did you survive in the frontier for so long? How did you manage to regain your freedom? I had help. She smiled. Not every pirate gang in the frontier are brutes. I managed to reach out to Omen of Misfortune, who assisted me in parting from my old outfit and set me up as an independent. The Omen of Misfortune. Now that was a name that Ves hadn't heard in a while. I've had dealings with the Omen of Misfortune in the past, he said. I don't know much about them other than that they're friendly with Lydia's sword maidens. Her eyes grew wistful. I always wanted to join the sword maidens. They were everything a woman in the frontier aspired to join. Sadly, I never intersected with their fleet during my stay in the frontier. I wouldn't have been able to join anyway. I heard they only pick up teenage girls and train them up into powerful sword maidens. I was too old to be worthy of their notice. Ves blinked. It seemed like the reputation of the sword maidens was a lot more resounding than he thought. Do you know what happened to the Omen of Misfortune? She shrugged. I think the Omen was caught off guard by the Sandman invasion like anyone else. They like to act mysterious and claim they can divine the future, but I'm sure they were blindsided. Last I heard, they fled into civilized space like every other outfit with ships. I don't know where to find them. No one bothers to maintain their existing contact methods after entering civilized space. Here, the old alliances and customs of the frontier don't matter anymore. Everyone has received a new start. That was true. There was little left of the Dragon Alliance and the Ravian Alliance that terrorized the Ferris Star region for so many years. They might have been powerful enough to throw their weight around in the desolate regions of the frontier, but they were just easy fodder to the established powers of the Komodo Star sector. There was no reason to maintain existing pirate bonds and connections in civilized space. Just like the Sword Maidens had done, many pirate organizations took advantage of the chaos to abandon their tainted identities and start anew as mercenaries. Ves was sure that the MTA and everyone else knew quite well what was going on. The fact that they didn't do much to plug such an obvious hole was rather curious. Perhaps they didn't think the scattered pirates posed a threat to the established order of the Komodo Star sector. Perhaps they were too preoccupied with the Sand War and the Komodo War to chase after some trivial pirates. Whatever the case, their complacency was good for Meryl and the Sword Maidens. Soon enough, everyone would take their new identities for granted. Before they returned to work, Meryl made an odd remark. I miss the frontier sometimes. It was dangerous, but it was also liberating. There's no MTA watching over your head, no states who wanted to dominate the territories, no rules to tell you what you can and cannot do. There are so few mech designers in the frontier that competition is much more relaxed. If not for how difficult it was to procure materials, I might prefer the freedom of the frontier over the order of civilized space. Me too, Ves idly said. Me too. Chapter 1853 External Stimuli. The days continued to pass one after another as Ves and Gloriana kept the project going. The pair invested an increasing amount of attention to the project, to the point where they began to lose track of what was happening in the rest of the galaxy. Even though the two liked to pretend they put the galaxy on pause, current events were still progressing at their own pace. The Sandmen fleets that halted their mindless charge into human-occupied planets still converged to a location within the territory of the former Coman Federation. It was difficult for the Bright Republic and other forces to know for sure because the density of Sandmen constantly increased the closer they tried to sneak their scout ships into this exceedingly perilous space. Due to the extensive amount of time needed for the Sandmen to complete their mass convergence, the MTA had plenty of time to form a response. The MTA's compliance department finally dispatched a small war fleet to Bentheim. There, the fleet would either wait for the Sandman planet to arrive at the port system, or move out to intercept the cataclysmically powerful Sandman amalgamation before it came any close to crowded population centers. The arrival of the war fleet finally pressed down much of the panic that had formed in the Bright Republic in recent weeks. If not for their presence, Bentheim would have probably been engulfed by chaos and rioting. The only issue of concern was that the compliance department dispatched less assets than everyone thought. Unlike the CFA's formidable Archangel battle group, the small fleet anchored in the Bentheim system mostly consisted of a couple of warships and carriers. In the space warfare doctrine adopted by the compliance department, mechs played a much greater role. Even though deploying space-borne mechs in a battle between warships was like taking a knife to a gunfight, the MTA never gave up the practice. Its mech designers worked hard to turn mechs into a serious contender against warships. In any case, the mechs fielded by the MTA were a far cry from the desolate soldiers and dawnbreakers that flooded the Bentheim system. The MTA utilized the same kind of first-class multipurpose mechs adopted by the first-rate states. Naturally, their mechs were even better. Designed to pose a serious threat to warships and the worst weapons employed by the most advanced alien empires known to humanity, the mechs of the MTA were true engines of destruction. Many of them were able to output so much damage that they could devastate several major cities on Bentheim. Some could even unleash ordnance that could wipe out a small continent. With so many powerful mechs brought by the compliance department, many optimism began to believe the Sand War was as good as over. As long as the Sandmen bumped into the impressive mechs of the MTA, even an entire planet couldn't stand a chance. The movements of the MTA also provided some reassurance to the Larkinsons residing in the Bright Republic. The evacuation of Larkinson family members slowed down. Those who were bound by duty never contemplated leaving in the first place. They only sent out some of their spouses and children to the Larkinson clan as a precaution. The influx of Larkinsons just started to arrive. Some of the groups of evacuees even turned around and traveled back to their homes. The prospect of living in the Ilvain Protectorate was too scary or fraught with uncertainty. In addition, residing with the Larkinson clan as guests rather than clan members was rather awkward. Those who never had any intentions of joining the clan weren't interested in spending time with those they regarded as traitors in their hearts. Fortunately, those who arrived and settled down in the Friedhold estate soon began to fall under the charm of the upbeat clan. The Larkinson clan, despite being only a month old, already exhibited the cohesion of a tight-knit family organization. In fact, compared to the old family, the clan featured so many new opportunities and improvements that it was hard for anyone to resist the allure. Unlike the old family that strongly emphasized the collective over the individual, the Larkinson clan explicitly directed some care to individual Larkinsons. Those who wanted an easy, well-paying job could accept one of the many cozy job offers from the LMC. The Larkinsons who wanted to have a say in how the clan was being run could apply to join the Larkinson Assembly or the Executive Council. The Larkinson mech pilots who wanted to put their skills to use could apply to join several different forces. Those with ambition and wanted to become the best opted to apply for the Avatars of Myth. This was an especially attractive choice for those who missed the military life and wanted to be part of an elite outfit. They always felt right at home with the strict regime of the Avatars. The ones who wanted to take a step back and spend more time with their families opted to join the Living Sentinels. Though they weren't as prestigious as the Avatars, the Sentinels weren't weak or complacent by any means. Each of these organizations provided favorable employment terms to Larkinson clansmen. They not only received much more pay, but also a bit more consideration for promotions and other opportunities. Though Ves disliked nepotism, he didn't really have a choice. The Larkinson clan members expected better treatment compared to retainers and ordinary employees. Since all of those organizations belonged to the Larkinson clan, why shouldn't they serve its interests? In addition, in the perspective of Ves, nepotism was not universally bad. The family members placed into important positions due to their bloodline rather than their competence might not do a good job, but at least their loyalty was not in question. To someone who was tired of getting betrayed, Ves gladly sacrificed efficiency and productivity in order to secure his control over his enterprise. The Larkinson clan was highly unlikely to betray him. Not only were they dependent on his ability as a mech designer, they had also formed a bond with the Larkinson mandate. Though Ves wasn't sure of what these spiritual connections actually did, he had a vague idea that it was already acting as a pseudo-spiritual network. While the network did not facilitate peer-to-peer connections and two-way communication, it already served as a subliminal broadcast and feedback network. Each Larkinson connected to the network fed their thoughts and emotions to the Golden Cat. This made the young ancestral spirit embody the collective will of the Larkinson clan even more. In return, the Golden Cat fed back her impression of what it meant to be a Larkinson to the clansmen who formed a bond with her. Each of the Larkinsons, including the members of the old family to a lesser degree, all became exposed to the influence of their ancestral spirit. Some people might consider this influencing cycle to be nefarious. Some people might accuse Ves for creating a means to brainwash the Larkinsons. That's not true at all! Ves yelled at Lucky while he held his cat with his hands. Meow? I'm not evil. I only have good intentions in mind. Meow meow. Just think about it. With the Larkinson mandate, our clan will become more united in will and purpose. The chance of betrayal decreases as those who are thinking about acting against the interests of the clan will certainly suffer. Meow meow meow. Not only that, the golden cat will definitely warn me if a Larkinson is up to no good. With my control over the Larkinson mandate, I can track down each and every traitor who thought they could get away and make an example out of them. Treachery will be a thing of the past in my clan. Mio! A gem suddenly shot against his forehead. Ouch! Lucky! What the hell was that? Did you just relieve yourself? Mio! Lucky took advantage of his owner's distraction and turned intangible before diving headfirst through the floor. Ves nursed his forehead and wiped it with the sleeve of his business suit. He then bent down in order to pick up a purple gem that looked very familiar to him for some reason. Mother's love. The love of a mother towards her offspring resides within this royal gem. Increases the allure of a mech by 100% to females. What the heck? After gorging on exotics for months and eating enough Briar Alloy to fabricate the toughest shuttle in his possession, all his cat managed to produce was a gem with a property that was just as useless as the one he received before? Even though the mother's love was stronger than the maiden's affection, both of them were completely useless in battle. Lucky! His cat was nowhere to be found, of course. Lucky knew better than to be around Ves at this time. Ves grumbled a bit more before tossing the purple gem in his pouch of other gems. No matter how useless it seemed, each of them could still be used as a cheat by elevating a high-quality mech to the level of a masterwork. In that regard, receiving one gem was better than receiving no gem. Why did Lucky develop this weak and pointless attribute anyway? Ves frowned. He thought the properties of Lucky's gems were determined by the nature of his diet sprinkled with a dose of random chance. Perhaps that was the case for Lucky's earlier gems, but now Ves started to develop another suspicion. Could it be that the properties are determined by another variable? According to this theory in his mind, the quality of the gems was still related to the quality of the materials that Lucky ingested. More potent exotics resulted in more powerful gems. Ves was already familiar with this rule. This was the main reason why he never seriously stopped Lucky from eating a fortune's worth of exotics. There's a second rule, maybe. The properties of a gem might not be set by the distinctive attributes of the exotics eaten by Lucky. Instead, the deciding factor might be external stimuli. For example, if Lucky had to sneak around all the time, he would probably create a gem that decreased a mech's energy signature or increased the effectiveness of active stealth systems. If Lucky got kicked around by Ves all the time, he would probably produce gems that increased the damage resistance of a mech or amplified the strength of its armor. If Lucky killed a lot of people with his claws, then he might develop some sort of gem that made bladed weapons sharper or increased the output of a laser rifle. Then, if Lucky is getting pampered by hexers every day, does that mean he'll keep producing gems like the maiden's affection and the mother's love? An awkward silence ensued. Lucky! Stop hanging out with women! Elsewhere at the Austin estate, Lucky appeared in Gloriana's room. He leisurely passed by the guards of the Glory Battalion and booped his nose against Clixie. Meow. 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 Lucky? Why are you here again? Gloriana asked as she turned from a mirror projection. A beauty bot was brushing her hair and applying makeup on her face. Meow. The mechanical cat floated in front of her. Gloriana couldn't resist and held Lucky as if she was holding a baby. You poor boy. Is Ves treating you wrong? I'll tell him to be nicer to you. I really don't understand why he bullies you sometimes. You're too cute. Meow. Lucky squinted his eyes and started to purr as Gloriana scratched his head and stroked his back. His tail swished left and right in complete relaxation. Are you hungry? Meow. Gloriana giggled and approached a table where she stashed some raw exotic minerals. She always kept a stash at hand to feed one of her favorite cats. Here you go! Lucky nibbled on the exotic while radiating pure bliss. Now this was how a cat ought to live. Chapter 1854 Bad Timing. Over the course of designing the Larkinson mech, Ves pushed every possible distraction from his mind. He continued to invest his heart and soul into his work, trying his best to make the modular mech platform and its 4 configurations viable against as many threats as possible. Though difficult, Ves and Gloriana both rose to the challenge. They did not let a setback stop them for long. They frequently exchanged with each other and came up with ideas that neither of them were able to conceive on their own. Their synergy reached a higher level as they became more in tune with the design and their fellow partner. The cooperation between the pair had already been built up over the course of previous projects. Ves felt as if all of those prior collaborations were practice runs for the current project. Every possible issue had been explored and all of the problems resulting from lack of familiarity and mistaken assumptions had been dealt with. Both of them became intimately familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses and automatically divided work to the mech designer who was best suited to tackle the specific issue. In general, Gloriana did better with detail work and complicated technical puzzles. Her design philosophy lent herself well to spotting faults as they showed up. She also excelled in optimizing a rough implementation so that they did not cause any further issues down the line. That did not mean that Ves was completely useless on this front. His breadth and wealth of theoretical and practical knowledge exceeded that of his girlfriend. The only downside of accumulating all of his system-granted knowledge was that his utilization couldn't keep up. For every problem, he could come up with dozens of solutions, but he wasn't able to make the most out of them in the more difficult cases. Mech design was both an art and a science. Ever since he embarked on his career, Ves always thought he would lean towards the latter. Science and engineering was the foundation of his craft. How could a mech designer ever design something complicated with up to millions of different parts all working in unison? Yet it was only when Ves started working with Gloriana that he became aware of his true passion and strength. Ves preferred to see himself as an artist. He was an artist of mechs and spirits. He was a sketcher of mechs and a weaver of life. A mech design served as the canvas of his creative energies, both figuratively and literally. Technology was just a means to an end to Ves. He never developed the insane passion that other mech designers possessed with regards to technology. Whereas most mech designers devoted their passion towards flight systems, light mechs, laser rifles, energy efficiency, and so on, Ves chose a completely different direction. There was a reason why the MTA threw his so-called metaphysical man-machine symbiosis specialization in the Class 9 design philosophy bucket. His focus towards mechs was completely out of the conventional norms of his profession. Neither the MTA nor his colleagues were able to wrap their heads around his logic and his approach. Mechs were alive. Nonsense. They were simply machines. Everyone who wasn't steeped with superstition could tell you that. There is not a single aspect about mechs that proved that they were alive. Even though Ves increasingly proved the validity of his odd framework by developing his characteristic glows, most high-ranking mech designers simply passed it off as an unknown psionic phenomenon. Like a blind cat bumping into a mouse, they believed that Ves was just flailing around randomly, and just managed to hit the jackpot by discovering a strange psionic interaction. To make a mech designer truly believe that mechs had the potential to come alive was incredibly hard. Ves tried over and over to convince his subordinates that it was best to treat mechs as if they were alive and needed to be treated as such. Few people actually became convinced. Even if they paid lip service to him because he was the owner of the LMC and the clan patriarch, in their hearts they were still bound to their limited view on reality. Still, there were some people who got it. Joshua King was a fantastic example of a mech pilot who truly understood the essence of his mechs. Yet people like Joshua were very rare, especially among the highly secularist Briders and Larkinsons who made up the core of his enterprise. To his frustration, the people who were actually prone to accepting his eccentric views on mechs were always those who he considered to be deficient in critical thinking. This description was a common euphemism in the Bright Republic. It was a polite way of describing people enthralled by superstition. In other words, religious nuts. Gloriana believed in all of his claims without ever questioning whether he was spouting nonsense. She simply believed in him at such a wholehearted degree that Ves felt kind of guilty for treating her as a gullible idiot. The same went for the Ilvanans in the second design team. Ves noted that the work submitted by Oscar D. Martin, Renee Zeeland, Erica Sprint, and Pascal Curin all carried a sense of harmony that allowed them to mesh well with the ongoing design. From a spiritual level, their sincere respect and worshipful attitude towards the incomplete mech design was much more beneficial than a neutral attitude. This meant that the other assistant mech designers such as the Tovars left much bigger spiritual messes behind. The difference was so stark and obvious that Ves felt somewhat conflicted over Gloriana and the Ilvanans. He always seemed to do better with people of faith and belief. Whether he collaborated with them on a mech design or tried to get his mechs accepted by them, religious people always seemed to resonate with him more. The irony of this situation was that he didn't consider his own views to be superstition at all. In his eyes, he was simply exploring an obscure and controversial field of science. For some reason, the MTA limited its research on psionic power and kept it buried in their vaults. As for the CFA, their fetish for big guns, big ships, and superior technology somehow led them to pretend that psionic power didn't exist. Is it really so difficult to believe in both science and something that sounds a little odd like the premise of my design philosophy? Having been raised as a Brighter, Ves simply solved the dilemma by keeping an open mind. He did not keep his mind closed to unnatural phenomena like most secularists, but neither did he blindly take outlandish assumptions and claims for granted like the Ilvanans. Why can't other people take this approach towards the unknowable? He puzzled. He felt as if he was the only sane person in a galaxy filled with mad people. Everyone was biased except him as far as he was concerned. The sad reality of his situation was that he would encounter much less hindrance if he continued to interact with people who were deficient in critical thinking. The Ilvanans basically treated all of his words like gospel, while Gloriana was so devoted to him that she didn't hesitate to alter her design philosophy to incorporate his views on spirituality. What Gloriana had done was very exceptional and very rare. The main reason why Ves had so much difficulty in getting other mech designers to accept his viewpoints was because they already formed their own framework on mechs. The more a mech designer developed their own framework, the more guarded they became against other influences. Novices and apprentices learned that it was often a bad idea to get too enamored in someone else's design philosophy. Journeymen and higher solidified their perspectives on mech design by forming their design seeds. Once this occurred, it took superhuman effort to accept something drastic that conflicted with their existing views. "What are you thinking about?" Gloriana asked as she glanced at Ves sitting beside her. "You've been staring at the same projection for over 10 minutes. Ves sighed and swiped the projection away. "I need a break." "Oh, is that all?" "To be honest, no. I have a lot of thoughts on my mind. Some of them aren't very helpful to the project. Do you want to talk about it, Ves? He looked in her affectionate eyes. Forget it. I'm just being melodramatic. Okay. Do you want to eat lunch or something? All right. It was during their lunch break that they received an important message. Dr. Lupo Guernica called Ves directly. Good news, Mr. Larkinson, he said with an enthused grin. Dr. Rania and I have finally completed our preparations for your implant surgery. We have thoroughly inspected and updated your bioimplant from top to bottom. We have modernized its bioprogramming, and we have added several more security precautions as per your request. We have also prepared the surgery procedure to account for your abnormal physical and brain structure. The chances of complications should be minimal. That sounded like very good news to Ves. If it was any other time, he would immediately drop all of his work and head to the treatment center as soon as possible. As it was, he was almost halfway through his current design project. With all of the momentum he accumulated, Ves couldn't afford to stop or pause midway. The passion he built up and the mentality he shaped over the weeks since he started working on the modular mech platform were exceedingly precious. It was difficult to describe the concrete benefits of these intangible moods. All Ves knew was that as long as he stopped providing them with fuel, they would eventually deflate and disappear. Once lost, it was practically impossible to regain these moods. Ves would have to scrap the entire project and start anew if he wanted to experience the unique build-up that led to the formation of those distinctive moods. That was a massive waste of time. Of course, an ordinary mech designer wouldn't fuss about this issue all that much. To them, a mech design was simply a technical schematic. They didn't put much stock in the role of meaning and emotions of their work. A conflicting expression appeared in his face. Tell me your projections on how much time the surgery and recovery process will take. How much time will I be under, and how long will I be able to go back to work? The surgery won't take long, sir. The actual procedure is not that time-consuming as long as complications don't arise. It is the recovery period that is a bit more complex. Cranial implants are different from other implants in that they need to integrate with the brain of the recipient. I believe you are well aware of how sensitive such a process can be. Inserting a foreign object in the brain is easy. Making that foreign object blend in with someone's mind is vastly more intricate. How long, Lupo? It varies, sir. For baseline humans, it typically takes a week to a month. Outliers can take years to adjust, and if any incompatibility occurs, we may need to pull out your implant lest your entire head burns up. This is substantially more likely to occur with humans who have augmented and altered their genes and body extensively. In other words, the chance that something could go wrong was vastly higher due to his freakish physical state. There was a good reason why it took several months for the pair of exobiologists to prepare for the upcoming operation. Ordinary humans didn't require so much attention and effort. Being delayed by a week was intolerable. Being delayed by more than a month was unacceptable. Right now is not a good time to perform the implantation procedure, he ordered. Please postpone it by a month or two. I need to finish my current design project first before I can afford to go under the knife. It pained him to delay something he was looking forward to for years, but the timing was too inconvenient. Dr. Lupo looked disappointed as well. Very well. I shall inform Dr. Rania of the change in plans. She won't be happy. Look on the bright side. I've granted you a lot more time to tweak and optimize the bioimplant even further. Try and see if you can add some advanced functionality to the Archimedes Rebel, particularly on the security front. We will try our best, though we have already done as much as we could. The call eventually ended. Ves soon decided to put this issue off his mind and turn his attention back to his project. He needed to complete the Larkinson mech design as soon as possible if he wanted to boost his memory and upgrade his cognitive functions. Hearing Gloriana espouse some of the features of her Arestal 015 implant made him jealous. Chapter 1855 The Lancer Problem. As the Larkinson mech project continued to draw closer to its final form, Ves and Gloriana currently turned their focus towards the Lancer mech configuration. Lancer mechs were basically spearmen mechs specialized for assault. Spears in mech combat played a curious role. Their longer reach and ease in penetrating armor turned them into excellent weapons against armored mechs. Mechs rarely attacked with the haft of their spears. On land, it was practically impossible for a spearman mech to trip an enemy machine by sweeping its legs, for example. The sturdiness of its legs and the immense weight pressed upon them made them very resistant against outside applications of force. Using the spear like a staff was also ineffective, in most cases. Slamming the haft or the flat end of a spear against an enemy mech would only hammer its armor plating. The stricken mech would always be able to absorb much of the shock and force of such attacks. There was a reason why staff-wielding mechs weren't even a thing. Mace-wielding mechs were a bit more common, but even then their numbers paled in comparison to mechs wielding sharper weapons. For this reason, most spearmen mechs resorted to stabbing to defeat their opponents. Mech pilots who excelled in spearmanship could even take their utilization of this seemingly simple weapon even further. Their control over their weapon became so good that they could precisely target all of the weak points of an opposing mech. Lancer mechs could technically fight like a spearman mech, but they were a bit worse in brawls and dogfighting. This was because their structure and configuration was heavily adapted to charging attacks. Charging attacks were just as simple and brutish as they sounded. They were employed in situations where the Lancer mechs needed to run down fleeing ranged mechs or punch through a formation of sturdy and beefy mechs. Though it took a lot of effort to build up a charge, once a Lancer mech got going, a successful impact against a relatively slower target resulted in a huge amount of damage right off the bat. Strong, overwhelming attacks that were strong enough to destroy or cripple entire mechs were fairly rare. The nature of mechs was that their defensive or evasive capabilities were always reasonably on par with the offensive capabilities of their opposition. What this basically meant was that it always took at least several minutes for a mech to defeat another mech. Only after overcoming another mech's defense would the clash finally conclude. In many cases, the amount of time it took to take out a mech, especially a defensive one, was unacceptable. People started demanding solutions that could take out key mechs faster before they could inflict too much damage, and the mech industry obliged. Marksman mechs armed with powerful, single-shot weapons were designed to assassinate key targets from afar. Light skirmishers became more ubiquitous due to their ability to run circles around their larger and more sluggish counterparts. As long as they managed to reach the rear of an enemy mech, the softer armor was no match against their surgical strikes. Compared to marksman mechs which sought to take out key targets at range and light skirmishers that were extremely fragile and relied entirely on superior mobility, Lancer mechs solved the problem in a simpler fashion. Not much skill was required to make effective use of a Lancer mech. The mech pilot simply had to pick a target and fly or run his mech forward until it built up a scary amount of momentum. After that, they simply had to maintain control of their course and make sure their lance hit the target upon the moment of impact. Of course, this crucial moment took a lot of skill to pull off correctly. The mech pilot had to keep the lance and the trajectory of his mech on target, while his enemy tried his best to evade or defend. This became increasingly harder as the distance narrowed. A single last-second jump to the side was often the reason for charges to miss their mark. Even if the Lancer mech managed to hit the mark, that was not the end of the story. A collision between one multi-ton war machine against another multi-ton war machine was incredibly violent. The sheer impact would definitely devastate the target for certain. The problem was that the Lancer mech itself also came under a huge amount of stress. Just as Merrill Truman, now O'Brien, stated a few days ago, for every action there was an equal and opposite reaction. The tighter a Lancer mech gripped its weapon and the more the mech transferred its momentum to its opposition, the greater the reaction force exerted onto its frame. The stresses were unimaginably huge. It was said that pretty much every standard Lancer mech accumulated at least some stress and internal damage for every charge they performed. Their wear and tear was some of the worst out of all of the mech types. Not even defensive knights endured so many forceful shocks on a frequent basis. This led to the central problem that Ves and Gloriana faced with the Lancer mech configuration. Ves let out a sigh and scratched his head after studying the projection over and over. It isn't difficult to turn this configuration into a hard-hitting machine that can crack open a heavy space knight. The downside of that is that our mech will almost certainly suffer almost just as much. If they designed and specialized Lancer mech, then they would have been able to resort to many of the solutions developed by the mech industry over several centuries. The simplest way to mitigate the damage to the Lancer mech was by designing its structure and internal architecture in a way that best dispersed the force throughout the entire frame. Whereas the target got hit at one concentrated point, the Lancer mech was able to mitigate the reaction force by spreading it around. This was how most interaction between physical weapons and mechs worked, but Lancer mechs took this one step further by excelling at force dispersion. A Lancer mech could also resort to various technological solutions such as shock absorbers and components made to defend a mech against the impacts of their own attacks. They take up way too much space, though. It's not something you can casually tack onto a design. The internal architecture has to be designed to accommodate these systems from the ground up. It's too difficult to implement them in a modular mech platform. Not even Gloriana could conceive of a way to solve this dilemma. She scratched her head just as often as Ves when faced with this seemingly insurmountable issue. How do other modular mech platforms solve this problem? Ves asked. They do the best they can stuff inside their Lancer mech configurations, which isn't all that much, Gloriana answered. Then, they put soft limits on the Lancer mech and recommend the mech pilots of their products to hold back. In effect, the mech pilots were told to treat their mechs like fragile porcelain. This was detrimental to the mentality of Lancer mech pilots. Ves could almost foresee the deep dissatisfaction from the Lancer mech specialists from the Larkinson clan. Though Ves never gained a mastery in Lancer mechs, he still knew enough about them that every Lancer mech enthusiast was a fanatic about charges. The faster, the better. The greater the impact, the better. Only by building up a formidable amount of momentum did these mech pilots feel alive. Anything that caused them to dim their enthusiasm and constrain their charge would severely affect their mindset. This was something that Ves always wanted to avoid. Aside from glows, his mechs were also famous for their high degree of accommodation towards their mech pilots. He did not wish to break this feature. It was against his nature to spoil the piloting experience of his customers. These half-baked solutions are essentially admissions of defeat, Ves told her. Telling our mech pilots to charge less violently because their mechs are prone to breaking is the last thing I want to hear. We need a real solution. Gloriana frowned. Well, I don't see a way we can achieve what we want. Strengthening the shell of our mech by cladding it with briar alloy only ensures the solid parts remain intact. It won't protect the internals from all of the shock without a huge amount of inertial dampeners and other adjustments. All of those solutions required a lot of space, which wasn't possible with their current design. The point of a modular mech platform was that it shared as much as possible with all of its configurations. Optimizing the base platform for charge attacks and shock absorption would take away its other strengths. What Ves needed was a way to mitigate the reaction force without taking too much space. What exacerbated this problem was the fact that the Larkinson mech was designed to straddle the line between third-class and second-class mechs. This meant that some aspects were on par with superior mechs while other aspects remained inferior. To describe the situation in a simple way, it was as if VS mounted an extremely strong suit of armor on a human being. He then instructed the armor-clad human to run straight at a wall. Anyone would easily be able to imagine that the suit of armor survived the collision unscathed. It didn't even suffer a single dent. It was different for the fragile human residing inside the suit. The individual's flesh and bone took full brunt of the reaction force. The consequences ranged from bruises, broken bones, and damaged internal organs. The armored human could barely participate in a battle after enduring so much suffering. After half an hour of exchanging fruitless ideas, Gloriana eventually drew back and noted something important. Doesn't Briar alloy contain a trace of Omri's? If I recall, this high-grade exotic is used to dampen the shock acting on the alloy. That's true, VS uttered in surprise. Yet, it's not an ideal solution. Omri's is very rare and expensive. While it's possible for me to obtain a supply of it, it's extremely costly. Obtaining Omri's was not very difficult for VS. He just had to take some Briar alloy and break it down into its constituent materials. He could take away the separated Omri's that was still salvageable while dumping the other exotics elsewhere. The downside of this course of action was that VS had to waste a lot of Briar alloy if he wished to recoup a significant amount of Omri's. He could have built another mech to extract enough Omri's to fabricate another mech. VS recalled his study on the materials. The full name of the formula of the materials we obtain is 235C Briar alloy. This is the standard, low-cost version of a large family of alloy formulas. I think there are several other variations which are much stronger in the shock-absorbing aspect by increasing the proportion of Omri's in the alloy formula. That sounds great. Why don't we adopt this solution? It's not so simple, Gloriana. Increasing the proportion of Omri's does make the resulting Briar alloy more capable of absorbing strong forces, but that comes at the cost of the toughness of the material. It was like turning something hard and rigid into something softer and bouncier. This was rather bad analogy, but it succinctly described the trade-off. In other words, we can strengthen our Lancer mech's offensive power in exchange for weakening its defensive capabilities, she summarized. I think we should go for it. Didn't you complain earlier that our Larkinson mech lacks a punch? This is exactly what we need to threaten enemy second-class mechs. It comes at a hefty cost. Omri's doesn't fall down from trees. Isn't this your passion project? Why are you letting cost get in the way of your design? Just go for it. This is the only viable solution to turn the Lancer configuration into something we can be proud of. Who cares about weaker defense? Briar alloy is still tough no matter how its formula has been tweaked. She had a point. Cost efficiency didn't matter when VS only planned to build a few hundred Lancer mech configurations. He didn't have to pay any money to obtain Briar alloy and Omri's either. He would just have to push back his other uses for those valuable materials. Chapter 1856 Design Challenges. Just like several other problems VS encountered, he eventually solved the Lancer problem by resorting to superior materials. After deciding on this approach, VS and Gloriana worked for days to plan this solution out. They explored countless proportions and settled for one that tripled the proportion of Omri's in the alloy formula. They then applied this modified Briar alloy in various places in both the base platform and the internal and external structural braces that was specific to the Lancer configuration. The most drastic implementation of modified Briar alloy lay in the arms of the mech. Meant to hold the lance, they incorporated a bunch of elements that beefed them up and secured an effective grip on the weapon. The lance itself was not just a very sharp and long metal stick. Its shape became more complex as its design was tailored to maximize the grip and transfer of momentum. All of these adjustments coincided in a Lancer configuration that was able to match or exceed the offensive power of a traditional Lancer mech. The defense of the Lancer configuration was weaker than that of the other melee configurations. Capacity that could have been utilized to bulk up the mech was instead allocated to modified briar alloy that mainly served to bleed away the recoil of a collision. Fortunately, it worked. The rudimentary simulations that VS performed all indicated that the Lancer configuration could indeed shrug off the impact of a powerful collision. The mech did not fare as well as the other configurations in terms of absorbing hits, though. It was still substantially better than the Rifleman mech configuration on this front, but it fell far short of the Swordsman mech and Space Knight configurations. The amount of work needed to make the Lancer configuration viable and effective was incredible. VS had to revise the timetable for the project several times to accommodate for the sheer design burden the Lancer configuration presented. Fortunately, the other configurations did not present them with so many insurmountable challenges. The Space Knight configuration needed to gain at least some shock-absorbing protection, but not as much as the Lancer mech. Designing it was a simple matter of finding every possible opportunity to pile more armor onto the base platform. The Swordsman mech configuration was a bit more delicate. While it still needed a decent amount of protection, it also had to retain a sufficient amount of mobility. The most important aspect of a swordsman mech was its ability to apply force and its range motion. More advanced swordsman mechs featured an incredibly exaggerated range of motion of all of its limbs. Even their torsos were able to rotate 180 or even 360 degrees in order to make the mech launch attacks at surprising angles. This was not an option this time due to all of the compromises imposed by the modular mech platform approach. It wasn't that big of a deal anyway, since only the most skilled and dedicated swordsman mech pilots made effective use of those advanced features. What VS aimed for was not a mech that won its duels and battles through skill, finesse, and technique. Instead, he wanted to take full advantage of the high defense afforded by the use of briar alloy to turn the swordsman mech configuration into brawler. Its mech pilots had to muster as much courage as possible and dive their mechs headfirst into an enemy. No matter how many hits they absorbed, the best way of winning battle was by trading blows. Instead of trying to parry and block enemy attacks, the swordsman mech configuration should just take the hits and seek to launch as many blows as possible. Certainly, his swordsman mech configuration to fight in a more conservative fashion if the mech pilot was skilled enough. VS just wanted to lower the skill ceiling of this configuration in order to accommodate less focused or skilled mech pilots. That said, the skill floor of this configuration should still be fairly high. Swordsman mechs were regarded as offensive powerhouses that had the potential to reverse any disadvantageous situations. As long as a skilled and talented mech pilot drew out the full potential of a sword-wielding mech, it was not impossible for it to defeat an entire mech company. VS wanted to preserve this capacity for his swordsman mech configuration, so he made sure to leave as much room as possible for skill expression without compromising its primary properties. Compared to the melee configurations, the ranged configuration was an entirely separate beast. Every mech designer had to switch their mindsets before they began working on the rifleman mech configuration. To be honest, it wasn't very difficult to design a decent rifleman mech. VS designed several ranged mechs over the course of his short career, and he exchanged a large amount of skills related to laser and ballistic rifles. He possessed an extensive theoretical grasp towards both types of weapons. He managed to make use of this advantage to design the broad strokes of a rifleman mech that could wield either weapon when the situation called for a specific choice. The problematic aspect about this configuration was that ballistic rifles and laser rifles imposed different demands on a mech. It wasn't particularly problematic to throw a rifle with a self-contained magazine or battery to random humanoid mech. As long as that mech possessed articulating hands that could grip the rifle, it could easily fire the weapon until it ran dry. Yet why didn't mech forces deploy spare rifles to their melee mechs? There were several reasons behind this pattern of behavior. First, it wasn't worth it for third-class mechs. The capacity of the rifles wasn't much if the mech didn't allocate any capacity towards replenishing their energy or ammunition. Second, melee mechs were built differently from ranged mechs. Just like how humans undergoing archery training develop different physiques from humans undergoing swordsmanship training, a melee mech would have to weaken its primary function in order to strengthen its secondary function. Since specialization was the established doctrine in third-class mech design, most mech designers simply opted to leave it out entirely. At best, they would just pair their swordsman mechs and knight mechs with backup pistols that hardly burdened their frames. Ranged mechs needed extensive accommodations to strengthen their functions to a competitive level. From designing their arms and upper structure to increase their accuracy and precision as much as possible, to devoting a substantial amount of capacity towards stuffing as much ammunition, energy cells of heat sinks as a mech designer could get away with, pretty much the entire frame had to be dedicated towards ranged combat. This was also the reason why most ranged mechs didn't bother carrying anything more than a pitiful knife as a final resort. A typical melee mech could just overpower a ranged mech wielding a sword by leveraging their abundant amount of physical strength. In any case, Ves didn't attempt to address this weakness this time. What he wanted to do was to make his rifleman mech compatible with both physical and energy rifles. This was very troublesome. Ballistic rifleman mechs didn't consume a lot of energy. Most of it was spent on keeping the core systems active and to power the propulsion or locomotion system. Instead, their burden was much more simple. The rounds they fired took up space. A lot of space. Mechs were pretty tough. Aside from light mechs, most mechs featured at least some armor. As a consequence, ranged mechs needed to pack a formidable punch in order to punch through their armor and inflict serious internal damage. This was not easy. In the early days of the Age of Mechs, rifles and cannons came in all shapes and sizes. Only after several generations of refinement did the mech industry manage to settle for a set of universal standards. A ballistic rifle was quite big. They were often bigger than laser rifles, in fact. Much of this had to do with the caliber of the rounds they fired. They had to be big enough to pack enough of a punch or payload to crack the armor of a sturdy mech. A ballistic rifleman mech had to carry enough rounds to last a while on the battlefield. Whether they stored their ammunition internally, externally, or both, the sad reality was that ballistic rifleman mechs could never carry enough rounds to satisfy the needs of their mech pilots. The mechs had to ration their ammunition and make their shots count in order to maximize their effectiveness on the battlefield. This problem is ever greater for my rifleman mech configuration, Ves sighed. Due to revolving his rifleman mech configuration around a base platform that wasn't optimized for ranged combat, he had less capacity to work with than he wanted. In order to expand the capacity of this configuration, he had to add a modular storage module that fit right under the flight system of the mech. This only just extended the ammunition capacity of his rifleman mech to an adequate level. It wasn't as bad as Ves feared, but his desolate soldier and deliverer mechs handedly beat the Larkinson mech on this front. My new mech will have to resupply frequently in order to remain relevant in long-duration engagements. As for arming his rifleman mech configuration with a laser weapon, Ves had to tackle different challenges. Energy cells generally took up much less space than physical ammunition for the amount of damage they could offer. The more energy cells, the longer it took for the laser rifleman mech to drain its energy reserves. Yet that did not mean that laser rifleman mechs made ballistic rifleman mechs obsolete. One of the most persistent limitations of mechs wielding energy weapons was the incredible amount of heat they generated. All of this heat did not escape from the mech quickly and continued to build up inside. If a mech was not designed with heat management in mind, then it was highly possible to cook the delicate internal components of the mech until it became completely inoperable. This happened often in overheated mechs. While these machines usually came with integrated safeguards that automatically shut down the energy weapons when the internal temperature of the mech reached critical levels, mech technicians sometimes deactivated this safety function on the request of their mech pilots. To prevent such a catastrophe and lengthen the deployment time of a mech, heat management became a priority. This was especially important in space where vacuum hampered the transfer of heat. Neither conduction nor convection could cool down a mech in space. The only way it could dump its heat to the environment was through radiation, which was obviously a very slow and inefficient process. Therefore, every space-borne mech needed to be able to deal with the heat buildup internally. The solutions ranged from adding heat sinks to the mech to increasing its overall tolerance towards extreme heat. More advanced solutions existed. His Amastendra, for example, came with a dimensional heatsink that dumped the heat into another dimension. This was obviously not possible here. Ves relied primarily on detachable heatsinks to manage the heat buildup of his rifleman mech configuration. They took up a lot of space. While effective in absorbing and containing heat, they substantially cut the energy reserves of his rifleman mech configuration. Still, at least it's still strong. He sighed in relief. There was one variable that affected the strength of laser weapons in relation to ballistic weapons. The new mech generation was characterized with lots of innovation with regards to laser weapons. They hit harder, generated less waste heat, and occupied less space than before. For this reason, a Larkinson mech armed with a laser weapon could inflict substantially more damage than a Larkinson mech armed with a ballistic rifle. Of course, that did not make the latter relevant. The advantage of laser weapons could only be felt in drawn-out engagements. In short-duration battles, physical weapons were still better because their damage delivery was a lot more front-loaded. All in all, as Ves and Gloriana refined the rifleman mech configuration, they ended up with something that was lesser to a specialized rifleman mech in every aspect aside from defense. There was no way around it. Both of them had already anticipated this result, so it didn't damage their passion all that much. They still felt they could do something more with this important configuration. In many mech forces, at least half of their rosters consisted of ranged mechs. This proportion was even higher for space-borne units. Therefore, increasing the strength of the rifleman mech configuration would have huge implications down the line. The more he could do at this stage, the more his efforts would pay off when he was confronted by a formidable enemy in space. How can we give this configuration some extra oomph? Chapter 1857 Growing Influences. The Larkinson clan thrived. Even though only a short time had passed since its founding, the clan already started off on a strong footing. With all of its clan members coming from the former Larkinson family, the cohesion of the clan was high and the degree of organization was fantastic. In fact, the clan already exceeded the old family in terms of wealth, influence, and military power. The clan was growing every day. Due to the latest developments of the Sand War, a continuous flow of family members from the Bright Republic trickled into the Ilvain Protectorate. They proceeded all the way to the Kesseling system in order to link up with the clan. Some of these family members remained outsiders to the clan. They still believed in the old family and did not wish to get involved in the adventures of their bolder and more ambitious relatives. Others became attracted to the benefits and dynamism of the clan. Compared to the mood at the old family, the latest offshoot of the Larkinsons, was much more proactive. The member rolls of the Larkinson clan continued to rise, especially when a number of Larkinsons started arriving that weren't formally a part of the family. One of the more clever recruitment policies of the clan was that it unflinchingly opened the door to exiles and non-members. As long as they had a reasonable relation to the Larkinson bloodline, they were allowed to become a full clansman without any further questions. Each generation, many Larkinsons chose to leave the ranks of the old family for one reason or another. Riella Larkinson was a typical example. Though they gave up their affiliation to the family, thereby becoming ineligible for its protection, they no longer had to uphold its reputation. These exiles numbered surprisingly a lot. This was because they not only consisted of members who left the family, but also their offspring and descendants. Most of them weren't mech pilots, but their blood and genes still possessed the mark of the Larkinson line. The former Larkinson family always pursued several policies to limit their numbers and keep their size at a certain range. This not only improved their cohesion due to kicking out all of the dissidents, it also prevented their finances and training resources from becoming too strained. The clan did not follow the same path. Instead, the Larkinson Assembly and the Executive Council both agreed to pursue growth through several means. Snapping up these exiles and descendants of exiles was an easy way to expand their ranks. Right now, a couple of hundred Larkinsons was not enough to form a strong and sustainable clan. It needed to accumulate at least 1,000 members to achieve sustainability. This was especially important because of the many risks the Larkinsons were about to undertake. This did not just encompass the mech pilots of the clan, but also the other military specialists who used to serve in the mech corps. As the avatars of myth and the living sentinels sought to expand their numbers, the inclusion of the Larkinsons were vital. They not only possessed a military background, but were also loyal and more reliable. Each additional Larkinson in the ranks ensured that the units remained committed to Ves and the Larkinson clan. Perhaps more vital to the development of the avatars and sentinels was the recruitment of command officers, logistical officers, staff officers, and many kinds of specialists. Back when the avatars only numbered a couple of mech companies, it was fine for the troop to be run by Melker and a handful of staff. This was obviously inefficient now that the avatars sought to expand their ranks to 500 mechs. With the rapid pace of recruitment, managing the units became increasingly more burdensome. The administrative overhead grew ahead of the rate of expansion as more and more complicated problems occurred. Commander Melker had to form a general staff and reorganize the hierarchy of the avatars to reflect all of the departments and layers of command. The living sentinels already had a robust hierarchy in place due to their larger numbers. Commander Magdalena already planned ahead so her mech force didn't have to make too many changes to process the huge influx of recruits. Though all of these moves drained the coffers of Ves, the LMC and the clan, no one bothered with the expenditures. The LMC, though not as prominent as before, still sold lots of mechs in both the Protectorate and dozens of other foreign markets. With this generous and fairly stable cash flow, there was no worry that they would run out of money anytime soon. With the Komodo Star sector in turmoil, sitting on an increasing mountain of depreciating currency was incredibly useless. Only when their money was being spent would they be able to strengthen themselves. Converting numbers in bank accounts to physical mechs and starships was the best course of action to increase their chance of survival. At the base leased by the avatars of myth, a private meeting took place. Melker, Janzi, and Tusa both sat in the Avatar Commander's office by the windows. Each of them possessed an overarching view of the base grounds, where various mechs, vehicles, and people moved around. The bustling site had become even more vigorous in the last couple of weeks. The new recruits in the form of Larkinsons, Briters, and most notably Ilvananes enthusiastically took part in boot camps meant to bring them up to speed in the Avatar way of life. The avatars have changed. Melker sighed as he adjusted the visor on his face. We spent years as a small unit. I still remember the days when we consisted of just a single mech company. It's different now. I can no longer remember every name and face. I have officers and subordinates to do that for me. Maybe this is what it feels like to be VS. It's no wonder that he's becoming increasingly more detached from everyone. Janzi tilted her head at her cousin. People change. Organizations change. This is a good thing. It means that our efforts are paying off. As long as we remain persistent and work towards our goals, we won't go astray. If you can't handle your leadership position, then you should make way for a better Larkinson, Tusa added bluntly as he crossed his arms. Of the two expert candidates, Tusa was a lot less polite and patient. Melker didn't take offense at Tusa's rudeness. As the Avatar commander who had led the mech force from the moment of its founding, he deserved to be treated with respect. This was something that his growing inner circle of officers increasingly emphasized in order to strengthen the increasingly more formal hierarchy of the Avatars. Yet Melker did not even think about throwing his weight around when he was in the presence of two future expert pilots. Even though expert pilots didn't always become officers, they were never treated as grunts. Expert candidates and above were always regarded as the champions of their respective units. They weren't treated like royalty without reason. The benefits they brought were numerous and immeasurable. Their presence served as a huge morale booster to the rank and file. They challenged the most powerful enemies to prevent their ordinary mech pilots from getting butchered. Their inhuman skill and judgment turned them into excellent training instructors. Getting tutored by a mech pilot who broke through the extraordinary threshold was the best way to improve. All in all, Melker thanked his lucky stars that VS managed to poach both Janzi and Tusa from the Bright Republic's mech corps. Securing their support was immensely vital to his future prospects. If either expert candidate spoke against him, then his position became untenable. Of the two, Melker knew that he couldn't afford to lose Janzi's trust and confidence. VS possessed a prior bond with her, and even spent precious time and resources to upgrade her shield of Samar. That said, Tusa Billingsley Larkinson also had to be appeased. Though he wasn't one for politics, his grandfather was Raymond Billingsley Larkinson, who many clansmen considered to be the second or third most influential member of the clan. This meeting was as much about securing their support as it was about addressing an increasingly more pressing problem. All right, let me get to the point. The Avatar commander spoke as he turned his head away from the windows. The reason why I brought up the changes is because the Avatars might be developing in an unwanted direction due to the recruitment of so many newcomers. There are too few Larkinsons and Brighters among the new recruits. What does that have to do with us? Isn't this your problem? Tusa dismissively asked. The Avatars exist to strengthen VS, and by extension the Larkinson clan. We are all members of the clan now. The development of the Avatars not only affects us directly, but also the clan that we are a part of. Do you wish your children or grandchildren to join a mech troop that is steeped with the Ilvanan faith? Janzi seemed to understand what Melker was getting at. You're worried about foreign influences. More specifically, you're concerned about the encroachment of Ilvanan beliefs. The new Ilvanans are already pushing their faith onto the other Avatars. I've ordered them to keep their beliefs to themselves, but the promulgation of their faith will proceed regardless. What do you want to do, then? Neither VS nor I want to see the Ilvanan faith prosper in our ranks, Melker stated. The Larkinson clan may have parted ways with the Bright Republic, but we are still rooted in its culture. That sounds great, but you can't regulate people's beliefs, Tusa scoffed. Let the Avatars believe in what they want. As long as it doesn't stop them from fighting, there's no reason for me to care. Melker frowned. The expert candidates of the clan were more detached than he liked. Please don't misunderstand. Any changes to the avatars will inevitably influence our clan. Almost every Larkinson looks up to us. We are rightfully setting an example and serving as an object of admiration to the younger generation of our clan. What will they think when we become increasingly more devoted to the Ovanan faith? That finally caused Janzi and Tusa to look concerned. What do you want? I'd like you to take a more proactive attitude towards the rest of the avatars. Look at Venerable Brutus Woden. He's been visiting us every day to instruct and tutor our mech pilots. All of them have seen significant improvements in performance, which I'm grateful for. The problem is that he is also rehabilitating the image of Hexers. So you want us to act like politicians? Please don't misunderstand, Tusa. I'm not asking you to demean yourself. I am just asking you to contribute some of your wisdom to the other avatars like Brutus is doing. Not only will you be able to develop an accord with the men and women you will be fighting alongside, you'll also ensure that our Larkinson clan will remain the top influence in the avatars. Though Janzi looked amenable to the request, Tusa remained disinterested. His nature was very different from his fellow expert candidate. Melker decided to introduce his next plan. To facilitate your influence in the avatars, I would like to facilitate the formation of elite squads. My intention is that they will be led and shaped by you. As your direct subordinates, they will also accompany you in battle as your attendants and trusted comrades. What do you think? The idea finally intrigued Tusa. That sounds interesting. I'm not that big of a fan in commanding troops, though. You can assign a lieutenant or deputy to handle all of the tedious administrative and command responsibilities. You can focus on your own development, while at the same time training a small number of highly skilled avatars into useful assistance, on and off the battlefield. Does that sound attractive to you? You can raise them in any way you like. For example, Janzi could form a squad called the Shield Maidens, while you could lead a unit called the Speed Demons. Both can facilitate your actions on the battlefield and take care of matters that don't require your attention. Both Janzi and Tusa looked thoughtful. What would it be like to stride into battle with a squad of attendants following in their wake? Chapter 1858 The Missing Link. Back at the design labs, the Larkinson mech took shape. The Rifleman mech, Space Knight, Lancer mech and Swordsman mech configurations all became increasingly more real as Ves, Gloriana and their design teams continually added to the overall design. Yet as the design project was about to reach an advanced stage where no more major additions took place, Ves hesitated. When he took a step back and evaluated their current progress, he felt there was something missing from the mech design. This was a feeling born from his instinct as a mech designer. He didn't quite know the reason why he felt his mech design was lacking, but he trusted in it enough to pause and reflect on his work. "What's missing?" he asked. Gloriana, who was seated at his side, leaned into his arm and viewed the projections of the design schematics with interest. "All 4 configurations are fairly good, if I may say so. None of the individual configurations perform as well as their specialized counterparts, but the versatility we've gained more than makes up for that. From a logistical perspective, it is considerably easier to meet the upkeep of a single modular mech platform than 4 separate designs." This was because the latter often entailed vastly different parts, materials, systems, expertise, and quirks. Unless the mech designs all came from the same product group and mech designer, it was highly unlikely for all of these elements to be interchangeable. Ves knew how troublesome it was to keep an eclectic mech roster supplied with the appropriate parts and materials. Mech technicians also had to go through a lot of effort to develop a passing familiarity of each new mech model introduced in the ranks. The advantages provided by the Larkinson mech significantly eased this burden. This was very important as Ves and the Larkinson clan weren't as robust as the Mech Corps in terms of supporting large mech forces. Currently, the Avatars and Sentinels were both lean in terms of headcount and complexity. While they were expanding every day, it was a mistake to think that they would be able to match a formal mech military in many aspects. From this angle, the Larkinson mech wonderfully fit their purposes. Its mix of versatility, high defensive prowess, and economies of scale were all boons in the times to come. Yet Ves still felt dissatisfied for some reason. He frowned and continued to scrutinize each aspect of his incomplete design. From a technical standpoint, they managed to solve many of the seemingly intractable technical problems that emerged. Now that the direction of the design was almost fixed, he expected the remainder of the design work to be smooth sailing from this point onwards. Yet why did he still feel ill at ease? "The design works," he murmured. "There is nothing wrong with the implementation of the design. That means the problem is more fundamental. There is an issue with the design choices I've made." As the silence stretched on for minutes, Gloriana eventually poked his side with her slender, manicured finger. "You know, we haven't dressed up the exterior of our mechs yet. Maybe it will help if we add our signature looks to the design." Ves shrugged. "We might as well." Adding their signature look was very simple. Ves merely added the crystal third eye on the forehead of the modular mech platform from his previous design. He tweaked its size and placement to make sure it fit with the aesthetic of the head of the mech. Meanwhile, Gloriana meticulously drew out a crystal hexagon around the third eye from scratch. Its placement on the forehead enhanced the mysterious aspect of both the third eye and the rest of the mech. Their addition instantly changed the overall impression of the mech. This was the goal that Ves had been aiming for when he initially conceived of the third eye. Its odd appearance, and its ability to adjust its luminosity in accordance with the bond between the mech pilot and the design spirit had perplexed countless mech pilots and mech designers. Even Ves sometimes had the illusion that he was creating something more than just a new mech design. The impressions he gained and the mood that swept over his mind put him into a different mentality, one that was much more familiar when the project was in its conception stage. He suddenly realized he spent too much time on solving the technical challenges of his project. This was necessary as designing a modular mech platform in a short amount of time was anything but easy. A mech design never arose if mech designers didn't put in the hard work to implement their ideas in a fashion that worked. However, was this what a mech design was all about? Where was the creative aspect? Where was the design aspect? Technology was not the only part about mech designs that mattered. "I get it now," he uttered in realization. "I've been so involved in solving technical problems that I can't see the forest from the trees." "What do you mean by that?" He waved his hand in front of the schematics. "When I compare my mech to my latest works, this mech doesn't excite me as much. The Desolate Soldier and the Deliverer designs were frankly much more impactful than this mech. While our Larkinson mech already possessed numerous notable advantages, they're largely mundane in nature. In essence, any mech designer who is as good as us can design something similar." Gloriana angrily pinched his skin, only to fail because it was too resistant against her feeble fingers. "I object to that description. Our design is plenty unique already. Not only did you impart it with its own divine nature, it will also gain the support of the Golden Cat. As for me, I made sure that there is nothing to complain about the quality of the design. Don't think that my role can be replaced by some kind of automated design program." While she had a point, Ves still believed that there was something lacking about their contributions. Her words finally allowed him to identify what he thought was wrong. "Our mech is not distinctive enough," he told her. "By that, I mean that it is a bit too generic compared to what we can do. It needs an additional ingredient. Something which can truly set our mech apart from the other mech designs in my library. Are you talking about the lack of offense in our rifleman mech configuration? Not that. I mean that our mech should be able to do more than we have already added to the list of capabilities. Remember the special features I added to the Deliverer design? I do, she said. If I recall, you only managed to add them to the Deliverer with the support of its proto-god. We're not working with the Great Prophet now, though. Instead, we're designing this mech to fit the Golden Cat. That's true, but only partially. We designed this mech to fit the avatars, sentinels, and most importantly the Larkinsons. The Golden Cat has mainly played the role of a mascot up to now. Her importance to the mech is still rather marginal. Her glow, though useful in reinforcing the identity of our mech as a Larkinson clan asset, is not particularly potent in battle. At the very least, compared to the implementation of my specialization on the Deliverer, it still falls short. The Larkinson mech and its 4 configurations were already good. Yet a good mech design was not what Ves was going for. He wanted to design a great mech, something which had the potential to produce a masterwork mech like the Devil Tiger design. In order to meet this exceedingly high standard, Ves needed to pour his heart and soul into the design. Not only that, he needed to innovate and add something truly ingenious to the design. So far, many of the additions to the mechs were derived from their existing works. All 4 configurations bore the traces of their previous works. For example, Ves heavily borrowed from the Crystal Lord, Desolate Soldier, and Deliverer designs to shape the Rifleman mech configuration. There was nothing wrong with this. There was no need to reinvent the wheel when time was of the essence. Yet all of his copying and recycling also indicated that much of the Larkinson mech did not stand out enough. Its unique identity was too weak and reliant on familiar aspects that did not necessarily represent innovation. Just designing a modular mech platform in itself was not anything innovative. Just because it was difficult to put into practice didn't mean that Ves and Gloriana would win a prize if they succeeded. The outcome still mattered. Ves still needed to pay attention to the value proposition of his mech despite the fact that he never intended to bring it to market. The mech had to excel in something that no other product on the market could match. Otherwise, he might as well buy some ready-made mechs from the markets or develop a variant of an existing mech. If the Golden Cat was like Prophet Ilvain, what would her special ability be? Gloriana suddenly asked. What is she good at? Each proto-god has a domain, I think. All we have to do is figure that out and work from there. That's the missing link. The Golden Cat might be young and immature, but she is the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan. She is inseparable from mechs due to her bonds and the conditions of her birth. She should definitely be able to empower a mech beyond her glow. The question was what powers she possessed, and what domain she was inclined towards. The pair of mech designers both drew their attention away from the schematics and turned to a work table. Their cats were currently lounging on the table while sitting on top of the Larkinson mandate. The Golden Cat playfully popped her head in and out of the heavy tome. Each time her cute and pointy ears emerged, Lucky attempted to make a move and give the juvenile spiritual product another lick. Meow. Nyaya. Meow. Ves had the mistaken impression as if he was seeing a mom, dad, and their child. Sorry, but I need my book. He snapped his fingers, causing the anti-grav bracers he mounted on the heavy book to activate and propel in his direction. Lucky and Clixie both panicked as their perch suddenly started moving. They jumped back onto the table and yowled at Ves in complaint. Once the book hovered in front of his body, Ves reverently took hold of it and studied the Golden Cat peering curiously towards her creator. Naya? Ves couldn't help but melt and smile. You're so adorable. Nya. He began to flip through the pages of the Larkinson Mandate and interact with the Golden Cat. Over the past month, she improved considerably, both in spirituality and in other ways. Yet to Ves, she still remained in a state between a kitten and an adult cat. The Golden Cat had a lot more to go before she lived up to her identity as the spiritual guardian and the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan. Even so, the Golden Cat should still possess at least one intrinsic strength of ability. The question was what she was capable of and how Ves could leverage her advantages in his mech designs. What is your domain, Golden Cat? Nya? Not every spiritual entity appeared to have a special ability or talent, but the most notable ones always did. Whether human, alien, or artificial, all of them were similar in this regard. Prophet Ilvain appeared to be able to see the future. Kilankso possessed incredible defensive prowess. The solemn guardian was the embodiment of duty. Zygra was a ferocious crowned cat in life and in death. Compared to all of these strong spiritual entities, what did the Golden Cat excel at? What was the Larkinson clan good at? Ves looked down and sensed the spiritual product in question looking up at him with trusting eyes. Naya. Chapter 1859 Predator Instincts. Progress on the Larkinson mech stalled as Ves sought to explore the Golden Cat's properties and strengths. He wasted half a day in examining and interacting with his latest spiritual product. Compared to her predecessors, the Golden Cat was a lot more vigorous and lively. Veskas, the solemn guardian, and Brevo had all been created with a very narrow purpose in mind. Not so for the Golden Cat. Not only did Ves invest more effort and resources in her creation, he also broadened her scope and purpose to live up to her role as the totem spirit of the Larkinson clan. All of this sounded great, but what kind of benefits did she actually provide? How could Ves leverage her distinctive properties to empower the Larkinson mech and other future mech designs? As Ves continued to examine the Golden Cat without much result, he began to scratch his head. Though he disliked Gloriana's habit of distorting his specialty in the lens of the Hexism belief system, he had to admit that sometimes her analogy became handy. If the Golden Cat was a god in the making, then what godly powers did she possess? What was she trying to develop, and what would she excel at in the future? When Ves attempted to ask the Golden Cat these questions, she merely replied with a senseless Naya before pawing at Ves to scratch her head. Though she was adorably cute, Ves still had a mech to design. He couldn't afford to divert too much time on this exploration. Ves sighed and closed the book. Maybe I should change my approach. Further examination won't bear any fruit. The Golden Cat didn't even know what she was good at. How could she possibly answer his questions? Unlike his prior spiritual products, Ves merged many properties and influences in her spiritual makeup. The result was an amalgamation of values, thought, emotions, and ideals that made up for a very complex entity. This complexity was a boon in some ways, as the Golden Cat could adapt to many different circumstances. However, there was a distinct lack of focus. Aside from her affection and sentiment towards the Larkinson clan, there wasn't anything about her that stood out in the way his more narrowly defined design spirits conveyed. The solemn guardian was all about the ideal of duty. Bravo revolved around both false bravado and immaturity. Even though the former was stronger and far more prominent than the latter, that did not mean that Bravo was weak. His long-term bond with the Adonis Colossus and Vincent Ricklin seemed to make him take on their traits. Each time Ves periodically inspected his design spirits, Brevo reminded him more and more of the codpiece enthusiast. Ves was actually quite interested to see this experiment develop. What was the long-term influence of a bond between a design spirit and its soul mech pilot? How much would the design spirit influence the mech pilot, and vice versa? Was there a possibility that they would eventually grow to become identical to each other? Ves had no idea what was possible, but it sounded crazy enough for him to look forward to the result of this experiment. In any case, the Golden Cat was different from Bravo in that she was bound to the entire Larkinson lineage rather than a single individual. While she favored specific individuals such as Ves, no one would ever be able to gain sole ownership of her. Her core identity did not allow her to neglect the clan in order to devote herself to a single clansman. Ves had hardwired her to prioritize the needs of the collective over the individual. Maybe I'm going at this the wrong way. The Golden Cat couldn't answer his questions, and his examinations yielded no results due to her complex spiritual makeup. In order to figure out her domain, Ves had to take a different approach, and he knew just the way to tease out her strengths. Lucky! Come over here! Meow! Lucky jumped from the work table and floated over to Ves. His tail swished curiously as he looked at both Ves and the Golden Cat residing in the book. The Golden Cat could use some exercise. Why don't you play with her and teach her the ways of a cat? Don't hold back. Push her to her limits. Meow? Did Ves think that Lucky was the same as him? Unlike his owner, the gem cat did not have a habit of bullying cats. Just do it, Lucky. The Golden Cat needs to learn how to defend herself. You don't want her to grow up as a weak and defenseless kitty, do you? You're a tomcat. Now go do what dads like you are supposed to teach to your litter. Even though male cats didn't make for great fathers, that was only the case for the lowest breeds. The smarter, sentient, and genetically modified breeds of cats were always designed to take parenthood seriously. Though Lucky was a gem cat, he was not an uncaring dad considering how much attention he paid to the Golden Cat. Though the Golden Cat wasn't technically his offspring, it made little difference to Lucky and Clixie. Once Ves managed to convince Lucky to teach the Golden Cat how to protect herself, his cat went about his job with gusto. Meow! Nya? Naya! Lucky pounced on the Larkinson mandate and used his intangibility to his advantage. Not only was the mechanical cat able to grip the Golden Cat's intangible body, he also ignored any physical obstacles in the process. This basically meant that the Golden Cat had nowhere to hide. Naya! Naya! Spiritual cries of distress escaped from the book as Lucky started to roughhouse with the Golden Cat. Ves quietly observed Lucky teasing the ancestral spirit. Though they were two completely different entities, Lucky still possessed the upper hand due to various reasons. He found it interesting that Lucky's intangibility powers allowed him to interact physically with other spiritual entities. This was something that Ves hadn't fully explored. This basically meant that Lucky could not only defend himself against physical threats, but also spiritual ones. If that is so, why didn't he defend me against Cassandra? He whispered. His cat was very unreliable. Ves would be better off if he learned how to defend his mind on his own. He never gave up on his intention to develop spiritual mechs. He was only forced to postpone it because he didn't install his bioimplant yet, and he still had his current design project to take care of. Once he was done, he would definitely explore this avenue further. Nya! Naya! Meow meow! Meow! For now, his focus lay on the Golden Cat, who became increasingly more panicked at her inability to fend off the seasoned killer. Clixie looked concerned, but not too much. She knew what Lucky was doing and tentatively approved. Every cat had to learn how to fight and how to hunt. No matter how many generations humans spent to tame their species, cats were still predators at heart. The golden cat spent far too much time in the comfort of her book to learn how to fight. Right now, she was forced to get a crash course in how to defend herself and how cats fought, as Lucky showed little mercy. Though Lucky's attacks seemed cruel, Ves knew it was all a facade. A sense of playfulness emanated from him, and he never showed off his claws. Regardless, he was so much stronger than the golden cat that the pressure he exerted was too much for the innocent ancestral spirit. Nya! A shift in mentality eventually took place. The golden cat grew angry at the indignity of being subjected to such treatment. She was a noble creature. As the spirit who watched over a clan of valiant warriors and honorable mech pilots, how could she be worthy of her august position if she couldn't even fight? The golden cat started to counterattack. Though her diminutive size, her lack of strength, and her gap in experience posed no threat to Lucky, her effort was admirable. She was a fast learner. Through some means unknown to Ves, he somehow managed to impart her with the full range of instincts and traits of a cat. Now that she was being pushed for the first time, she slowly discovered her feral roots. Though that was still not enough to defeat Lucky, he gave her some space and granted her several openings to launch her attacks. The two cats tumbled off the work surfaces and began to float around midair as they asserted their superiority over each other. Lucky, though maintaining the upper hand, began to feel increasingly more pressured. The golden cat was becoming more proficient in beating him back. Though Ves was rather pleased that Lucky managed to draw out the fighting spirit of the golden cat, he failed to notice anything different. "You're going too easy on her, Lucky. Fight harder! Push her to her limits! She can take it! She can do more!" His cat seemed to agree with his instruction as the intensity of his attacks increased. He became even more shameless at leveraging his superior size and strength, and he also started to bite the golden cat's fur here and there. The sudden barrage of attacks caused the poor victim to feel much more frightened. An instinctual panic started to build up as the golden cat became more and more desperate to dislodge her attacker. Eventually, something drastic happened. The golden cat seemed to glow even brighter and stronger than ever before. Ves tuned his spiritual senses even higher as he observed her panic reaction. As her spiritual intensity increased, the golden cat began to draw additional strength from somewhere. To V's utter surprise, he felt a minute amount of his spiritual energy being drawn from his connection with the ancestral spirit. He wasn't the only one to donate a portion of the strength. Others who formed a bond with the golden cat experienced the same. Ves looked at Clixie and Gloriana to observe a tiny hint of their spiritual strength separating seamlessly from their spiritual presences and zipping all the way towards the golden cat. What Ves found curious was that he and Gloriana contributed much more spiritual energy than Clixie. This caused him to feel relieved, as this showed that the golden cat wasn't overdrawing from the entities connected to her in spirit. The strength she gathered did not just come from the couple of people and cats in the design lab. Tiny motes of spirituality emerged from other directions as more and more Larkinsons paused as a strange sensation came over their minds. "What was that? Did you feel that? I need more coffee." Instead of drawing hundreds of motes, thousands of them rapidly converged to the increasingly more energetic spiritual cat. The golden cat did not just draw strength from the members of the Larkinson clan, but also every other Larkinson, such as those who were still a part of the old family. Ves even noticed two particularly strong motes of spirituality that he unmistakably identified as belonging to Venerable Ark Larkinson and Venerable Ganso Larkinson. With the infusion of this power, the golden cat seemed to reach a critical stage. She radiated so much power right now that Lucky became scared. He floated back and attempted to escape, but before he could do so, the energized cat made her move. Naya. A golden beam of concentrated spiritual energy escaped from her throat, striking Lucky with significant spiritual force. Meow! Lucky practically acted as if he had been punched in the gut. All of his formidable physical defenses didn't avail him much, as he was much less proficient in defending himself against spiritual attacks. The gem cat collapsed on the floor. Ves paid no attention to his abused pet and instead focused all of his attention on the ancestral spirit. The golden cat deflated now that she had unleashed her ultimate attack. Nya! The golden cat tiredly dove back into the Larkinson mandate and turned dormant. All the while, Ves continued to recall the sensation he felt from her as she mustered up all of her strength. I see now, he muttered in fascination. So this is her domain. This is the true strength of our Larkinson clan. Chapter 1860. The Larkinson here. Ves initially conceived of the idea of the golden cat through learning about Lady Curver's neural network. To pool the minds of the mech pilots together in order to achieve greater coordination was a difficult but rewarding way to increase the battle effectiveness of a unit. Yet humans were individuals before they were part of a collective. Even with all of the technology available to humanity in modern times, it was too difficult and dangerous to meld the minds of mech pilots together. Neural interface technology existed long before the Age of Mechs. Due to the risks of experimenting with this technology, successful innovation rarely took place. Too many people when an experiment went wrong. The MTA restricted research and adaptation of neural interfaces for a very good reason. Too many mech designers wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of messing with these sensitive components, thereby leading to a lot of unnecessary injuries and death. This was bad not only for the offending mech designer in question, but other mech designers as well. The reputation of the mech industry and by extension the MTA would all take a very severe hit if everyone believed that piloting a mech was considered dangerous. Right now, Ves felt as if he was messing around with something similarly dangerous. Though spirituality was a fundamentally different field, it shared much in common with neural interface technology. For one, any manipulation of spirituality involving human being put their lives at risk. Seeing the golden cat drawing thousands of minute motes of spirituality, only to compress them all and use it as some sort of overwhelming spiritual beam attack was astonishing. Ves had never programmed this function to the golden cat. The ancestral spirit seemed to perform it completely by instinct, which was strange as Ves didn't even know where it came from. It seemed the creation of life was a lot deeper and more obtuse than he initially thought. As Lucky pitifully whined on the floor after getting hit by a strong spiritual attack, Ves continued to stare at the Larkinson mandate as if it was the den of a sleeping dragon. The golden cat was a lot more ferocious than he thought. Though the spiritual attack she unleashed was not all that strong, its potential was pretty high. Perhaps the next time she unleashed the same attack, she might be able to kill Lucky's spirit entirely. Naturally, she would never do so. At most, she would hold back, because Lucky was family. Family, huh? He muttered. The spiritual attack the golden cat unleashed at the end was not just an outburst of power. It was also an outburst of conviction. The ancestral spirit drew strength from the essence of her existing, deriving power from its meaning. This meaning was fairly obvious now that he thought about it. Though it turned out to be somewhat boring, Ves nonetheless appreciated the golden cat's domain because it truly represented the heart of the Larkinson clan. He picked up the heavy book with appreciation and brushed his hand over the surface of the cover. The metal detail and the thick medallion depicting the head of the golden cat all dressed up its value. To be frank, Ves felt as if he hadn't done enough. The Larkinson mandate and the golden cat were much more valuable than he initially thought. So did you get an answer to your question? Gloriana asked. Ves continued to caress the book in his hands. I did. The answer is rather simple. So simple, in fact, that I'm not even sure if it's a benefit. Oh? Why is that? I used to think the original Larkinson family was all about duty, or honor, courage. We developed an obsession with service. We continued to send our mech pilots to the mech corps because that was expected of a Larkinson. So those values aren't as vital to your family? Oh, they are. Hardly any Larkinson is lacking in the values I've mentioned earlier. It is just that they are not the primary motivators that make us who we are. There are deeper motivations behind the norms and values that we've adopted. Gloriana scowled and patted V's arm. Well, out with it then. Don't hold out on me, Ves. What is the golden cat good at? What does she embody? What is her godly domain? I'm not sure how to define it. Ves hesitated. Brotherhood. Camaraderie. Companionship. Solidarity. Esprit de corps. Fellowship. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. It's fellowship. Do you mean the fellowship of being part of the same family or bloodline? Exactly. Ves grinned. This is the true essence of the Larkinson family all along. Venerable Ganso was wrong. The Larkinsons were never about doing our duty for duty's sake. It was always about advancing the interests of the family as a whole. We served in the military because it protected our family members and ensured their welfare over many generations. Fighting for family is the primary reason why so many Larkinsons are so eager to serve. The Larkinsons emphasized the importance of maintaining family relations to every offspring. The shenanigans and backstabbing that took place in other family organizations never happened in their ranks. This was because each and every Larkinson constantly worked to deepen the harmony and lessen the internal tension between family members. Through various methods, the Larkinson family always through the worst of times due to the strong commitment that the Larkinsons held towards each other. To fight for the family was not an empty platitude to a Larkinson. It was a true expression of belief and conviction. If a Larkinson stated that he would fight for the family, then he would definitely follow his words to the letter. Ves grinned and spontaneously leaned into Gloriana to exchange a short kiss. Though Gloriana enjoyed the impromptu kiss, she was a bit confused as well. Where did that come from? You're such a bandit all of a sudden. Hee hee. I couldn't resist. I'm just so happy I finally figured out the essence and the direction of the Larkinson bloodline. The key to strengthening our clan is to keep ourselves together and continually reinforce our fellowship to each other. A true Larkinson always sticks up to his fellow Larkinsons. While Ves looked excited, Gloriana began to look rather skeptical. You're right. It does sound rather simplistic. I can see why you are both pleased and ambivalent about this core value. It's not something that inspires strength or dread. He sighed and brushed his palm across his face. You're right. It doesn't seem to grant any substantial advantages, but in fact it's extremely useful under the right circumstances. Aside from making sure our clan remains united, the Golden Cat has already demonstrated a possible application. It's the spiritual network? The divine network? The spiritual network. Ves glowered at her for a brief moment. What the Golden Cat had done can be split up in two phases. The second phase is rather mysterious but also direct. I don't really care about it at the moment. It's the first phase that's important. How so? The attack she unleashed was much more powerful than she was capable of launching. Her spiritual strength wouldn't have been able to support such a considerable beam attack. That energy has to come from somewhere, and that happens to be everyone who shares the Larkinson bloodline. I see. Her eyes lit up. So the divine network is really useful after all. In crucial moments, It can allow the golden cat to gather a large amount of divine energy from many Larkin suns. It doesn't necessarily have to be employed in this beam attack you've described. It could also be utilized for different purposes. This was the engineer mindset towards this kind of phenomenon. Ves and Gloriana's first thoughts about the golden cat's attack was not to figure out how it worked, but how they could best replicate it and turn it into a concrete advantage. However, nothing came without a price. Ves abruptly subsided a bit as he realized the price the Larkinson clan paid to empower the golden cat. What the golden cat just did to knock Lucky out had a lot of energy behind it. Only a tiny portion of it came from herself. She derived the bulk of the power of her outburst from other Larkin sons. The spiritual network running through the Larkin Sun mandate was not a communication network. At this stage, it functioned more as a power network. Connected to thousands of Larkin suns, the golden cat could draw upon a huge amount of reserve spiritual energy if needed. Though the Larkin suns connected to the Larkin Sun mandate were unaware of what they had given up, they probably would have agreed to the golden cat's request anyway as long as it was used for the good of the family. Ves became more energized after this discovery. Having a solid direction was crucial. With the insights he gained today, he would definitely be able to conceive of a way of applying this strength to his Larkinson mech. He just needed to flesh out a lot of details. Hours later, Ves kept doodling on a crowded design interface. He tried to come up with hundreds of possible implementations. They ranged from forming a spiritual weapon to activating some sort of augmentation installed in the Larkinson mech. Ves had to think over the exact implementation, but if he managed to succeed, then every mech pilot of his modular mech platform would be able to overcome insurmountable odds. To be able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat and to fell a challenging foe would certainly be able to make the clan safer. So how exactly do you plan to put this all to use in our mech design? Gloriana asked the necessary question. I'm not sure. I can only say I'll try my best to find some mechanism that can do what you asked. To be honest, the Larkinson heart was not some amazing property. This was especially the case for a small clan that numbered less than 1,000 clansmen at the moment. The effectiveness of the spiritual network depended heavily on the amount of people connected to it. It might not be much when the Larkinson clan was this small, but what about the future? What if the number of Larkinson descendants ballooned? If the golden cat was able to demand tribute from over 1 million Larkinsons, then accumulating so much spiritual energy would definitely lead to an attack that might be able to fell the crew of a starship. To be honest, Ves wasn't even sure if that was possible. He also hadn't figured out the mechanisms behind this method of attack. All of these problems could come later. What Ves feared was that all of his creativity failed to generate good ideas. We should get back to working on our design. I no longer have any qualms about its missing link. We have just found a possible way to make our Larkinson mech stand out. No matter how Ves chose to empower the Larkinson mech, it was undeniable that it relied on the spiritual network. With the golden cat at the helm, Ves wasn't afraid that someone would abuse this connection for their own gains. Her primary priority was to make sure the clan became strong. The way to do so was to ration the power of the spiritual network carefully. Her abilities shouldn't be squandered. If the golden cat failed to do her job, then a Larkinson might be able to abuse the spiritual network to drain the spiritual energy reserves of others. This was a grossly severe violation of other people's rights. Not only that, it went against everything the golden cat stood for. The ancestral spirit would never support a Larkinson who was being reckless with borrowing from this power. Ves found his direction. To make the best use of this phenomenon, Ves aimed to create a trump card for his Larkinson mech. A trump card is the best way to describe this kind of ability. Hopefully, it will only be used when it is truly necessary. Ves had so many possible ideas. Which one should he choose? Chapter 1861, Empowering Mechs. Ever since Ves discovered the Golden Cat's domain and her ability to gather the spiritual energy of every Larkinson, he began to think how to employ them to his advantage. This was harder than it sounded. The value of the Golden Cat as an ancestral spirit was very evident. As a design spirit, Ves was not so sure. A spiritual beam attack might be devastating against an individual, but did it even work in mech combat? Would a spiritual attack even be effective against a mech pilot who joined his mind with a mech? From his own experiences, Ves learned that the man-machine connection caused mech pilots to become extraordinarily resilient against spiritual attacks. This may even be one of the driving reasons why mechs were popularized. From the scattered information he learned of the Five Scrolls Compact and the rebellion that caused it to lose most of its holy scrolls, mechs probably played an essential role. It was clear that the Five Scrolls Compact possessed a deep grasp of spirituality. They developed many mysterious applications of it. All of the examples of spiritual engineering that Ves had witnessed might have originated from this very obscure but enormous cult. Yet somehow, mech pilots became very resilient against direct spiritual manipulation when they interfaced with a mech. With the man-machine connection, the often small and weak spiritualities of the mech pilots became part of a greater whole, a cog in a great machine that served as the most impervious spiritual armor that Ves had ever witnessed. Was this why the Five Scrolls Compact faltered against the Big Two? Was mechs the key to defeating the holy sons and daughters and all of their spiritual sorcerers? Ves couldn't tell. He could only make some informed guesses from unreliable information. Regardless, he believed he was on the right track. If his speculation was right, mechs and spirituality were intertwined after all. It was just for a very different reason. Rather than seeking to exploit spirituality like the Compact, the association instead sought to defeat it. The MTA's hidden but very much ongoing research on psionic power probably took this direction, hence why the organization kept it secret. The MTA's promulgation of very distinctly supernatural progression trajectories for mech pilots and mech designers was another aspect which showed they were interested in spirituality. Rather than allowing people with spiritual potential to become members of test subjects of the Five Scrolls Compact, turning them into mech pilots or mech designers would instead turn them into the archenemies of the cultists. It all made sense. Mechs existed to defeat the Compact. The MTA was the foremost defender against this defeated but not extinct organization. This conclusion neatly explained the reason why mechs and the MTA turned into a force to be reckoned with. The rise of mechs as a weapon platform was very much an artificial process. While most people believe that mechs became popularized throughout human space in order to give them something to play with after their warships were taken away, this was a rather weak explanation. If mechs turned out to play a greater role than toys, then the current order of the galaxy all made sense. Right now, the Age of Mechs was ascendant, and the Five Scrolls Compact could only scurry in the darkness. This was because mechs were practically everywhere. No matter how sophisticated or impressive a spiritual sorcerer could fight, Ves doubted any one of them could defeat an entire mech regiment. Mechs have a greater purpose than what is evident on the surface. The MTA's mandate doesn't solely extend to guarding and governing human space. Their actual goal is to suppress the previous overlords of humanity as much as possible. Though it seemed a bit random for Ves to contemplate the current galactic order, it put all of his research and applications into context. Obviously, Ves was right to obscure most of what he could do with regards to spirituality. By focusing mostly on mechs, he had an alternate explanation why he managed to come up with glows and other esoteric phenomena. I'll have to act even more eccentric in public to reinforce my disguise. Perhaps the key takeaway from this train of thought was that direct spiritual manipulation wasn't as useful against mechs than he hoped. It was a pipe dream for the Golden Cat to be able to fell a mech by knocking out the mech pilot. Even if spirituality seemed to pass through physical matter like air, the man-machine connection was like another layer of armor that completely protected the mech pilot. Therefore, Ves shrugged off all ideas to add a spiritual beam attack to the Larkinson mech. It was a fantasy to believe that it could disable a powerful mech by bypassing its physical armor to strike directly at the mech pilot. If that was the case, the Five Scrolls Compact would have regained control of human civilization by now. However, that did not mean that spirituality was useless in the context of large-scale battles. Weren't his glows the best example? They didn't affect people and mech pilots directly, but rather influenced their minds through boosting the confidence of friendlies while suppressing the morale of their foes. These kinds of indirect effects may not be strong enough to single-handedly win a battle, but they were definitely influential on the battlefield. To Ves, the difference between a spiritual sorcerer and a mech designer was very clear. The former always aimed to empower himself, while the latter always sought to empower others. While it wasn't impossible for spiritual adepts to find ways to boost others, it probably wasn't ubiquitous. Mech designers like Ves were different. The proper ones always sought to meet the needs of their customers. Mech designers exist to serve mech pilots. This service mentality was the guiding principle of his profession. Ves should constantly exercise his abilities along this principle. When he extended it to his current situation, Ves began to develop some modest and workable ideas surrounding the Golden Cat. He scrapped his plan to empower the Larkinson mech by finding a way to excite forced resonance. Ves planned to do so by crowdfunding the required spiritual energy to a single mech pilot. There was a lot of promise with this method. Even if it was only temporary, giving mech pilots a taste of what it was like to wield the strength of an expert pilot would be very beneficial to their future progression. It was too bad that it was way too eye-catching. Ves also doubted that regular mech pilots could handle all of that heterogenic spiritual energy on their own. He would have to find some way to turn the Golden Cat into an active medium of spiritual energy, allowing mechs and mech pilots to draw upon its strength without getting consumed by it. This was way too complicated and also way too attention-grabbing. He also dropped his idea to find some way to supercharge the attacks of a mech with spiritual energy. Though somewhat related to the previous idea, it was a more narrow application of spirituality. It was essentially forced resonance on a very short time frame. Dumping all of that spiritual energy into a single blow could empower it to the point that it matched the full strength of an authentic expert mech. Ves had witnessed several instances of true resonance boosting the power of attacks by an insane margin. Both lance charges and projectile fire turned into mighty attacks that had the power to threaten an expert mech. Granting this power to the mech pilots of his Larkinson mech would definitely have a drastic effect on the battlefield. Unfortunately, it suffered from the same problems of his last idea, causing Ves to put it away as well. He formed some other ideas that sounded a bit more realistic. One of them was to find some way to supercharge the spiritual network. If the Golden Cat could increase the potency and depth of her connections to the mech pilots in battle, she might be able to bring them closer together. The intended goal was to form an active spiritual network that could truly increase the coordination and mutual understanding between the mech pilots in battle. In essence, it would function as an actual neural network without requiring any tampering to the neural interfaces. This falls in line with all of my conditions. It empowered mechs in a manner that didn't catch too much attention. It wasn't as blatant as the previous ideas, which should hopefully keep the MTA off his back, especially when this was strictly supposed to be a trump card and option of last resort. This method also sought to make the most out of the mech pilots. This method put full agency in the hands of the mech pilots themselves. Whether they sought to use their augmented prowess to save their lives, kill an overpowering opponent, or block pursuit, the power was completely in their hands. This is true fellowship. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Ves quite liked the idea. He believed it was possible as long as there was enough spiritual energy to maintain this state among so many Larkinsons. It didn't even have to apply to mech pilots. It could also be employed to empower a group of Larkinsons on foot. Best of all, it didn't require any special adjustments to the Larkinson mech design. The mech should already be connected to the Golden Cat. This meant that any mech pilot that made use of one of the 4 configurations of the Larkinson mech could all become part of the same active spiritual network. Though Ves definitely intended to explore whether the Golden Cat could form such a network, that was for later. This domain ability should be made global to every Larkinson. He believed the Larkinson mech should have something more specific. It had to fit with the ideals of the Larkinson clan and become something iconic to this line of mechs. The Larkinson mech is a mech with 4 different configurations. He hummed and continued to rub his smooth-shaven chin. Its versatility is great, but its overall identity is lacking. This was partially his fault. He had become too preoccupied with solving the technical problems of each individual configuration to take the bigger picture into account. Right now, he could rectify this shortcoming. The Larkinson mech already embodied the Larkinson clan in many ways, but that was not enough to make it stand out as a distinctive product. What can give my Larkinson mech some punch? Out of all of the half-baked ideas he formed in his mind, he eventually focused on the other purpose of the Larkinson mech design. How could I neglect this? It's also a training mech. Ves explicitly designed the Larkinson mech to facilitate the promotion of third-class mech pilots to second-class mech pilots. This meant that Ves had to set the performance and shape various aspects of his modular mech platform to be sensitive towards piloting skill. Skill. The mech is all about polishing and refining the skills of its mech pilot. What if Ves could emphasize this aspect with the Golden Cat? One of the properties that made the Golden Cat distinct from other design spirits was her direct and permanent connections to the Larkinsons. This meant that she maintained access to all of their minds. This included the expert pilots of the old family such as his Uncle Ark and his cousin Ganso. What if Ves could leverage the Golden Cat's spiritual network to borrow their skill? If Ves found some way to make the Larkinson mech borrow the accumulated piloting skills and experience of an expert pilot, wouldn't that be astonishing? An average mech pilot would instantly be able to outfight a stronger opponent if he truly gained the skill of an expert pilot. Not only that, but some of that skill might stick even if the Golden Cat retracted this ability. This way, this method would be useful in times of peace as well as war. It was as if Ves gave the mech pilots the opportunity to have their very own pseudo-mastery experiences. This is it. This is the ability that I've been looking for. It might not be as direct or deadly as the other choices, but it is an ability that truly fits with the identity of the Larkinson mech. Now Ves had to figure out a way to implement it. He scratched his head. This is going to be a problem. Chapter 1862 High Capacity Model. Ever since Ves came across the concept of the neural network, he became obsessed with it. His attempts to develop a spiritual version of it for the Larkinson clan had partially succeeded. While the spiritual network based around the Larkinson mandate and the Golden Cat fell short of his expectations, it still had the potential to become more. It's like it's constantly running on minimum power. If I want to get a good use out of it, the Golden Cat has to charge it up with spiritual energy. This was something the Golden Cat was definitely capable of. Wasting all of that energy on a direct, wasteful, and simplistic spiritual beam attack was not very practical. Ves could achieve much better results by firing his Amistendera. The true value of the spiritual network lay in its potential to facilitate transfers between the Larkinsons connected to it. Spiritual energy was only one possible medium. What Ves sought was a way to transfer something different through the network. What if it was possible to pass the knowledge and skill of piloting a mech to someone else? What if the Larkinson mech could impart the piloting skill of an excellent mech pilot to a lesser mech pilot? The combat and training potential of such a phenomenon was huge. The moment he came up with the idea, he instantly felt as if it was meant for the Larkinson mech. Compared to his more direct ideas, this method would have a drastic effect on his mech pilots without attracting too much attention. It was also a method that benefited the mech pilot rather than the mech. Improving the mech was only useful for a single battle, while improving the mech pilot bestowed much longer-term benefits. Mech pilots are the foundation of any mech force. Their overall skill level determines the maximum prowess of mechs I can field. It was pointless to replace all of the current mechs fielded by the avatars and sentinels with second-class mechs. They could barely even make good use out of the 4 second-class training mechs. The overarching reason why such an action would fail was because the skill gap was too large. While it was possible to design an excellent second-class mech with a low skill floor, it would still be neutered in many ways. No. If Ves wanted to strengthen the Larkinson clan, then he shouldn't prioritize the development of mechs. Instead, he should seek to prioritize the growth of mech pilots. Right now, Venerable Brutus is regularly tutoring the avatars and sentinels on how to pilot a higher class of mechs. What would it be like if I can borrow his formidable piloting skill and directly insert it in the head of another mech pilot? While this sounded very risky, Ves hoped to limit any potentially catastrophic outcomes by relying on the Golden Cat. She seemed to possess an inherent and instinctual understanding of spirituality. By making her an active participant and supervisor of this skill transfer process, Ves hoped to avoid many of the pitfalls in his way. The moment he brought this idea to Gloriana, she looked intrigued. I have to admit, your ideas sound outlandish, but I'm interested in them nonetheless. I'm not sure how it is possible to transfer such a thing through the divine network. Knowledge is contained within the brain. At least it is to most people. If the transfer of knowledge can only be done through the man-machine connection, then our mech's neural interface needs to be adapted in order to accommodate this data transfer. Ves scowled. I've been trying my best to avoid tampering with the neural interface. Messing with it would be a huge breach of trust and an enormous danger to boot. Besides, what you say might not be necessary. He knew that spiritual entities possessed their own memories and knowledge. Kalankso didn't need to be in her huge physical body to be able to retain all of her personality and memories. So did his mother, for that matter. Yet strong spiritual entities like his mother and Kalankso were the exception rather than the rule. The majority of mech pilots in the Larkinson clan did not possess spiritual potential. Of those that did, some of their potential would never be activated. Ves wasn't sure whether it was wise to impart lots of knowledge through the spiritual medium if the recipient was too weak to accept this gift. What Gloriana suggested was a way to solve this problem. Rather than rely on the spiritual network as the sole means of transferring skills, it was much better to rely on a neural interface as well to convey lots of data. Ves would have to test these assumptions further at a later date. He was depending far too much on unsubstantiated guesses to underpin his latest theories. Still, he believed he was on the mark with most of his guesses. His intuition already gave some hints that his theories weren't fantasies. Assuming that this skill and knowledge transferability requires a neural interface, then how should we adjust our mech design? Is a normal neural interface enough to enable this transfer? Gloriana pressed a finger against her lips as she fell into thought. If the data is as much as I fear, then it might not be enough. Well, we can't tweak the neural interface. Neither of us has the right permits from the MTA to dabble in this sensitive field. I don't think we have to tinker with the neural interfaces ourselves. We can just grab another off-the-shelf model from the MTA's component library. That is a good idea. Both of them logged into the MTA's virtual portal for mech designers and browsed the components available for licensing. As expected, the section which offered countless varieties of neural interface models were heavily restricted. Many of them weren't even available for licensing unless Ves or Gloriana met some very stringent standards. That said, there were still enough neural interface models to satisfy the needs of a typical mech designer. The pair sought out a specific neural interface model that excelled in data transfer, and they found a couple of high-capacity ones that came with all sorts of warnings. This doesn't seem like a good idea. Gloriana hesitated. Neither of them knew why this subset of models hadn't been locked behind restrictions like all of the other neural interface models. It was clear that this anomalous collection of components posed a considerable danger to mech pilots. That said, Ves wasn't afraid. From what I've learned about neural interfaces, the risks inherent in these high-capacity models are mostly relevant in extreme cases. The chances of suffering permanent brain damage is higher when the mech incurs critical damage. Don't you care about your mech pilots, Ves? Many of them are your fellow clan members. Each of them put their trust in your products. This was the devil tiger all over again. Ves used the same arguments he used to justify all of the illegal modifications to the Tiger Mech's neural interface. We Larkinsons aren't afraid of taking risks, he proudly stated. Even if we cherish each other's lives, we also accept the need to brave dangers in order to protect our family. Gloriana blinked and looked at Ves as if he said something weird. Okay. Look, we know far too little about this potentially useful method. We'll have to perform some experiments to figure out what we need. It might be that these risky high-capacity neural interface models are essential. It might also be that our assumptions are wrong and that the spiritual network and a regular neural interface are enough to handle the data transfer. We don't know the answer. His intuition said otherwise, though. It practically lit up with excitement as soon as Ves browsed the high-capacity models from the MTA. There was something about them that was very essential to the Larkinson mech. These neural interface models are very suspicious, though. It says here that they're developed by an internal MTA mech designer, but it doesn't mention the name nor any other details. There are lesser high-capacity models that are locked behind some hefty restrictions. Why did these models escape this treatment? Maybe the MTA dropped the ball. Ves shrugged. Even if the MTA made a mistake, it shouldn't be a severe one, seeing that they still made it available for licensing. In fact, Ves had another theory. From his past exchanges with neural interface specialists such as Old Man Terrence, the MTA tweaked the availability of neural interface models and standard from region to region. They did this to regulate the amount of high-ranking mech pilots that emerged in a star sector and to gather lots of data on the performance of abnormal models. To assume that the MTA was strictly putting safety first and regulating the mech industry was a mistake. Even though these abnormal high-capacity models were probably part of some scheme from the MTA, Ves still viewed them with promise. The main benefits of high-capacity models was not just their high scaling factor, but also their potential for facilitating deeper immersion. This was something that Ves had always advocated for. He successfully implemented it in the Devil Tiger, but never dared to do so with his other mech designs. Most of the neural interface models he browsed back then weren't nearly as potent and dangerous as the ones before him. It was truly odd how the MTA loosened its reins for this particular instance. It was also a stroke of luck for Ves. He wasn't allowed to modify the safety restrictions of existing neural interface designs to be less strict. Yet if he licensed an approved neural interface model which just happened to have weaker safety restrictions baked in, then Ves wouldn't be breaking any rules. He couldn't resist any longer. He moved without consulting Gloriana any further and licensed one of the models as quickly as possible. By the time Ves transferred the licensing fees to the MTA from the LMC's cash reserves, Gloriana just recovered from her shock. Ves! I can't believe you did it! This license is dangerous! I know. He spoke with a serious expression. I made a calculated choice. First, as I've said before, we Larkinsons aren't afraid of danger. The increased risk of injury is worth it as long as the mech pilot gets enough benefits in return. The deeper connection is vital because one of the strengths of my mechs is the bond that every mech pilot is able to form with the design spirit. Second, if my guesses are right, this high-capacity model will also be essential to activating the ancestral possession ability. He needed to find a more succinct way to refer to the skill and knowledge transfer. He eventually settled for calling it ancestral possession. Anyone who heard it would understand what it was about, and the word ancestral had a double meaning in this context. It was a pretty clever name. Ves mentally patted himself on the back for coming with this moniker. Unfortunately, Gloriana did not share in his optimism. Usually, she went along his plans and crazy ideas as if she was his accomplice, but there were limits even to her. Experimenting with neural interfaces was taboo even in the hexadric hegemony. Ugh! She grunted in disgust. She rose from her seat and picked up Clixie. I need a break. We should both think through this decision some more. I really prefer you drop this entire idea. Ancestral possession sounds like a powerful ability, but it is not essential to the Larkinson mech. It isn't necessary to make all of your mech designs special. Sometimes, the only result we need is a mech that does the job. With those words, she left the design lab in protest of his latest decision. Ves watched her go, confused why Gloriana kicked up such a fuss. Sure, he made a reckless decision, but it wasn't that bad. After all, the MTA still allowed it for sale, which meant it wasn't a defective product. What's her problem? Chapter 1863 Siren Song. Disagreements frequently occurred between two different mech designers. Unless they were raised and educated the same way, it was inevitable for creative differences to occur. One of the more important challenges of a designer pair was how well they managed to resolve these differences. When neither side wanted to give ground, it was difficult to come up to a solution that satisfied both. In this case, Ves deeply desired to incorporate the high-capacity neural interface model into his Larkinson mech. Actually, he wanted to adopt it for every mech if possible. Compared to more standard neural interfaces, the oddly legal high-capacity models did not err on the side of safety. From what he learned from fellow mech designers such as Old Man Terrence and books like the ones in Lady Curver's library, neural interfaces were capable of so much more. Research in neural interface technology might be heavily curtailed these days, but enough studies had shown that deeper and more immersed connections often led to better performance. The synchronization and responsiveness between the mech and mech pilot increased. In effect, a deeper connection allowed the mech pilot to embody the mech to a finer degree. This meant that decisions that normally required conscious thought and manipulation became unconscious instinct. This freed up valuable mental processing power that the mech pilot could utilize on other, more important issues. Naturally, the downside of a deeper connection was that the damage feedback between the mech and mech pilot also increased. Despite all of the safeguards developed over the centuries since the popularization of mechs, brain damage was still a significant threat to every mech pilot. Though Ves was aware of the risks, he already set his stance on this matter when he designed the Devil Tiger. Per Angusta ad Augusta. He set this phrase as the Larkinson clan's motto for a very good reason. Deeper immersion and more extensive man-machine connections stimulated mech pilots to a greater degree, thereby increasing the chance that they would find the chance to advance to expert candidate. Giving every Larkinson mech pilot a greater chance to transform their lives was worth the risks they incurred if they used a high-capacity model. The day after Gloriana stormed off, Ves met her again at breakfast at the Austin estate. When they quietly finished their individualized meals, Ves approached his girlfriend, who huffed and turned her head away. "Let's talk about our problem." "Why? I already made my opinion clear," she spoke. "I don't understand why you object so strongly to this choice." "Because it's wrong!" she shouted. "Look, you're a brilliant mech designer, and many of your choices are amazing, but sometimes you lose perspective and go too far. Just because you have dangerous proclivities doesn't mean you should pass that on to your clan and subordinates. Are you not a leader? Where is your sense of responsibility?" Ves sat next to her and enjoyed her rosy scent for a moment. His voice grew softer as he issued his reply. "I am always thinking about the good of others. I'm no longer a lone ranger, I get that. Hundreds of Larkinsons and thousands of subordinates rely on me, and I take that very seriously. This doesn't mean I want to bury my head in the sand or just sit back and relax while taking no risks at all. The galaxy is dangerous and our situation is very precarious. We also have to make a huge effort in order to form and launch our grand expedition in time." Gloriana brushed aside her black hair and eyed her boyfriend with an impassive expression. "I'm sympathetic to that, but your latest choice is needlessly excessive. You are experimenting with an innovation that you haven't even worked out yet. There is no proof that it could work, but already you're resorting to the most extreme option without considering safer alternatives." "I have a good feeling about my choice." She let out a frustrated grunt. "Your feelings have been wrong before. Your intuition is not omnipotent. You're a far cry from Prophet Ilvain in predicting the future." "My intuition is an expression of my inner mech designer. The same goes for you. Trusting in your intuition is not a bad idea." "Sometimes I think you are a slave to your intuition," she muttered. "You make choices that no one who is normal would take. Even you can't really explain why you went for a specific choice." "Is that wrong? You're the same as me, you know. You make many choices that look weird to me but are completely normal to you. As mech designers, each of us pursues separate passions. It's not odd for you to question me, but you should be aware that I stand by every choice I made." Gloriana scowled deeper. "You think I don't know that? I've let many disagreements slide because it's not worth bringing up. This decision goes too far, though. High-capacity neural interfaces are rightfully shunned for very good reasons. I care a lot about the mech pilots who use my mechs. I can't accept the idea of using them as your lab rats." The two of them possessed many similarities, but also many differences. The treatment of mech pilots was a rather contentious subject for them. Gloriana's design philosophy caused her to view mech pilots with great importance. She sought to develop products that served their uses as best as possible. Ves did not necessarily disagree with his stance, but his views on the matter were a little more flexible. He decided to be a little more drastic. He leaned into her and grasped both her shoulders. He pressed his face up against her own and stared directly into her eyes. "Ves!" she gasped. "I need your support, Gloriana. The Larkinson mech has the potential to be a fantastic mech for both us and the clan. The risk borne by my mech pilots is admittedly large, but it's not as bad as you think. Did you forget about the Briar alloy? Against third-class mechs, our Larkinson mech is invincible. Hardly any opponent outside the Friday Coalition will be able to crack through such thick and resilient armor. The risk that a mech suffered heavy damage and proceeds to feed its trauma back to the mech pilot is significantly less. He had a point, but that was only the case when their Larkinson mech fought against ordinary opponents. With the enemies that Ves had been attracting in recent times, this was not necessarily the case anymore. It's still a suboptimal choice. I don't agree, Ves whispered to her. From the start, I've always tried to cultivate my own forces. I spent years to fund and grow my avatars and sentinels until they became as formidable as they are today, but even then it's not enough. My men aren't as good as their counterparts in the Glory Battalion. They need every help they can get in order to promote to second-class mech pilots, and our Larkinson mech is a great means to make this possible. Both mech pilots still stood their ground. Gloriana was sympathetic to his viewpoint, but that wasn't enough to shake her conviction. There are ways to train your forces. Isn't my brother already helping your mech pilots out? Ves grimaced a bit. I'm thankful for that, but I don't like to rely on others. Besides, your brother is only a single person. It's impossible for him to guide the development of over 1,500 mech pilots. The expansion of my forces doesn't end there either. I want to have a robust training regime in place that allows us to train our own second-class mech pilots, and our Larkinson mech is a vital piece of the puzzle. His ambition for their current design project was enormous. He wanted this mech to perform multiple roles and fulfill multiple objectives at the same time. He not only wanted it to come in 4 different configurations, but also employ it as the mainstay of his forces while at the same time functioning as a training mech. All of these goals complicated the project enormously, but Ves never doubted his ability to succeed. Gloriana started to look swayed. His close proximity started to make her feel dizzy. Ves. Mech pilots learn faster when they pilot real mechs as opposed to virtual mechs, he said. Mech pilots learn even faster in actual combat as opposed to live training sessions. Excessively trying to coddle them won't do them any good down the line. Sure, their chances of survival increases, but what of their dreams? What of their aspirations? To chase after greatness is the ambition of every mech pilot. No matter how much they try to suppress this urge, in their hearts they all long for glory. Glory is in your name, Ves interrupted her. Haven't you taken some risks to be with me and collaborate with me? You are no different from me and my mech pilots. Since you're so willing to spend so much time outside your state to work with me, why are you depriving my mech pilots of their own opportunities? Let them choose. They can pilot my Larkinson mech if they want or opt for a safer mech if they think it's too dangerous. Gloriana tried to press Ves away, but he was simply too strong. Her feeble, baseline human strength was no match to his half-alien physique. That's a false choice and you know it, she hissed. Others may see you as the devil tongue for your ability to deceive others, but I see it as a reflection of your ability to make your mechs desirable. From the transcendent messenger onwards, almost all of your mechs possess an irresistible charm to them. Their glows and their intrinsic divinities are like siren songs to mortals. I have no doubt you'd be able to make people jump into the abyss by droves if you design an attractive sign in front of its entrance. That was a strange remark. Ves felt a bit flattered actually. She wasn't wrong. This was definitely something he banked on to make his Larkinson mech a wanted product by his mech pilots. Seeing that Gloriana managed to expose him, Ves decided to resort to Plan B. He kissed her on the lips. MPPPHFF. Ves! This isn't the time. He kissed her again, deeper this time. Ves! You scoundrel! If you think you can. I've already made my choice, Gloriana. I'm not one of your hexer boys who rolls over for you whenever you make a demand. The Larkinson mech is my design project. I'm in charge here. Not only that, I'm also the client. As the patriarch of the Larkinson clan and the owner of the avatars of myth and the living sentinels, I have the right to set my own requirements. Just because you. He kissed her again. And again. And again. He kissed her so many times that he began to embrace her closer to his chest. For her part, Gloriana eventually forgot what she wanted to say and simply melted in his arms. They shared so much body warmth and affection that the intimate moment eventually grew too hot for the Glory Battalion. Melody, who had always been hanging in the background, eventually stepped forward to separate their lips and bodies. That's enough for one day. As Ves and Gloriana maintained a proper distance to each other, their moods had changed a lot from before. Whereas Ves radiated confidence and satisfaction, Gloriana looked a little muddled. Her thoughts were in disarray and the emotions rampaging inside her didn't make her situation any better. Will you let me have my way now, Gloriana? I'll give you a chance. I'll shut your attempts down if they turn out to be unacceptable. Is that okay? Ves grinned. That's all I'm asking for. Thanks, love. You're welcome. With this issue resolved, they proceeded to travel to the LMC's headquarters to resume their design work. Adding the ancestral possession ability to the Larkinson mech required a lot of research and exploration. Chapter 1860 for Godly Experience. Though Ves managed to drop Gloriana's objections, that didn't necessarily equate to obtaining her support. An enthusiasm gap became evident as Ves had to take the lead over his latest initiative. Gloriana, on the other hand, went on to address the other aspects of the mech. While this was not an ideal way to handle this situation, Ves was fine with it. He was fully convinced his abundance of passion would make up for any shortcomings resulting from Gloriana's absence. Now let me think, he murmured. How can I get ancestral possession to work? One of the problems he faced was that he didn't know what was possible. He needed to perform a lot of experiments in order to define what he could do, but Ves did not plan to go through all of that trouble. His time frame was too tight. He couldn't afford to spend precious weeks to perform the necessary experiments. I'm also lacking in test subjects. Mech pilots were valuable commodities. He would never subject his own Larkinsons and subordinates to his dangerous experiments. It would be easier if he could get a batch of disposable mech pilots, but those were rather difficult to get a hold of in the Ilvain Protectorate. For various reasons, it was impractical for Ves to get his hands on qualified test subjects. I'll have to make do with educated guesswork and hope for the best, he muttered. Fortunately for Ves, he happened to be very experienced in relying on his predictions. His combination of knowledge, judgment, intuition, and a healthy dose of confidence always seemed to pull him through. This was a bit more difficult than he was used to, though. Ves was trying to accomplish something that was heavily reliant on spirituality. Ves would have to find some way of wrangling it and turn it into something that was both possible and safe. His first steps towards making his latest vision into reality was not to tweak the current design. Instead, he directed his attention towards the golden cat. After her huge outburst yesterday, the adorable golden cat hid inside the Larkinson mandate and gave in to her exhaustion. She still hadn't finished her recovery yet, but that didn't stop Ves from attempting to wake her. He needed to obtain her cooperation in order to go any further. Wake up, kitty! He concentrated his mind and gently massaged the ancestral spirit residing inside the book with his spiritual projections. Nya. Though Ves and the golden cat were two separate entities, the latter consisted largely of his own spiritual energy. This gave them an inseparable bond and made them compatible with each other. After a bit of nudging, The golden cat eventually bit the projection. Pure life flooded into his incorporeal existence. Though the infusion of spiritual energy was exhilarating, it also made her uncomfortable. Ever since she turned into a living, independent entity, she could no longer accept other sources of spiritual energy without repercussions. Ves only dared to feed her enough of his spiritual energy to hasten her recovery. Nyaya. He succeeded. The golden cat soon regained her prior vigor and popped her head out of the Larkinson mandate. As Ves started stroking the golden cat's adorable head with a hand infused with spiritual energy, a pair of cats watched on from another work table. Meow. Meow. While Clixie appeared as impeccable as before, Lucky was a different matter. Though his mechanical body seemed as spotless as ever, his spirit was still at a low point. Suffering the brunt of the golden cat's beam attack put him in no mood to eat exotics, or do anything else for the foreseeable time. Ves didn't bother with Lucky. He only had eyes for the golden cat this time. After coaxing her out of the Larkinson mandate, he began to outline his intentions. Can you do that, Goldie? Is it possible for you to draw out one mech pilot's knowledge, memories, and experiences and impart them to another mech pilot? The golden cat tilted her head. Yeah? Ves palmed his face. You don't understand, do you? This is too complicated for a kitten like you. The spiritual network is also strange to you. Even though you have been born with all of the connections, you hardly know what you are capable of. Is that right? Nya. The golden cat rolled over on her back and exposed her belly to him. He tentatively rubbed her adorable belly, only to be batted away by her playful paws. Well then, let's explore what we can do, shall we? We have to start somewhere. As the guardian of our clan, you ought to be more than a passive observer. As Ves proceeded to encourage the golden cat to explore the spiritual network, frustration quickly mounted. The golden cat much preferred to play and fool around than to listen to his instructions. Progress was hampered by the fact that neither of them were familiar with the spiritual network. Ves wasn't able to instruct the golden cat because he didn't know what he was talking about. As for the golden cat, while she had been born with instincts on how to use her powers, that was still a far cry from conscious manipulation. Mentally and spirituality, she was still an infant, causing her to know little else besides what little she explored. Ugh! This isn't working, he sighed. He set the Larkinson mandate back onto the table, while the golden cat rolled around as if she was having fun. Perhaps his decision to base the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan on a cat was a mistake. That's just an excuse. The real problem is that I can't instruct her because I don't know how to achieve the desired effects. His knowledge on spirituality was too one-sided. He was only proficient in the few methods and techniques he came up on his own. With regards to other applications, he was still a neophyte as far as he was concerned. Seeing that at least some guidance was necessary to educate the golden cat, Ves began to consider other options. Why not let someone else take over from me? I'm clearly not the best teacher here. There are others who can do better. Of the possible candidates, his mother and Cassandra Breyer immediately stood out. Ves barely thought of their names before instantly dumping them out of his mind. Both of them were terrible witches. One of them wasn't even friendly towards him and continued to harass him from time to time. That caused Ves to turn his attention to his design spirits. He ruled out the artificial spiritual products because they weren't any better in this regard. As for his natural design spirits, that was when the selection became more interesting. Two of the most notable spiritual entities were Prophet Ilvain and Kilankso. The former was a bit weaker, but he was the most human out of all the design spirits. He was also friendly and easy to get along with. Imparting some human wisdom in the golden cat would definitely be a boon. Yet, Kalanxo was the better choice. She was centuries old and developed a formidable understanding of spirituality and how to mold it to her will. What was even better was that this former lizard used to be in the same position as the golden cat. As the sacred god of the ancient city of Samar, she enjoyed the worship of thousands of blessed people and somehow managed to derive strength from these bonds. Besides, didn't Kalanxo impart some of her strength to the golden cat? They're related by spirit. After recalling these important facets, Ves no longer hesitated. He concentrated his mind and made contact with Kalanxo. Her means of communicating was different from other entities. She conveyed her opinions in the form of emotional impressions. As Ves conveyed his request, it didn't take long for Kalanxo to reply. A wave of curiosity, interest, and affection greeted Ves. The sacred god was more than willing to teach the golden cat her ways. Ves was surprised by her quick assent. Then again, Kalanxo was clearly being affected by her motherly urges. Her emotions radiated more than a bit of love and care towards the infant spiritual entity. The fact that the golden cat was so young and innocent simply hit all of the right buttons. Kalanxo didn't wait for Ves to convey any further thoughts. She readily reached out to the golden cat, causing the latter to stop and look up in surprise. Nya? A huge spiritual weight suddenly descended in the vicinity. Though everyone else in the design lab felt nothing, Ves and to a lesser extent Gloriana sensed something significant had approached. What's happening, Ves? His girlfriend asked from the other side of the lab. I don't know. Before they could talk any further, the golden cat disappeared. Ves looked at the Larkinson mandate in shock. Ever since he empowered it, the golden cat became inseparable to the book. It was her nest and abode, and she couldn't leave it because her spiritual existence was too weak to survive in the open. Kalanxo, what did you do? The sacred god soon passed on another wave of emotion to him. Through the mix of affection, love, hope, and determination, Ves managed to interpret it, causing his panic to subside. Kalanxo somehow summoned the golden cat to her side. She also offered her protection to the younger spiritual entity and supported her existence away from the book. Seeing that Kalanxo had no intention to harm the golden cat, Ves reluctantly let the matter be. He didn't know why Kalanxo went through all of that trouble, but hopefully it would help the spiritual cat grow into her power faster. With that out of the way, Ves turned to the other aspect of his plan, the high-capacity neural interface. Its parameters were significantly better than comparable neural interface models. It was the big boy version of the skinnier and more restrained devices on the market. Developed internally by the MTA and dumped onto its catalog at random, the component hadn't gone through marketing at all. Its accompanying documents were filled with complicated jargon that Ves barely understood, while its name was simply a string of codes. By all accounts, the high-capacity neural interface was never meant for widespread use. Just the warnings posted on its description was enough to scare away most mech designers. To other mech designers, the taboo of tampering with neural interfaces was inviolable. They were so intimidated by abnormal neural interfaces that they chose to skip them without ever giving them a chance. Ves was different. He broke taboos like he was drinking water. While abnormal neural interfaces always caused him to adopt a more careful posture, that didn't mean he shied away from them entirely. This high-capacity neural interface is just what I need, he celebrated. If I had you earlier, I would have put you in my desolate soldier and delivered designs. With greater immersion came better performance. The bond between mech and design spirit also grew stronger, allowing for greater interaction between the two. This meant that the high-capacity neural interface model became even more useful. Its benefits didn't end with the Larkinson mech. Ves already reserved this interface model with the other mechs that Ves had in mind. Of course, before he did that, he needed to see this specific model in action. He also needed to verify its performance, and see whether the risks and rewards were still in proportion. Ves approached the 3D printer and fabricated a single copy of the high-capacity neural interface. After that, he proceeded to put it on a lifter platform before ordering it to be transported to the avatars. After leaving the design lab, boarded the same shuttle that carried the newly fabricated component. A short flight later, the shuttle touched down at the avatar base. With many avatars noticing his arrival, Ves moved to the mech stables where a number of mechs were stashed. He stepped forward with his bodyguards and the lifter platform in tow until he reached a certain mech. Its mech pilot already stood by at the foot of his assigned mech. The man saluted Ves with vigor. "Mr. Larkinson! It's an honor to meet you, sir." "Joshua, I need to upgrade your mech. Would you like to try out my new neural interface?" Chapter 1865 2 Requests. The new high-capacity neural interface was powerful. In the right hands, employed in the right mech, this single change could result in far-reaching effects. The difference was as clear as day as the deliverer zipped in space with much more gusto than before. Though its performance parameters hadn't changed, its third eye glowed brighter than ever before. This signified that the bond between the mech pilot and design spirit had reached a greater degree of integration than before. Joshua, though not a believer, managed to take advantage of the new high-capacity neural interface to take his control to the next level. "I thought he was already good. It turns out he's even better," Commander Melker uttered. Ves grinned. "A single component can make all the difference." As Joshua was one of the most promising mech pilots of the avatars, how could Melker not be present? After hearing what Ves was up to, Melker demanded to accompany Ves to the space station in orbit. He wanted to see the results for himself. Though the Avatar commander expected some changes, he never heard of a situation where switching out a neural interface led to such a drastic boost in performance. "Mr. King has already reached the upper limits of standard neural interfaces," Ves explained to his cousin. "He sits in the awkward position of sitting between regular mech pilots and expert candidates. While he's not as skilled as Janzi and Tusa, Joshua is clearly a cut above the rest." So the old interface in his mech acted like a bottleneck that constrained any further improvement? "Not exactly." Ves shook his head. "I'm sure that Joshua continued to improve as a mech pilot. It was just that his mech remained stagnant. With the same neural interface, Joshua eventually hit a ceiling where any further improvement could no longer be expressed through the neural interface." "And you raised his ceiling with your fancy new gizmo, is that right?" "In a nutshell, yes. It's a bit more complicated than that. Swapping out neural interfaces is a delicate matter. I could have screwed up. This isn't necessary since most mech pilots are able to do fine with standard neural interfaces." In other words, as long as the other mech pilots failed to approach the ceiling, the argument to swap out neural interfaces became weaker. That said, even if the high-capacity models weren't particularly better, they still ensured a stronger bond between the mech pilot and the design spirit. Regardless of the skill of the mech pilot, everyone who interfaced with an LMC mech had a chance of developing a relationship with the design spirit. Though the distance between the testing station and the testing ground was rather great, Ves could still perceive how vivid the man-machine connection between Joshua and the deliverer had grown. Relief, exhilaration, and excitement suffused their bond as they continued to snipe target dummy after target dummy with the executor rifle. Joshua wasn't even drawing on the support of Prophet Ilvain to hit targets that his fellow avatars would miss 7 out of 10 times. It's a shame Joshua hasn't managed to become an expert candidate yet, Melker sighed. As a rifleman mech specialist, he felt a bit ashamed that someone else managed to outperform him on his own turf. Joshua trains harder than everyone else. His commitment to you and the avatars is insane. He's a good kid. Ves chuckled. You say that like you have a couple of decades on him. Heh. It seems you have adapted well to your role. I have to. We continue to expand, and I have to keep up if I want to remain in charge. I work just as hard as Joshua in the aspect of command and management. Well, you are a bit young and inexperienced for your position. I didn't expect to expand my avatars so quickly. My ambitions have grown, and so have my intentions for my avatars. Do you regret putting me in charge of the avatars? Melker asked. Ves glanced at his visored cousin. This was a rather loaded question. I don't regret it, at least for now. From what I see and hear, the avatars are doing well. Discipline is good, and cohesion is high. There is no doubt that the avatars will follow my orders to the letter. If there's one issue that is of concern, it's your ability to lead so many men in a crisis. I've survived the Sandman. I'm confident I can handle the pressure. I have a general staff and many experienced Larkinsons backing me up. I'm never alone. Ves smiled. Confidence is good. Just make sure you have the competence to back it up. I hope to see you in charge for many decades to come. There were times when Ves considered the idea of replacing Melker with another, more qualified Larkinson. There were several mech pilots with command experience in his clan. Magdalena Larkinson was just one of the more notable ones. Some of the reasons that caused Ves to elevate Melker over other Larkinsons were moot now that he had reached this point. He was not a young and junior Larkinson anymore. He was a journeyman, a galactic citizen and the effective leader of the Larkinson clan. Many of the Larkinsons who joined his clan became his loyalists by default. With the Larkinson mandate binding them to a spiritual accord, Ves obtained even greater guarantees of their commitment to him and the clan. Yet, Ves did not do so in the end. Some of the Larkinsons qualified to command the avatars were geezers in the same generation as his grandfather. They were too old and stuck in their ways to adapt to the rapidly changing circumstances of his life. More than that, all of their experience bore the strong imprint of the Mech Corps. Ves had no doubt that if these veterans got to be in charge, they would shape the avatars in the image of the Mech Corps. Something like that had already happened to the living Sentinels. Under Commander Magdalena's leadership, the Sentinels developed into a more casual imitation of her former service. Was that bad? Not necessarily. The Mech Corps was a well-run mech military and Ves had few problems in how they set their rules. However, Ves wanted to diverge from the Bright Republic. If he adopted the laws and the customs of his home state to the letter, then his grand expedition might as well be a brighter colonization fleet. As the tests eventually wrapped up and the Deliverer flew back to its berth, Ves and Melker stepped away from the control center. The small Ilvanan space station they walked through was suffused with religious symbols and iconography. Prophet Ilvain's likeness in the form of statues, paintings and projections were practically everywhere. The sight of so much religion made the both of them feel ill at ease. How long will we stay in the Ilvain Protectorate? Melker softly asked. Some of us have grown restless at our continued stay in this state. What's the matter? Are you in a hurry to leave? The Ilvanans aren't awful hosts by any means, but you know. Ves ruefully smiled. I understand what you mean. I already told you that our stay here isn't permanent. I haven't set my next destination yet, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm ready. Right now, I still need to complete my current design project and wait for some other matters to come to a conclusion. The refit of the Scarlet Rose and the long-awaited implantation surgery weighed heavily on his mind. The two cousins continued to chat as they boarded a shuttle that brought them back to the Avatar base on the surface of the planet. As they stepped out, they encountered a surprising sight. Two mech pilots waited for Ves to come back. While that wasn't necessarily noteworthy, it was their identities that caused him to pay attention. Venerable Brutus Woden, how lovely to see you this day. Ves composed his face into a polite expression. I see you have brought one of my guests with you as well. Standing next to the resplendently uniformed Brutus was a mech pilot that Ves frankly forgot when he became consumed by his current design project. Devia Stark stood next to the expert pilot with lifeless eyes and a demeanor that screamed that she wanted to be left alone. How Brutus managed to convince such a depressed mech pilot to follow him to the Avatar base was a mystery. Suspicious at their appearance, Ves subtly concentrated his mind and activated his spiritual vision. A remarkable sight came into view. Brutus' spiritual manifestation had always been abnormal. Compared to other expert pilots, he was much more proactive in its use, preferring to wrap his force of will around his loved ones like a protective shell. Right now, something else was going on. Brutus attempted to wrap Devia Stark with his comforting and protective spiritual blanket, only to be rebuffed by the sheer nihility of the void in her mentality. She rejected Brutus' kindness because she felt she was unworthy to receive his care. Even though Brutus failed to get through Devia's despair, his force of will never gave up. It continued its attempts without getting discouraged by its continuous failures. Ves found this interaction to be endlessly fascinating. Despite Devia's lack of active spirituality, her mindscape nonetheless turned into an impregnable fortress. Brutus had no way of breaching its walls. What do the two of you want? Brutus coughed a bit. I've been speaking to Miss Devia here. Well, I've attempted to anyway. It's clear that she's hurt, Ves. She's broken into pieces, and she hasn't even begun to pick up the pieces. I know that. I put her in the care of my clan members in order to slowly bring her back to life. It won't work, Brutus stated. Devia's trauma is much more serious than you can imagine. As a warrior and a mech pilot, she experienced the greatest disaster that she could imagine. You don't get over that, especially since she was in the position to save her Vinemars. I know that as well. Ves nodded impatiently. I need to be somewhere. Could you please get to the point? Very well. Devia is a wonderful woman who possessed a bright future. We can still restore this all if we give her the opportunity to obtain closure and move on from her painful past. And how do we do that, Venerable Brutus? From what I've figured out about Devia's past, she possesses an intense hatred against the Sandmen and an enormous regret for the fall of her home state. We can rectify these traumas by allowing her to confront them in person. This caused Ves to pay more attention to this conversation. Do you mean? My proposals are twofold. First, we should seek to give Devia an opportunity to strike a blow against the Sandmen. That might be a problem. The Sandmen have retreated from their conquered holdings and are converging on a single location. When they finally go on the offensive, their power is not something a single mech can contend against. She enjoys my protection, Brutus declared. This is my promise. Okay. Well, if things go according to plan, which isn't likely due to all of the uncertainties involved, what next? Then, we travel to the former capital of the Weimar Republic. I believe it will do Miss Devia a lot of good if we install a memorial on the scoured surface of the capital planet of her former state. The Weinmars deserve to be remembered. Regardless of which power or state will occupy this territory in the future, Devia can rest easy knowing that her people will still live on in memory. For a moment, both Ves and Melker looked gobsmacked. Flying all the way to the border of civilized space in order to appease a single mech pilot sounded crazy. Who knew what kind of shenanigans went on in the star systems swept by the Sandmen? Even if the aliens themselves had abandoned their conquests, others would quickly fill in the void. To go through all of that trouble wasn't worth it, but Devia was an expert pilot. A broken one, but a genuine one. Would she really be able to recover if he performed these favors for her? Her lack of emotion and interest didn't inspire Ves with much confidence. Chapter 1866 Easy Manpower. In the end, Ves gave a non-committal answer to Venerable Brutus. He needed to think about it, and consider whether it was worth it to go through all of that trouble. As Ves returned to the LMC's headquarters, he began to weigh the costs and benefits of such a decision. The value of an expert pilot was evident. Obtaining the service of an expert pilot would be a massive boon for his enterprise. Few private organizations secured the services of such august and powerful talents. They were incomparable to expert candidates. They possessed a will and charisma that was greater than anything comparable to mortals, and their battle prowess was enough to elevate themselves to a higher class. Their value on the battlefield was just as great as off the battlefield. Venerable Brutus already showed how much of a boost he provided to the avatars and sentinels. Many mech pilots benefited from his sage advice and personal instruction. As an excellent mech pilot in terms of skill, Brutus was able to pinpoint all of the flaws in another pilot's fighting style and suggest ways to remedy these shortcomings. This was one of the greatest benefits of securing an expert pilot. This was also the main reason why the Larkinson family kept pumping out mech pilots of a very high standard. Each young Larkinson mech pilot received periodic instruction from either current or former expert pilots. Regrettably, the newly founded Larkinson clan lacked an expert pilot to perform this function. The Larkinsons who joined the clan would have been forced to receive instructions from ordinary Larkinson mech pilots. While there wasn't anything wrong with that, only expert pilots were astute and skilled enough to provide the best advice. This was why the presence and generosity of Venerable Brutus was so important to Ves. In this crucial early period of the clan, receiving the support of an expert pilot was extremely vital to keep up everyone's morale. "He'll be gone, though," he murmured. By all accounts, the Hexadric hegemony would eventually recall Brutus in order to deploy him on the front lines against the Friday Coalition. The time for his departure was fairly fuzzy, but Ves suspected that it was getting close. Once Venerable Brutus left, the Larkinson clan lost the protection of an expert pilot. Without the presence of an expert pilot, Ves and the Larkinson clan would look a lot more vulnerable. It didn't matter if he was trying to build up his forces to the level of a mech regiment. Expert pilots were so feared and worshipped in the Age of Mechs that the presence or absence of one could sway entire battles. Their deterrence value was already more than worth all of the effort to secure their allegiance. It was so rare for independent organizations to possess their own expert pilots that just having one was enough to double everyone's evaluation of the Larkinson clan's strength. Naturally, that was assuming Devia Stark would be able to recover her former will and regain the strength and mentality of an expert pilot. Will that really happen? Devia did not possess any personal loyalty to Ves. In fact, she should resent him a bit for his heavy-handed attempt to bring her along. Brutus probably owed more of her affection. If Ves risked his forces to participate in the final battle against the Sandmen, if Ves sent a fleet to the former Weimar Republic so that she could find some closure, would she even recover? Even if she did, would she be thankful? Both of the questions were shrouded with uncertainty. Ves did not wish to go through all of that effort, only to give the hegemony another expert pilot. "I need some guarantees," he concluded as he rubbed his smooth-shaven skin. Despite her broken state, Devia was still a brighter prospect than the other alternatives. In the short term, Janzi Larkinson and Tusa Billingsley Larkinson weren't turning into expert pilots anytime soon. They were close, but not enough. They needed more precipitation as well as a catalyst to trigger apotheosis. Perhaps their time might come in the next 5 to 10 years, but now that the Larkinson clan was at its weakest and most vulnerable state, Ves couldn't wait that long. I've been setting so many long-term plans that it will take decades or even centuries for them to come to fruition. I've been neglecting our short-term needs. He didn't rule out this option for this reason. As long as either requests were unreasonably dangerous, Ves didn't mind meeting them in order to give Devia a chance to move on from her trauma. When Ves returned to his office at the headquarters, he voiced his thoughts on the matter to Gavin. I've been studying the conditions of the Sand War for a while now, his assistant said. From what I know so far, the Sandmen are halfway into converging all of their fleets into a planet-sized death ball. The window of opportunity isn't big. If you want to take part in this so-called decisive battle, then you need to make a choice within a month, maybe 2 at most. Ves grimaced. I see. Where will the battle be fought, Benny? It depends entirely on what the MTA war fleet will do. They haven't revealed any of their plans so far, but the most probable guess is that they'll let the Sandmen come to them in the Bentheim system. The Bright Republic probably didn't appreciate that choice. Too bad the MTA wasn't inclined to listen to a tiny state's complaints. What about the situation in the former Weimar Republic? If I recall, this border state is a bit far away. Weimar is situated in the Hexer half of the star sector, which means we'll have to cross a fair distance to reach its former territory. The good news is that there shouldn't be any Sandman left. The stupid aliens completely abandoned their conquered territories and dismantled all of their colonies to form as many fleets as possible. Which means that the scavengers and bottom feeders have already swooped in, right? Gavin smiled ruefully. Reports have already come in of pirates, scavengers and mercenaries swooping into the abandoned star systems in order to scavenge as much valuables as they can. The Sandmen may have consumed a lot of valuable exotics and minerals, but they have ignored plenty of valuables. The Sand War isn't even over yet. Damn these greedy bastards. From high-grade exotic deposits to neglected holdings, there was plenty of treasure to pick off the ground if the scavengers moved in fast enough. They shouldn't pose a threat, though. There are so many ruined planets to loot that the opportunities will mostly be focused on picking up as many scraps as they can. The last thing the scavengers want to do is to confront a neutral party, especially a strong one. You're right. Another factor is that most of the scavengers will move to the planets. There is nothing for them to gain if they remain at the edge of a star system. If Ves wished to meet Devia's request, he likely wouldn't dispatch his entire fleet to Vindwer. As long as the danger level did not exceed a certain standard, it was enough for Ves to hand over this responsibility to the battle criers. This was exactly the kind of mission they were supposed to fulfill. The only issue was that his battle criers still hadn't been reinforced with kinners from their tribe. Commander Cinnabar already told Ves that this would take a while due to the Komodo War getting in the way. As Ves continued to discuss this matter with Gavin, he gained some confidence that he'd be able to meet the two requests. He didn't want to make a choice immediately, though. None of his forces were in a state to move right now. Ves still wanted to grant them enough time to reinforce their numbers and procure more carriers. The latter was especially important. How are we on the starship end? Do we have enough ships to transport all of our mechs on short notice? Gavin looked at his data pad and browsed a status report. Right now, the avatars and the battle criers are doing okay, but the sentinels received the short end of the stick. They can only field a third of their mechs from a carrier, though they have enough transport capacity to bring along more mechs. They'll just have to empty the cargo bays of every ship in their possession and squeeze in as many mechs as possible in their packed and partially disassembled state. That meant that any mech put into the cargo bay would not be ready to deploy if a battle broke out. It took far too much time and effort to unpack a mech and restore it to a functional state. Most battles would be over by then. This was the reason why everyone valued carriers. They were specifically designed to accommodate mechs and facilitate their deployment no matter the circumstances. Right now, the only reason Ves managed to gain a lot of carriers was due to his friendly relations with the Elvane Protectorate. If not for his identity as the Bright Martyr, the Kuran dynasty would have never allowed Ves to place so many orders for light carriers. As it was, the Avatars and Sentinels still had to slow down or curtail their recruitment entirely in order to allow their starship departments to catch up with the growth of their mech contingents. How is the manpower situation, Benny? I can't say much about your mech forces as my access to their systems are limited. The LMC has changed a lot, though. Oh? How so? For one, we are slowly drawing down our manufacturing department. We have way too many mech technicians and other production personnel on our payroll. Though we own some manufacturing complexes, we are mostly relying on external manufacturers to produce and supply our mechs throughout the Komodo Star sector. Since we are increasingly becoming more dependent on outsourcing production to foreign partners, it doesn't make much sense to have all of these mech technicians hanging around. Ves furrowed his brows. Only fire the useless ones. Try to retain the more talented and loyal individuals. Don't fire any people with crucial skill sets, and don't get rid of too many workers. Remember, we still need a lot of technical personnel on hand to man a factory ship as well as all of the smaller production facilities in our future expeditionary fleet. Skilled manpower was hard to come by. Though the population base of the Komodo Star sector was enormous, a lot of organizations competed over their employment. How is the staffing of our new ships proceeding along? This was one of his most persistent worries. Spacers were extremely hard to come by these days as the Sand War practically skyrocketed their value. States could produce as many starships as their shipyards could handle, but training qualified spacers to man all of these vessels was not as straightforward. Surprisingly, it's going well. In fact, staffing is one of the few issues that aren't of concern to us anymore. Oh? Ves sat up straighter in his office seat. What's going on? The Kuran dynasty passed some preferential policies that made it easier for us to recruit Ilvanans. The desire and enthusiasm to work for you has always been strong. It's just that the most valuable professionals such as starship captains and chief engineers are already committed to their current employers. Poaching them is very difficult for most people. Then how did you solve this problem? We didn't. Gavin shrugged. Lately, a lot of Ilvanan professionals have decided to escape their current employment contracts to work for us. They come from all around the Protectorate. How have they been able to get away with ending their contracts early? That's the strange part. Their employers all agreed to release the professionals without much fuss. We think the Kuran dynasty might have pressured the bosses to acquiesce, but we don't know for sure. In any case, ever since change, we've been recruiting starship personnel left and right. As long as you don't mind Ilvanans manning most of your ships, we won't have any problems on this end. Ves grimaced with distaste. If this went on, the Ilvanans would probably outnumber the Brighters in his employ. Chapter 1867 Ilvanan Navy. Ves actually became so concerned at all the Ilvanans joining the fleets of the Avatars and Sentinels that he decided to take a look in person. Together with Nita, Lucky and his bodyguards, he took another shuttle trip to orbit where he stopped by some of the ships. The brand new light carriers weren't very impressive to Ves. They possessed the same level of performance as the Green Feather and Red Feather. In fact, in some areas, they were even worse. His forces didn't have any choice, though. With the supply of materials curtailed and prices ballooning by as much as an order of magnitude, shipyards were only able to supply their customers with their cheaper offerings. The persistent lack of combat carriers within his fleets had always been a sore point for Ves. The only way for him to make up for this shortcoming was to leave the war-stricken regions and head to a more stable and prosperous region. The greater the chaos, the greater the demand for ships. No one wanted to be stuck on a planet when doom approached the star system. The Sand War already showed how fatal it could be for people to lack an escape route. When Ves met up with some of the captains and key crew of his new ships, he came across a lot of very enthusiastic Ilvanans. "It's an honor to work for you, bright martyr. I have dreamt of serving a martyr follower for all my life. It is a great pleasure to captain one of your ships with the great prophet's blessing. Sir, I have made a vow to devote my entire service to you. Prophet Ilvain himself has willed us to be at your disposal." The reactions of every Ilvanan he met sounded similar. No matter where he walked, the spacers around him paused and bowed with utmost sincerity towards him. They literally believed that he was one of Prophet Ilvain's agents in the mortal realm. Ves tried his best to maintain a pleasant facade. Inwardly, he either groaned or cringed. There had been no attempts at all to curtail the Ilvanan's expressions of faith within his fleet. Perhaps the only compromise the new Ilvanan ship crews had made was to keep the interior of the ships neutral. Unlike other Ilvanan ships, there weren't any shrines or religious artwork dedicated to their faith in the corridors or public compartments. In order to coordinate the growing number of carriers and support ships across all of the mech forces, the position of fleet coordinator came into being. Not quite an admiral, but more than a fleet commander, a fleet coordinator essentially oversaw the fleets and kept them organized at the higher level without exercising direct command. No Larkinson could fulfill that position. It was difficult to hire briters with this level of knowledge, training, and experience. The only choice to fill this position was to resort to an Ilvanan. By some strange reason that seemed more deliberate than accidental, a very senior ship officer of the Cronin dynasty just happened to be available. Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin possessed a long and storied record. She was an 80-year-old matron who had commanded military ships and fleets for many decades with distinction. Due to her long service, she had plenty of time to develop her management and administrative skills. What this meant was that she was exactly the sort of person his enterprise needed to organize the higher-level command and control structure of his fleet assets. Working with both the avatars, battle criers and sentinels, Fleet Coordinator Ophelia already achieved a lot of results since she came into power. Most notably, she shuffled around spacers so that the distribution of critical personnel became more even. No ship was lacking in chief engineers and senior officers. The old but driven fleet coordinator also leaned on logistics to hasten the delivery of essential supplies. Without these necessities, the combined fleet would only be able to subside in space for a month before encountering critical shortages. This was a very precarious situation to be in, so Ves was very thankful that Ophelia took care of these issues. When Ves met with Ophelia aboard one of the new Ilvanan-produced light carriers, he already developed some expectations of what he heard. From most accounts, Ves figured that Ophelia was similar to Colonel Lowenfield. Both were women who were appointed to clean up a mess. Both of them excelled in this aspect, though their battle experiences and crisis leadership were not as solid. Ophelia was a Cronin, however, and every Cronin was a soldier. Despite her age, the old woman exuded a sense of command and experience that couldn't be faked. "Madam Cronin, I am pleased to meet you. I appreciate what you have done so far in wrangling my growing fleet. Keeping my ships and spacers from running into each other must be an exhausting chore." "The worst will pass, sir," Ophelia replied with respect. Within a single month, our fleets should be ready to embark on a lengthy journey. The two discussed the state of the organizing fleets before Ves was satisfied with what he heard. Even though the new personnel still had to settle into their jobs and the ships still showed a lot of teething issues, most of these problems could be dealt with during the journey. If some sort of crisis occurred that compelled them to evacuate, then they could still flee the star system as long as they left some assets behind. The new carriers and other ships would still remain liabilities, though. All of that was important but not really interesting to Ves. As a mech designer, fleets and naval vessels never held his interest for long. He much preferred to talk about mechs. That said, Ves was also interested in Ophelia as a person. As long as she remained hale and healthy, she would probably be his most senior fleet officer for the foreseeable future. Developing an accord and understanding with her was essential. You don't seem as zealous as the other Avanans about your new employer. The woman nodded. I am a Cronin. My faith is my duty. My duty is faith. What does that mean? Ves scratched his head in puzzlement. It means that it is not helpful for me to act as your worshipper. I applied to work for you because the great prophet has shown me that you lack a fleet coordinator. Since I have been brought on to manage your growing fleets, then that is what I should address. Anything else is secondary and unneeded. That sounds very logical. He didn't expect that from an Ilvanan. Then again, Ophelia appeared to be a true-blood Cronin, which meant she was like a religious version of a Larkinson. If the Cronin dynasty was filled with brainless zealots, then how could the Cronins get anything done? We Cronins have learned it was best to separate our faith from our responsibilities. While I am an Ilvanan and allow my faith to guide my choices, I should never let that get in the way of my duty. The protectors of the faith must protect before they can exercise their faith. I see. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. Ves nodded while stroking Lucky's back. Please keep in mind that my enterprise, which includes the LMC and all of my mech forces, will not adhere to any single faith or culture in its entirety. My enterprise will continue to grow, and that will bring people from other parts of the galaxy. I would like my organizations to be as inclusive as possible. The goal is to increase cooperation and reduce friction as much as possible among different foreigners. Will you be able to do that, Madam Ophelia? The message implicit in his words was clearly directed towards the Ilvanans. He didn't want their culture and beliefs to contaminate the Larkinsons and Briders under his employ. I understand. The old but active woman nodded. I will endeavor to encourage my fellow Ilvanans to rein themselves in. Mind you, this is not an easy task. None of us have spent much time with foreigners. Many of us are still getting used to working alongside foreigners who doesn't necessarily appreciate what we have to say about our faith. Ves grimaced. Does that mean the problem will persist? It will, sir. The fleet coordinator looked regretful. Virtually every Ilvanan in your fleets will not hesitate to follow your orders. However, it is one thing to have the intention, it is another thing to have the ability. We Ilvanans are not trained to rein in our expressions of faith. It is something that is common and expected in our state. From a behavioral perspective, your new Ilvanan spacers will have to learn something that goes against every fiber of their being. Issuing a direct order for them to stop will likely backfire for that reason. Damn it. Ves wanted to palm his face. He fully understood Ophelia's point. Do the best you can, madam. I'm not expecting any miracles, but you should at least endeavor to make every ship welcome to Briders and other people. Due to our current circumstances, we are hiring a lot of Ilvanans, but in a year we might be forced to recruit a lot of foreigners from another state. I don't want the latter to feel unwelcome. After finishing his questioning and passing on some more instructions, Ves finally ended his meeting with the fleet coordinator. All in all, Ves was very glad he had someone like her. Her disciplined mind and lifelong service to the Cronin dynasty imparted her with a high degree of professionalism. She still sounded a bit devout in some parts, but she hid that side of her as much as possible. Ves could sense the devotion within her. His other senses tingled the same way as when he encountered zealots. Well, it probably doesn't matter. He shook his head. At least I don't have to worry about her loyalties. Once he settled his concerns about his naval assets, he turned his attention back to his design projects. He began to analyze the logs generated by Joshua's mech. Ever since Ves upgraded the deliverer with a high-capacity neural interface, a lot of piloting-related parameters changed. Many of them rose, reflecting Joshua's increasing control over his assigned mech. Not only that, but his bond with Prophet Ilvain had definitely grown. This was amazing for someone who still admitted that he did not believe in the Ilvainian faith. In any case, the logs provided Ves with a wealth of data, though much of it was filled with gibberish as far as he was concerned. From what little he could figure out, Joshua's performance had clearly improved. This definitely proved that high-capacity neural interfaces had potential. Ves just had to make sure that the neural interface did not fry Joshua's brain anytime soon. Not every mech pilot warrants this neural interface, he mused. Some are simply not good enough to reach the bottleneck of a standard neural interface. The neural interface models that the mech industry considered standard was designed around an average mech pilot. This was someone who wasn't too strong or weak. In most cases, this worked fine, as many mech pilots were close enough to the average to fit with every standard solution. It was the extreme case that always suffered in these cases. Joshua King would have been a promising asset to any mech regiment. Ves would be remiss if he did not make sure that Joshua had a good mech in his hands. Ves found it peculiar that Joshua hadn't advanced yet despite possessing strong spiritual potential. He briefly contemplated the option to perform spiritual surgery on the young mech pilot. What an awful idea! There was no way that would end well. Cracking Joshua's spirituality apart, only to piece them together with a lot of junk, would inevitably kill the initial personality. Even if it takes some time, it's better if Joshua can overcome his problem by himself. Otherwise, he's not worthy to become an expert candidate. Chapter 1868 Expensive Payload. Slowly but surely, a clear line of division emerged within Ves' enterprise. The old guard, consisting of the original Brighters and Larkinsons, mostly concerned themselves with the Mechs. The newcomers in the form of Ilvainans disproportionately consisted of spacers. They were crawling all over his ships. Did Ves like his division? No. Was Ves forced to accept it? Yes. It was not as if complete segregation had occurred. There were still enough Brighters in the fleet to add some diversity to the crews. Ves had no interest in managing this situation any further. He passed on his instructions to the fleet coordinator and other people and left them to address his concerns. In the meantime, he completed his analysis of the test results. The new deliverer performed admirably with the new neural interface. Though the test only showed the positive sides of the high-capacity model, it was enough to show that there was definitely a reason for its existence. When Ves went back to Gloriana and showed her the benefits of the new model, she glanced at him with an expression of distaste. This only shows the potential of a high-capacity model. All you have shown me is that there is some merit to employing it to our top mech pilots. Most of your mech pilots are not up to that standard yet. They won't be able to derive enough benefits to compensate for the higher likelihood of suffering permanent brain damage. Ves sighed. I already told you, Gloriana, it's not just that. A less restricted neural interface will always increase the bond between mech and design spirit. The two already discussed this topic, so they didn't bother to rehash it any further. Suffice to say, Gloriana remained skeptical, while VS insisted on doubling down on this new neural interface. At the very least, it didn't appear to be some sort of trap from the MTA. VS had already used his exalted status in the Ilvain Protectorate to his advantage by consulting some of the local neural interface specialists. The ones who answered back in time had all studied the high-capacity model in detail and judged it to be exactly what it said on the tin. Just like any other neural interface license offered by the MTA, it was devoid of backdoors and secret programming. With that reassurance, VS felt completely at ease with its use. He even wanted to make it a standard addition to all of his future mechs. This included both commercial designs, commission designs, and private designs. I doubt the mech markets will appreciate a mech that incorporates such a dangerous neural interface. VS grinned. I don't mind. I'm always pursuing quality over quantity. Even if my products become less attractive, it is still worthwhile to impart them with high-capacity neural interfaces unless I absolutely have to make a lot of sales. That shouldn't be necessary, he believed. I suspect that many of your customers will rip out its stock neural interface and install a safer version in its place. Gloriana retorted. You might as well develop a safe variant and a performance variant or something. You can derive most of your sales from the safe variant while satisfying your need for accomplishment with the performance variant. That sounds interesting. I'll think about it, though I don't favor it. I don't want any product confusion to occur. He didn't want to deal with all of the whining and buyer's remorse that would inevitably take place when customers ordered the wrong edition of his designs. At a certain level, VS wanted to keep his sales volume low. The desolate soldier attracted way too much attention, and not always for the right reasons. Even now, a lot of soldier mechs were being sold in various parts of the Komodo Star sector. Most customers sought to abuse their glows to their own ends. Wary of attracting too much MTA attention, VS wanted to limit the application of his mechs. Focusing on the high-end market and targeting skilled and elite mech pilots would allow him to continue his passion, while at the same time prevent his mechs from proliferating out of his control. When VS went back to trying to empower his Larkinson mech, he worked the high-capacity neural interface into the design. After that, he attempted to explore how he could facilitate the spiritual aspect of the man-machine connection. This was a rather nebulous area as VS didn't have an actual mech to output telemetry. This data can't be simulated. In truth, a lot of models existed that could simulate the performance of a neural interface, but only specialists were able to make the most of them. Laymen in this field like VS would probably do more harm than good. The results weren't accurate enough. Human brains were simply too complex to model completely. Aside from the conventional reasons that skewed the results, the models didn't include anything related to spirituality. With such an influential variable missing, how could VS put his faith in any of these models? If VS wanted to make headway into integrating ancestral possession into his Larkinson mech, then he needed to wait for two events. First, he needed the cooperation of the Golden Cat. VS glanced at the Larkinson mandate, which appeared a lot more hollow than before. Everyone felt the Golden Cat's absence. Clixie and Lucky yowled mournfully at the book. Ever since VS introduced the Golden Cat to Kalankso, the sacred god took the newborn spiritual product under her wing. VS had no idea how the teachings proceeded, but every time the Golden Cat returned to the book to take a nap, she seemed more and more aware and confident of herself. It was as if the Golden Cat was rapidly growing wiser every day. The second condition he needed to wait for was the fabrication of a prototype. Only with an actual, physical mech would VS be able to fine-tune the integration and cooperation between the Golden Cat, the mech and the mech pilot. VS predicted that he would have to depend heavily on intuition in order to make everything work. He didn't really have a solid idea on how he could add the desired capabilities to his design, but he was determined to try. In the meantime, VS rejoined Gloriana in refining the more mundane aspects of the mechs. Though their disagreement caused the mood between them to become awkward, that did not affect their passion and enthusiasm in the project. The more they worked, the more they fell back into tune with each other. VS and Gloriana had become very adept at preventing their differences from affecting their cooperation. At this time, the primary structure of the 4 configurations had already been set. The pair and their design teams were beginning to work on the finer parts of the modular mech platform. However, one set of decisions in particular was a bit more significant. Gloriana brought up her suggestion. All 4 configurations are powerful enough that they have some capacity left to spare. Why don't we augment the mechs with secondary armaments? You've always been complaining about the lack of punch. This is your chance to rectify the imbalances. I've already put a lot of thought on this option, VS replied while pressing his fingers against his forehead. While there is sufficient capacity to diversify our mech's arsenal, there isn't enough room to add a killer weapon to their loadout. Then let's focus on diversity then. The Larkinson mech are very expensive by your standards. Don't you think it should have the power to fight back? The Lancer mech, the Swordsman mech and the Knight mech all possessed a lot of prowess in melee combat, but their ranged countermeasures left much to be desired. Therefore, both mech designers had been thinking about giving the melee configuration some self-protection ability. Adding a secondary rifle is a poor idea, Gloriana said as she crossed this item from the projected list. The limbs of our melee mechs aren't designed to wield ranged weapons. Accuracy will be poor. We might as well give the configurations a pistol as they are easier to handle. They quickly moved on to considering integrated weapons. There were many possible options here, though most were a bit too demanding on the design. After browsing a lot of alternatives, Gloriana eventually paused her browsing on a page that displayed a missile launcher. Missiles! That's it! She grinned and clapped her hand in happiness. This is perfect for our mechs. Missiles and missile launchers come in all shapes and sizes, so we can easily fit one on all 4 configurations. VS was no stranger to missile launchers, especially the ones mounted on the shoulders of a mech. His old Caesar Augustus and Mark Antony models both used them to decent effect. The last time he incorporated a missile launcher in a mech was when he designed the Adonis Colossus. Inspired by the aforementioned hybrid mechs, Vincent Ricklin's mech harkened back to his early days as a mech designer. That said, VS never went very deep in the study and applications of missiles and missile launching systems. Every missile included more than just the exploding part. The ECM, targeting and propulsion systems occupied most of the body of a mech, leaving just a modest amount of space for the payload. Missiles won't necessarily solve the lack of offensive punch to our design, Gloriana. Only our Lancer configuration stands a chance of posing a threat against a highly armored target. She shook his head. You're still thinking in terms of the small and weak missiles used for enormous mass attacks. Don't forget that there is a lot of variety in missile payloads. If you want to deploy your mechs on a routine patrol, then it's sufficient to fill up the launchers with conventional missiles. If we are facing a tough opponent, then we can load the missile launchers up with a hugely potent missile. VS had many problems with this suggestion. The Larkinson mech was not a true missile mech. None of its 4 variants included this specialization. The targeting system will suck. With so little internal volume devoted to establishing locks and defeating ECM, those missiles launchers will look very unwieldy. If they bother you too much, then we can fit the mechs with a smaller and lesser pair of missile launchers. Their capacity is smaller, but as long as our Larkinson mech can make each missile worth it, then I was fine with this decision. Eventually, they settled for a small and slimmer model that could be shaped to match the curved contours of the Larkinson mech. Each missile launcher was so low profile that they could only launch 4 standard-sized missiles per salvo. These missiles were fairly small in proportion to the mech. They usually didn't possess the power to fell a mech with a single hit, so they were often launched en masse to achieve a greater result. While the size of mech-based missiles was always rather small, their payloads vastly differed in damage type and potency. Some unleashed plasma upon impact. Others released an EMP effect. Most missiles simply sought to inflict as much damage as possible with a focused explosion. As VS began to explore Gloriana's suggestion, he realized that it was yet another decision that relied on superior funding and resources to raise the performance of their Larkinson mech. There were many missiles laced with exotics that could pose a serious threat to any mech. All of them were expensive, and many cost as much as a mech. This was an extravagant price, but not an insurmountable one to VS. Since the Larkinson mech was an outlet of his passion, he didn't hesitate very long before assenting to this addition. Providing the 4 configurations with miniature missile launchers was a hugely beneficial change. The rifleman mech configuration could finally deliver a stronger punch to its opponents. The melee mechs each gained some retaliation capabilities against ranged mechs. While the mechs wouldn't be able to carry a lot of missiles into battle, as long as their payloads were powerful enough, they didn't need to bring any more firepower. Chapter 1869 Brutal Pace. The Larkinson mech was probably one of the most cost-inefficient mechs he ever designed. VS felt ashamed at how he let himself go. When presented with difficult design choices, he became more and more inclined to pick the lazy option and rely on his financial superiority rather than his ingenuity in mech design. It's as if I was previously rationing my meals because I couldn't afford any better, but then start to gorge myself once I can buy all the food I want. From this analogy, VS was practically binging himself right now. The Larkinson mech became more and more stuffed with wonderful but extremely expensive features. Fortunately, VS did not set out to design a commercial mech from the start. Cost efficiency was one of the lowest priorities of a private mech, a mech developed for his own use. If he was tasked with designing a commission mech, then he at least needed to abide by the budget of the client. "I'm my own client right now," he grinned. Being able to answer to no one to himself was a liberating experience. Neither the mech market nor the whimsical desires of a capricious client interfered with his demands. He had no need to take the expected product margin into account, nor did he have to add a codpiece onto his mech against his will. Well, a small part of him wanted to add a subtle belt onto the base platform of the Larkinson mech. He quickly squashed down that impulse. He was not Vincent Ricklin. He did not need to emphasize his masculinity every second of the day. Besides, he wasn't designing this mech alone. Gloriana also had a say, though her voice mattered less this time because it was mainly his pet project. He never lost sight of his goal. The Larkinson mech was meant to provide as much added value as possible to the Larkinson clan. The mech had to provide his mech forces with benefits beyond what the market could provide. This was why he didn't mind that the production cost of the mech rose to astronomical levels. Even with the cost of the Briar alloy taken out of the equation, the unit price of a single copy might very well exceed the price of an Aurora Titan. The culprits responsible for ballooning the cost of the mech was the various expensive components and materials VS had added. While essential components such as the power reactor, flight system, and the cockpit failed to attract much attention, they were very expensive compared to other components on the market. "They're worth it. I don't regret licensing any of these overpriced components." All of these goodies served to elevate the Larkinson mech to the limits of third-class mechs or beyond. VS fully embraced the notion of treating the Larkinson mech as his passion project. VS not only wanted to incorporate all of the features and nuances in the Larkinson mech that he refrained from adding to his other designs, he also wanted to take this opportunity a step further and push through some spicy innovations. In many subtle ways, the Larkinson mech design departed from his previous products by a significant margin. Not even the Deliverer, which was already extreme for a mech design, contained as many radical elements as his current project. One of the subtler innovations he pushed through was adding various ways for the design spirit to nudge the mech to move or act in a certain direction. He did so during a design session when he became particularly inspired. He didn't quite know what he was doing, but he was adding several optional control methods to the various components that seemed redundant. The neural interface was the key. As long as the neural interface outputted a signal from a second source, the mech would obey as long as the first source did not object. Ordinarily, there was no reason to add these tweaks to the mech design. It added a vulnerability to the mech as the second source could very well take the form of tampering or outside interference. Nonetheless, VS believed the chances of that happening were low. The benefits were well worth the risk in his eyes. This was essentially incorporating an innovation that he already applied to the Devil Tiger. Back then, VS gave Zygra, its design spirit, full control over the movements of its tail. This time, the control goes beyond just a balancing component. The tail of a tiger mech only played a marginal role in its functioning. This contrasted sharply with how extensively VS embedded backdoors throughout the base platform and individual configurations. He did all of this to provide the Golden Cat with agency on the battlefield. As the progenitor of the Golden Cat, he believed in his own product. He had faith that the ancestral spirit was completely dedicated to the Larkinson clan and would never abuse her access to the systems of the Larkinson mech. That said, VS made sure the Golden Cat only had enough authority to nudge the mech. Taking over outright control was a step too far even to VS. As a principle, the mech pilot should always be in control of the mech. No one else. Not the mech designer, not the mech, not the design spirit should ever interfere with the primacy of the mech pilot. A mech is not a mech if the mech pilot is not in control anymore, he muttered. He dubbed this new feature Ancestral Assistance to reflect that the Golden Cat should only ever play an assisting role. There should never be a case where she would have to take control directly. I don't even know if that's even possible, he mused. It's an interesting experiment, though. Once he was done with these novel adjustments, he showed off his work to Gloriana as if he was a kid running to his mother. Well, what do you think? The female mech designer studied the altered schematic with a thoughtful expression. Her face soon turned pensive. You're very bold. I give you that. Don't you care about the potential the mech might get hijacked? VS shook his head. The mech pilot remains in control. He can override any command from any other source. I made sure to hardwire that into the hardware and software of our mech. I spent extra time to add some redundant programming to the operating system in order to make sure that third parties can't wrest control. I admit that your precautions are adequate, but it's the principle of the matter. This is yet another worrying sign of your deviances, VS. You're getting weirder and weirder in your mech design. While I understand where you are coming from, just because we are working on a private project doesn't mean you have to abandon each and every requirement set by the market. I'm not adding stuff willy-nilly to my mech. Every addition improves my mech in some way. You're indulging in yourself too much. She hit back. Your restraint is getting less and less. Our mech is already overloaded with your innovations. I don't think it will benefit it if you continue to add any more unplanned features to its design. Though VS disagreed with his girlfriend, he was still affected by her rebuke. He stopped looking for opportunities to add further innovations to the design. Instead, Ves and Gloriana transitioned into the refinement and optimization phase of the design project. Days passed by as they began to tighten the overall design and squeeze out more performance out of the rough implementations. They weren't able to devote enough time to each of the 4 configurations. Many refinements required a lot of time, and Ves was forced to skip sleep for multiple days at a time in order to meet his increasingly brutal schedule. Physically, his body could go on an extended period without sleep. Mentally, his mood began to be affected by his continuous obsession over his work. This was not a bad thing. The pressure and urgency drove him to work even harder and commit himself more to his project. Even as his mind was starting to become a little bit frayed, he continued to persist by borrowing from the strength of his strong spirituality. He grew even less aware of his outside circumstances. He stopped showing up at his daily meetings with Gavin and others because he didn't even want to leave his design lab. He fabricated his own bed and turned one of the private offices into his bedroom in order to skip the travel time between the Austin estate and his headquarters. The only person who could pull him back from his design fugues was Gloriana. "You're very intense lately," she said mildly. "I'm concerned about your health. I love designing mechs as much as anyone, but I don't skip my sleep every day." Ves embraced her in a brief hug. "I'm not asking you to. I can afford to go without sleep because of my augmentations. Your limits are lower than mine, so you should never try to imitate me. What you have contributed to the project is already sufficient." "Really?" "Really." He smiled and kissed her on the lips. "I love you, Gloriana. Designing this mech with you is one of the most important reasons I can persist in my work." She looked adoringly into his eyes. "Oh, Ves." Small moments like these invigorated Ves whenever he began to approach a mental limit. Sharing his passion with someone he loved was one of the greatest pleasures of his life. It was such a far cry from his days where he designed all alone. Even the design teams that assisted their work from the side played considerable roles in making his marathon sessions more tolerable. He could offload all of the tedious and time-consuming tasks to his assistants. As long as the assignments didn't require too much knowledge or skill, Ves could pass them off to others without any further worries. This was a very considerable luxury that Ves had neglected for too long. He even felt that he needed to expand his design teams in order to ease his burdens even more. All of these factors played a role in sustaining his drive to design the Larkinson mech. No matter what kind of hindrances he encountered, he always managed to overcome them in some way. As the first iteration of the design neared completion, Ves began to feel as if he had made a great accomplishment. He felt very good about his work so far. As long as the first prototype performed within expectations, then all of his efforts weren't in vain. "I poured my very heart and soul in this design." Ves clenched his fist and thumped it against his heart. "This mech design must succeed. My passion and my vision are on the line." The Larkinson mech design was a high-stakes bet in his eyes. He incorporated many major and minor innovations that he hadn't adequately tested before. Though Gloriana questioned his weird design choices many times, in the end she had chosen to believe in his vision. Ves appreciated her support. He could have never designed the Larkinson mech up to this point without her indispensable help. Though it was a pity that her reluctance dampened some of her passion in the project, Ves hoped that his overpowering drive more than compensated for the shortfall. "It's finished." After another day of refinement, both Ves and Gloriana agreed to set the current state of the design as the first iteration of their mech. The Tovars, the Ilvanins, and the other assistant mech designers practically collapsed in their chairs. With Ves setting such a frantic example, his design team sought to keep up as much as possible. Even Gloriana looked tired beyond belief as she had to cope with the rapid pace of design work. Ves was like a monster in the last month. He almost never tired and constantly progressed the mech design whenever she wasn't paying attention. Reaching this important checkpoint was a massive relief to her. Now that the design had reached this stage, the upcoming design work would continue to focus on optimization as opposed to innovation. Her ordeal was over. Chapter 1870 Acquired Loyalty. Though it sounded paradoxical, Ves believed the best course of action after completing the first iteration was to take a break. Ves had always been aware that he had become consumed in his work. The Larkinson mech was so important to his future, and the future of the Larkinson clan, that he never allowed himself a break during the core phases of the project. Yet now that project moved on to testing the earliest incarnation of the modular mech platform, Ves and Gloriana deliberately withdrew from the stage. Instead, they tasked the two design teams to fabricate and test the prototype in all 4 configurations in the next week. "That's not enough time," Miles Tovar protested. "We won't be able to test every significant aspect of the prototype in a couple of days. Don't forget that we have to test the prototype 3 more times in order to measure the performance of the other 3 configurations." "Then fabricate 4 prototypes then," Gloriana suggested. "We have the production capacity, and we should have enough test pilots to put the 4 prototypes through their paces at the same time. The only question is whether our material stockpile is adequate enough to fabricate so many expensive mechs." Ves grinned. "I already prepared the materials in advance. I've already imported a considerable amount of auxiliary materials and lesser exotics. It's a bit more difficult to secure a lot of Briar alloy at once, but my battle criers have continued to procure enough of this vital material to fabricate enough mechs. Be sure to recycle the materials once we are done with the prototype." Several months had gone by since he started this design project. This was enough time for the production loop aboard the Scarlet Rose to yield a huge pile of Briar alloy. In fact, the only outside factor he cared about when he was in his most driven mood was the supply of Briar alloy. His Larkinson mech practically hinged the availability of this strong and valuable material. Whether he wanted to make use of its default formula or the one geared towards shock absorption, it was incredibly difficult to fabricate his mech without the essential contribution from Cassandra Briar. Ves felt very thankful that his captive spiritual sorceress continued to supply him with free materials. Though the witch had harassed him from time to time, Ves figured that as long as he kept burning her body and escape pod at a rapid pace, she wouldn't have that much energy left to haunt him at inconvenient times. "So far, she hasn't been bothering me. Am I supposed to feel relieved or apprehensive?" Her lack of intervention might be a signal that she expended her available reserve of energy. On the other hand, it might also be a sign that she was saving up her spiritual energy for a big move. Whatever the case, Ves couldn't do anything about it. Cassandra Briar's mummified body was encased in a runic shell of spiritual energy that seemed impervious to all of his investigations. Without deepening his understanding of spiritual engineering, Ves had no hope of cracking her existence anytime soon. "Well, it's not as if I'm curious in the first place," he shrugged. "I'm better off staying as far away from her origin as possible." So far, the battle criers hadn't reported anything unusual taking place in compartment G13, so Ves did not worry about Cassandra any further. Right now, Ves should take full advantage of his temporary break. As his subordinate mech designers proceeded to band together with a number of mech technicians in order to form 4 separate fabrication teams, he left the design labs in order to catch up with what he missed. So far, nothing important enough to disturb him from his work had taken place. Neither Gavin nor Raymond informed him of any major developments. While the LMC and the other organizations experienced many changes lately, none of it was too far outside their expectations. Most importantly, his fleets continued to grow in size as more and more Ilvanan light carriers continued to be delivered to their doorsteps. Of course, more ships meant more crew. Practically all of them consisted of Ilvanans, which continued to weigh heavily on Ves. Right now, he had significantly more Ilvanans than Brighters in his employ. Such a vast shift resulted in shifts in how his enterprise was being run. Aside from the Larkinson clan, which had nothing to do with the Ilvanans, his other organizations were starting to take on a different character. The change in culture and mood is a lot more noticeable at the bottom than at the top, Gavin reported. The top positions still haven't changed, but a lot of Ilvanans have been added to the middle and lower layers of our hierarchy. Do the Ilvanans expect representation at the top? Ves frowned. No. Not yet at least. I'm never really sure what the Ilvanans want. They're so fanatical about working for you that it sometimes sounds as if they're willing to become your slaves. Ves scoffed. That's religion for you. The more people believe in something, the more they lose their common sense. Fanatics are some of the worst people in the galaxy? Well, compared to other Ilvanans, the ones we recruit turn out to be a lot more pious than the average in the Protectorate. They're all well-meaning, though. Most of them are nice, and they have received strict orders not to push their beliefs in our faces. It's difficult to avoid their influence when they're so ubiquitous. I'm aware of the consequences, Benny, but we don't have a choice. Our ships won't run well without competent crews. It would be a severe dereliction of duty if I throw them into battle while they're being run by amateurs. The original Larkinson family had never been geared towards independence. The old family mainly concerned itself with training mech pilots. All of their other needs were met, so the Larkinsons only concerned themselves with sustaining and adding to the glorious heritage of their predecessors. Hardly any Larkinson pursued a career in ship command. This shortcoming hit Ves and the Larkinson clan like a shuttle now that they attempted to become an independent existence. Trying to become their own state meant they had to address all of the areas that they previously neglected or took for granted. Considering the importance of ships to his future plans, it hurt Ves a lot that he didn't have any good options at his disposal. The Bright Republic would never be as generous as the Protectorate. As the suspected target of the Sandmen's final attack, there was no way the Brighters would allocate their precious shipyard capacity to Ves. As for recruiting valuable spacers, forget about it. Not a single Brighter spacer had signed up his fleets in the last couple of months. In contrast, the Ilvanans were very eager. Too eager, perhaps. Ves just felt very sour that all of the applicants consisted of the devoted believers of the Ilvanan faith. They all seemed to convince themselves that the Great Prophet had passed a holy mission onto them to assist the Bright Martyr in any capacity possible. This was a very precarious reason to work for him. Ves was deeply aware that such a one-dimensional reason could easily backfire on him if the Ilvanan faith turned against him. As long as he was stripped of his status as the Bright Martyr, why would any Ilvanan in his employ continue to remain loyal? They aren't loyal to me. Ves made an important realization. They're loyal to the idea of the Bright Martyr. They believe that I'm blessed or anointed by the Great Prophet. There was a difference between imparted and acquired loyalty. Ves believed he developed the former with his core followers, the Avatars and the Larkinson clan. This was a kind of loyalty that was difficult to shake once formed. Because Ves painstakingly built it up through his own efforts, he was confident he could keep hold of it in the worst of times. It was a bit different with acquired loyalty. Ves gained the loyalty of so many Ilvanans by depending on his prior accomplishments. He hadn't done anything in specific to secure the loyalty of these workers. Easy come, easy go. It's never difficult to lose what I've gained without expending any effort. Right now, Ves could only bank on his strong connection to Prophet Ilvain to keep these fanatics in line. He was quite aware that this was not a long-term solution. Ylvain's spiritual fragment was an ally and a partner to him. Allies and partners weren't permanent. His previous relations with Master Olsen, Marcella Bollinger, and the Bright Republic were prime examples of cases where his relationships changed. While Ves believed that he would always be able to remain on the good side of Ylvain's spiritual fragment, he couldn't afford to bet his entire future on this sole assumption. I have to prepare some contingency plans if the worst comes true, he decided. In the meantime, I should also find some ways to convert their acquired loyalty into imparted loyalty. He wanted to turn every employee into his man or woman. Regardless of their origins and backgrounds, he wanted to turn his future grand expedition into an existence that transcended the local cultures and beliefs. I can do so by forming my own culture. This was a very huge endeavor and couldn't be done in a single day. He had already taken the first steps with the establishment of the Larkinson clan and the empowerment of the Larkinson mandate. With the Golden Cat as the spiritual heart, Ves hoped that the norms and values of the Larkinson clan would slowly propagate to the LMC and his other organizations. Ves was not deluded to think he could supplant the Ylvainian faith in its entirety within his enterprise. He just wanted to decrease its prominence until it became a background entity. As Ves shared some of his ideas with Gavin and Raymond, the two mostly agreed with his sentiment. The Ylvainians aren't problems per se, but they will definitely take over your organizations if we don't restrict their behavior, Raymond said. Most of our clansmen don't really know what to make of the Ylvainians. They're so obviously superstitious, but they're also some of the friendliest foreigners we have met. It's very difficult to hate your fans. I think we need to adopt more drastic measures to integrate them into our way of life, boss. We should make it clear that the Ylvainians are supposed to adapt to us instead of the opposite. How do you suggest we do that, Benny? You already told us how. The Larkinson clan should become the model that everyone aspires to become. Don't you have a retainer structure in place? And didn't your clan open up a road for adoption for retainers? Ves and Raymond both looked at Gavin in shock. You're suggesting that we give the Ylvainians a chance to become like us? Raymond exploded. Do you know how controversial that sounds? Their foreign beliefs will weaken our clan and dilute our core values. What do you think, Ves? Once he got over his shock, Ves seriously considered the possibility. I'm not sure it will work out the way you think, Benny. He eventually spoke. I'm leaning towards Raymond's opinion. I don't think the Ylvainians want to turn into Larkinsons. They're still committed to their own identities. There is nothing we can offer to them that can lure them away from their faith. In my opinion, it's pointless to try. That's why I emphasize the need to integrate them while respecting their beliefs. In other words, Ves was stuck with the Ylvainian faith as long as he continued to employ its believers. As long as they had no reason to abandon him, they would probably be a part of his enterprise for generations to come. Chapter 1871 The Sane Woden. Dr. Rania Woden was a conflicted woman. She spent months preparing for an implantation surgery. This was not necessarily unusual in her profession, but she was doing all of this work for a boy. A boy. How could she ever imagine that she would labor so much in order to please a boy, and a foreigner at that? Her entire being recoiled at the thought of serving a boy. Her Hexer friends and colleagues back in the hegemony would definitely laugh at her if they could see her now. Damn you, Gloriana! She angrily hissed. Damn you and your stupid boyfriend! She had nothing against Ves Larkinson. He was just a foreign boy who tried to make the most out of his relationship with Gloriana. Though the gulf between their respective stations was as vast as the gap between the Milky Way and Andromeda, Gloriana paid no mind to it at all. She would willingly marry a pig if the beast was capable of boosting her design philosophy. As resentful as she was with Gloriana, a part of Rania also felt a little jealous. Despite the mismatch, Gloriana genuinely got along with VS. Not only that, but their work-related specialties also seemed to fit like a puzzle. It was difficult to find such a great professional match. It was even more difficult for hexers, as females like her usually developed an uneven relationship with boys. Their male counterparts were hardly able to contribute to any collaborative projects with women. The latter always took over all of the reins. This was why collaborations in the hexadric hegemony mostly centered around women. Many female professionals even sought to marry other female professionals in order to gain an edge in their careers. "I should find a woman myself," she idly murmured. "I'm getting sick of feeling jealous at Gloriana." Unfortunately, she wouldn't be returning to the Ilvain Protectorate anytime soon. Not only would she lose most of her income, she also wouldn't be able to pursue any of her research interests. For better or worse, Gloriana was the best employer that she could get at this stage. Rania already tried to find better employment opportunities in the hegemony, but pretty no one offered her as much remuneration or autonomy as her own cousin. Since her early accomplishments defined the rest of her career, it was vital for Rania to make the most out of her early years as an exobiologist. Though Rania devoted far more than she wished on the Archimedes Rebel, she still found some opportunities to hand over some of her responsibilities to Dr. Lupo Guernica. It was too easy for Rania to direct a boy like Lupo. Prominent female hexers like her took master classes in manipulating boys. Gloriana used what she learned to good effect on VS. Rania could hardly afford to fail in her manipulation. Sadly, it hardly mattered whether she managed to gain control over Lupo. Her fellow exobiologist possessed a much worse foundation due to his inferior background. Perhaps his only redeeming quality was that he was fairly bright. Rania found to her astonishment that the speed in which he absorbed knowledge was not much worse than her own. How could he be so smart? She surreptitiously analyzed his genes and his implants, and nothing indicated that he should be so quick learning new knowledge. Regardless of this mystery, Rania still looked down on the boy. At most, she was willing to admit that he was qualified to be her assistant. In the moments she freed up time for herself, she spent most of her time checking up on her long-running experiments aboard the Frozen Leaf. "Grow well, my plants," she smiled as she leaned over and tapped the transparent surface of her cultivation chambers. Aside from spending time on her studies and keeping track of her experiments, she didn't have a lot to do. Kesseling 8 utterly bored her. While the planet offered more activities than Cloudy Curtain, that didn't mean she liked any of them. The Ilvainans were utterly heretical in their beliefs. "Disgusting alien sympathizers," she scowled. The lesser states were lesser for a reason. Their prosperity and cultural development was equivalent to a backwoods village in the standards of the hegemony. The splendor she enjoyed back home was completely absent in this podunk little state. The only ones who could lift her boredom were Gloriana and Brutus. Of the two, Rania felt more and more ambivalent about Gloriana. Her cousin had always been intense in her youth. Rania thought that Gloriana would have matured over time and grow into her responsibilities. Instead, she deviated from everyone's expectations by spending lots of time outside the hegemony. Her relationship with VS practically made everything worse as Gloriana continued to adjust her demeanor to please her boy. "Ugh! What is it about VS that warrants so much care from us? Is he really as impressive as Gloriana claims all the time?" There were plenty of anomalies surrounding VS. His rapid and unusual ascension as well as his colorful track record were the subject of much study from Manya and the Glory Battalion. They found many points of suspicion. Though there were a lot of holes in the information they found, it was enough to hint at some great and unspeakable secret behind his success. Gloriana's outlandish claims didn't sound as ridiculous in this light. As Rania finished her inspection, she sat down behind her desk and prepared to jot down some notes. Before she could do so, she paused. She suddenly noticed that someone was sitting on the opposite side of the desk. You! Who are you? How did you get here? Guards, guards! She pressed the panic buttons built into the underside of her desktop as well as to the foot of her chair. Nothing happened. Don't bother, Dr. Rania, a smooth female voice uttered. This compartment is completely isolated from the rest of your ship. Every security system in this lab is under my control. Your accent. You're the former Vraken that has partnered with Ves. The intruder dressed in an infiltrator suit grinned and crossed her legs. Correct. You can call me Calabast. In formal terms, I'm Ves Larkinson's strategic partner. In practice, I act as his babysitter. He's an amazing mech designer, but he's such a boy sometimes. He completely neglected the possibility that his lovely girlfriend of his would spill his secrets to her relatives. Well, I've come to clean up his mess as always. The woman sitting in front of Rania immediately intimidated her. The Vraken matriarchal dynasty was one of the most powerful influences in the hegemony. Aside from that, there were a lot of rumors and mystery surrounding Diva. For a hexer to leave both of these organizations in order to bet all of her chips on BS was a testament to her decisiveness. Calabast. Rania uttered the name with a hint of apprehension. She tried her best to maintain her composure. If you want to talk about VS, then you've approached the wrong woman. Gloriana isn't on my ship. I'm not looking for Gloriana. Calabast grimaced. Your cousin is so obsessed with VS that it's impossible to talk normally with her. If anything related to her boy comes up in a conversation, well, I'm sure you've witnessed her changes plenty of times. You could have approached her brother instead. Brutus can't speak for Gloriana or our dynasty, but he is still an expert pilot worthy of respect. The former spy sneered. Expert pilots. I hate them. They are so resolute and principled that it's impossible to persuade them to go against their nature. While that makes them easy to exploit, it's a mistake to underestimate them. I would much prefer to talk to someone sane. Out of the three of you Wodens, only you fit the bill. Am I supposed to feel flattered by this compliment? Nah. Calabast shook her head. Just think of it as desperation on my end. Well, you wanted to talk to me. Here I am. What did you want to talk about? Calabast leaned close. I already mentioned my problem. Gloriana, in her desperation to stay with VS, resorted to sharing some of his secrets with you and Brutus. This is dangerous. Very dangerous. The secrets you are bandying about is enough to throw our entire star sector in disarray if the public believes they are credible. They're all true? So far, Rania tried her best to withhold her judgment. Whether VS was able to create gods or whether he came up with a method to turn mech pilots into expert candidates, Rania wasn't sure whether Gloriana was lying. Rania half expected the claims to be groundless, yet that was before Silent William departed from VS. Outside most people's expectation, this strange and foreign mech pilot had advanced to expert candidate. If Gloriana didn't tell her what VS was capable of, Rania would have dismissed this development as a coincidence. Yet because of that conversation, Rania couldn't help but ascribe Silent William's promotion to VS. This wasn't the first time that a mech pilot around him advanced to expert candidate. Ves Larkinson managed to promote as well after participating in a high-profile reveal event where she piloted one of his own mechs. All of these observations were starting to win Rania over to Gloriana's claims. The unexpected visit of Calabast practically pushed her over into her cousin's camp. VS was definitely special if he merited so much attention from the likes of Gloriana and Calabast. Though Calabast hadn't answered Rania's question, The silence and the uncomfortable eye contact were more than enough to form an answer. Rania released a weary sigh. I get it. Ves is not just a simple mech designer. What do you want me to do? What do you want us to do? My demands aren't too much, the spy said mildly. I simply want you Wodens to keep what you've learned under wraps. Don't share these secrets to the Glory Battalion and don't pass them to Constance Woden. Rania crossed her arms. Why should I listen to you? From what Gloriana told me, you're no longer a Vraken and no longer a Diva agent. Just because I set out on my own doesn't mean I'm powerless. I still have connections, and I'm more than capable enough to infiltrate your ship. Do you believe I'm incapable of repeating this feat? I might not come for a friendly visit next time. The edge in the voice was absent, but Rania nonetheless began to sweat. Calabas's threat was very blatant in her ears. I'm not looking for trouble, Rania hastily replied. Regardless of what Ves is capable of, I'm just an exobiologist. My main research interests are plants. She brushed her fingers across her leafy green hair to emphasize her point. I know. You aren't invested in Ves. This is both good and bad. I prefer it if you focus on the benefits that you can gain. Ves is already a very successful mech designer. He is continuing to improve as we speak. Even if he isn't chasing after profits, he is still a great earner. So far, Gloriana has subsidized your research, correct? Do you realize that she is actually in debt? All of the money you've received has actually come from the boy. What? And this is just the start. Calabas grinned. Ves will continue to reach greater heights. I'm sure of it. In a couple of decades, he will probably reach a height that you can never imagine. While the future is never set in stone, it's very worthwhile to continue to work with him. Do you think you can gain any better opportunities in the hegemony? No. The Komodo War truly came at a bad time for someone in her profession. Most funding was diverted to war-related expenses. Even if the war came to an end, the money wouldn't be coming back. Instead, Rania could already tell that the hegemony would definitely pour most of its resources into reconstruction. With that in mind, maybe seeking to work with Ves on a more permanent basis didn't sound like a bad idea. Chapter 1872 The Clever Dynasty. The fabrication of the prototypes proceeded less than smooth. The design was one of the most complex one that Ves had designed yet. Not only did it contain countless nuances, it also incorporated a lot of briar alloy and its derivative materials. Trying to rework it into armor plating, structural supports, and other shapes took a lot of effort. The materials weren't easy to work with, and neither the mech designers nor mech technicians ever worked with such high-end materials before. Suffice to say, a lot of fumbling and spillage occurred before the fabrication teams managed to complete the prototypes. Ves and Gloriana deliberately kept their distance from them until they were finished. They wanted to save their first time when they finally completed the final iteration of the Larkinson mech. Fabricating it early would diminish this magical moment. Letting their subordinates take the lead in the next phases was beneficial for other reasons as well. Ves received detailed reports that outlined all of the problems encountered during the fabrication stage. Learning about all of the pitfalls of this stage ahead of time would definitely help prepare for his own attempt at the end of the project. As for the design teams themselves, they received some much-needed practice in the more hands-on side of mech design. The Larkinson mech definitely pushed each of them to their limits and beyond. The more inexperienced mech designers such as Mayor Torto soaked up lessons like a sponge. Even if the younger members of his design teams failed to contribute, just witnessing how a mech was being put together would definitely enrich their future design activities. All in all, Ves expected more from his design teams next time. The Tovar design team was in a pretty good spot as far as teamwork was concerned, but the high uniformity and lack of diversity came at the cost of ingenuity and differences of opinion. Every Tover mech designer pretty much possessed the same starting point. This was different for the Ilvain design team. With Merrill O'Brien and Mayor Tordo breaking up the Ilvanian uniformity, the mech designers argued a lot more with each other than usual. Merrill definitely had a lot of strong words to say on how to deal with many issues. The situation was exacerbated when the teams had to split up in order to fabricate 4 prototypes at the same time. With a smaller amount of mech designer in each fabrication team, the weaknesses of any single individual became very evident. Some of the mech designers definitely needed remedial lessons as far as VS was concerned. However, that was for later. VS only had eyes for the Larkinson mech project at the moment. When he finally received a message that all 4 prototypes were complete, VS instantly headed to the enclosed warehouse where the mechs awaited transportation to orbit. "Do the mechs match your expectations?" Gloriana asked when she arrived. VS silently gazed up at the 4 similar but different-looking mechs. The tall machines each exuded a slightly different impression of power and might. Just as with the minor revision of the Shield of Samar, VS applied a standard visual scheme to the exterior of his design. Though the fabrication teams left much of the prototypes bare, the appearance of all-encompassing high-quality briar alloy already made it clear that these weren't average mechs. The only significant markings on the mechs consisted of the Larkinson clan emblem on the upper right of the chest portions, and the third eye affixed to the foreheads of the mechs. The latter would mostly remain dormant, while the design remained unfinished. Without the golden cat assuming her function as the Larkinson mech's design spirit, the luminosity of the crystal embedded in the forehead wouldn't be able to rise. Even without instilling a design spirit, VS could already sense the X factor of the mech. Even though his eclectic group of subordinates messed it up, the spiritual foundation of the prototypes still hinted that there was a little life hiding inside their frames. Overall, VS was fairly satisfied with how the prototypes turned out. Each of them had already been outfitted in 4 different configurations. The slimmer rifleman mech, the beefy space knight, the momentous lancer mech and the balanced swordsman mech each accentuated the common base platform in significantly different directions. "It's kind of strange," he muttered as he continued to experience the mechs with his senses. "The 4 mechs both fulfill radically different roles, but it's obvious that all of them share the same DNA. I've never designed a mech like this before. It's certainly a novel experience." "Novel is a good way to describe our work," Gloriana remarked. "Whether the revolutionary additions you've integrated into our design will actually work is still in question." "They will work," VS spoke with conviction. "Though we're not able to test its special features during the upcoming tests, I'm sure the mech will work fine." VS hesitated whether he should instill the Golden Cat as the Larkinson mech's design spirit at this point. The problem was that Kilankso was still monopolizing much of the Golden Cat's time. From his previous experiences, instilling the design spirit at the end of the design process was for the best. Something fascinating always occurred during this time. If VS rode the waves of this spiritually impactful moment, then he would definitely gain a boost when he fabricated the first production model immediately afterwards. Besides of the 2 spiritual abilities imparted to the design, ancestral possession was a very burdensome ability. Not only did it take a lot out of the Golden Cat, but it also diminished the spiritual energy of every Larkinson connected to the spiritual network. Performing ancestral possession too often would weaken the Larkinson clan as a whole. Not only would the Larkinson mech pilots lose some of their battle vigor, their potential advancement to the next rank might also be delayed. As for ancestral assistance, this was something that VS already implemented in the Devil Tiger in a lesser form. He already knew it worked, though not at this scale. Testing this ability would definitely be useful, but it wasn't a necessity. Instead, Ves was much more interested in the general performance of the mechs. The main function of the Larkinson mech was to be a competitive, or even superior mech on the battlefield. It had to be able to fight. Therefore, gathering data on the performance of the configurations and general usage was essential. Every gimmick was meaningless if the basic foundation of the Larkinson mech was terrible. Though Ves and Gloriana both expected their mech to do fairly well in the upcoming tests, it was best to be sure. As Ves finally signaled for the impressive prototypes to be sent to space in order to put them through their paces, he left the site together with Gloriana. His girlfriend smiled with contentment as she walked alongside him. Their 2 cats trailed after them like dutiful attendants. "Now that you've seen your mech in the flesh, have you thought about a proper name for current design?" she asked and bumped his side with her elbow. "Calling it the Larkinson mech might be accurate, but it will lead to a lot of confusion on the battlefield. Using the same name for both the mech and the mech pilot will definitely lead to misunderstandings in the heat of the moment. This can be fatal." "You're right. Calling it the Larkinson mech is just a placeholder for a proper name. I just needed some time to form my thoughts on this matter. I wanted to progress the design project further in order to gain more inspiration." "Well, have you made up your mind yet, or do you need to wait until you finalize the design?" Ves smirked. "I have some ideas in mind, but I'll leave this decision for later. I think that naming our designs upon the moment of completion will maximize the significance of that moment." "Okay." Gloriana blinked. "Now that we have passed the harder phases of our design project, shouldn't we begin to talk about our next project? The commission from the Penitent Sisters is still open. There's a mech waiting to be designed." He snorted. "No one else picked up this commission while we were working on the Larkinson mech?" "It's a bit difficult to find a boy who is willing to design this mech," Gloriana sheepishly replied. "We can't get one of our own male mech designers to lead the design project. They're conditioned to let women take the lead." "Ha ha!" His amusement didn't sit well with Gloriana. She scowled and pinched his arm. "This isn't funny, Ves. The Temple of Hexism hasn't managed to find a good solution at this time. While we've managed to find some male foreigners who are willing to accept this commission, there are many rules that make it difficult for them to be assigned to the project. None of them were willing to undergo a gender change operation? That's not the only option available, you know. Every other option sounds equally as bad to me. Well, I still find it hard to believe that none of those other men accepted the temple's stringent conditions. Haven't you Hexers found at least one chump who is willing to bark on command?" "It's complicated." Gloriana didn't actually know much more than that. Ves would have to get in touch with Calabast in order to hear more details. The spy remained as elusive as ever. Ves knew that she was near, but his recent preoccupation with his design caused him to lose track of what his strategic partner was up to these days. "Are you getting along with Calabast?" Ves curiously asked. This time, it was Gloriana's turn to grimace. "We have an understanding. That's all I want to say. We aren't friends, so don't entertain any unrealistic fantasies. Just because we're both women who come from the same state doesn't mean we're automatically comrades. It's not as if you instantly become friendly with a random brighter. She comes from a different faction from the hegemony, right?" "Yup. The 6 matriarchal dynasties are jointly in charge of the hegemony. None of them have primacy over the other. A balance exists where each matriarchal dynasty keeps the other in check. At least, that is what is supposed to happen in theory." "Oh? Are some of them weaker than they ought to? How are the Vrakins and the Everins faring these days?" "They're both fairly strong. They represent the polar opposites of Hexer society. Vrakins like Calabas think they're better than everyone else because they like to think a lot. Isn't that a good thing? No. She shook her head. They plot and scheme a lot. They like to meddle with the other dynasties as well as other states. They're heavily represented in the hegemony's intelligence agencies. They're also present in many major institutions. Do they have a weakness? The Vrakins are not as enthusiastic in other areas. They're indecisive in battle and they don't do well in creative pursuits. Not every Vrakin is like this, but their standardized upbringing makes them much more inclined to become spies than warriors. I see. There should be Vrakins that break the mold, right? Of course. There are so many of them that there ought to be at least some who become excellent mech pilots. The vassal dynasties that serve under them also provide a lot of assistance in this regard. Overall, the Vrakins have always been leading the hegemony a little more than the other matriarchal dynasties. It's in their nature to be smug. That sounds just like Calabast. Now you know why I don't like her. Whenever I met with her, I always felt she withheld too much information from me. She never shows her true self to anyone. I can't trust a hexer who tries to treat me like a fool. I'm a mech designer. I can be smart as well. VS wasn't too sure about that. He encountered plenty of mech designers who turned out to be absolute morons in person. Chapter 1873 Presumptuous Gloriana. While VS did not observe the prototype testing in person, he kept tabs of the entire process. Each test pilot reported several unusual sensations when they piloted one of the 4 prototypes. Regardless if they piloted the Rifleman mech configuration, the Space Knight configuration, or the other 2 configurations, they all experienced a vague feeling that reminded them a lot of a glow. He smiled at this response. His mech pilots were already becoming more sensitive to the X factor. After piloting his LMC mechs for such a long time, his men became more attuned to the intangible properties of his products. This was an evolution that was long in coming. Even if his mech pilots didn't believe that his mechs were alive, unconsciously they were moving in this direction. One day, more mech pilots like Joshua King would show up. Once his avatars truly embodied this truth, their strength would likely reach a greater height. Of course, it would probably take years for VS to see a qualitative difference. Right now, the avatars still awaited their promised mech. As the prototypes started to deploy in space for the first time, VS keenly paid attention to the responses of the test pilots. Due to various reasons, none of them were familiar with the properties of the first iteration of the Larkinson mech. They hadn't even practiced with a virtual version of the mech. As expected, the pilots all experienced difficulties in trying to control their respective prototypes. The test pilot assigned to the Space Knight configuration had it easiest. Its relative simplicity combined with its plodding mobility meant that there wasn't much for its pilot to screw up. In fact, piloting a second-class Space Knight was not that much different from piloting a third-class version of the same mech type. Of course, second class often incorporated secondary armaments or auxiliary modules that increased their complexity. To the Larkinson mech, that happened to come in the form of the low-profile shoulder-mounted missile launchers. Their addition to the mech did not increase the complexity of the Larkinson mech all that much. Much of their workings were automated, so the mech pilot only had to designate a target and pull the trigger before turning his attention back to the primary capabilities of his mech. Therefore, the main burden in piloting his Larkinson mech came in the form of trying to control its basic properties. Many of the components such as the power reactor and the flight system were far more powerful than the mech pilots were used to. They incorporated many more options with the assumption that the mech pilots were able to cope with the added complexity. Cheap components were often paired with weaker mech pilots. Stronger mech pilots always demanded more out of their mechs. Component developers therefore segregated the market in terms of budget and skill level. The two almost always went hand in hand because expensive mechs would just be a waste in the hands of awful mech pilots. This made the piloting experience rather difficult for the test pilots. Aside from the Space Knight, all of the other mechs showed obvious signs of lack of control. From overcompensating the thrust of their flight systems, to an inability to coordinate their limbs when performing standard maneuvers, there was much to complain about. It took time for the test pilots to get accustomed to the expanded power and functionality of the prototypes. Fortunately, each of them already possessed prior experience in piloting the 4 second-class practice mechs. Lady Curver's mechs were far more powerful. The mech pilots could forget about controlling those mechs without a firm foundation in high-performance mechs. Though no one, not even Joshua, managed to exert sufficient control over the practice mechs, the practice runs had already prepared the test pilots for what they had to deal with. This practice showed as the test pilots soon began to correct their mistakes. It took a couple of days for their familiarity with the prototypes to reach a level that was good enough to put them through the actual tests. Suffice to say, all 4 prototypes showed mismatches between their theoretical performance and their actual performance. As VS continued to observe the tests in the comfort of his design lab, he began to frown. "The prototype testing isn't going well," Gloriana flatly noted. "Your mech pilots require far more time to draw out the potential of their mechs." "This is actually by design," VS calmly replied. "We designed the Larkinson mech to be more difficult to pilot than regular third-class mechs. The fact that our test pilots have failed to master their mechs in such a short time is proof that we succeeded in creating a bridge between third-class mechs and their second-class counterparts." "You're right. But that only satisfies one of our goals. We still need to gather lots of data on how the configurations perform at their limits. Your mech pilots are simply too awful." "Then what do you suggest?" "Replace your mech pilots with my mech pilots. I've already asked the Glory Battalion to dispatch some pilots to the testing ground in order to take over from your inadequate test pilots." "What?" "Don't give me that look, VS. This is the best course of action, and you know it. If you continue to stick to your own mech pilots, then we'll definitely miss our deadline." She was right. Though VS felt a bit annoyed that she took action before she explained herself to him, he agreed with her choice. "Don't do that." "Do what, VS?" "Making a move before discussing your choice with me. This is my project as well as yours. We agreed that you should follow my lead with regards to our current project. At the very least, we should make a joint decision before we move any further." "You would have agreed anyway." Gloriana huffed and petted Clixie's fur. "Rather than waste time to get your agreement, I decided to skip this needless step. Don't you think that's more efficient?" Her cat luxuriated in the attention. She directed a smug glance at Lucky, whose back was being utterly ignored by his owner. "Meow. Meow. Meow meow. Meow." Lucky began to bat his paws at VS until he finally got his head scratches. Meow. While their cats were up to their usual antics, VS grumbled underneath his breath. This was not the first time Gloriana acted presumptuously on his behalf. Though he didn't actually mind her decisions most of the time, it was her attitude that annoyed him. She was treating him in the same way a hexer treated a boy. Of course, he didn't blame her too much for her behavior. She grew up in an environment where women always took charge. It was hard for her to shake this ingrained habit. That didn't mean that VS was pleased with her, though. If this pattern of behavior continued, who knew how far she would go next time? He raised his hand and bonked her on the head with his fist. Ouch! Gloriana dramatically held the top of her head in pain. What was that for, VS? New rule, Gloriana. I'll tap you again whenever you do something that concerns us both without my say. Each time you transgress, I'll punish you again. To be honest, VS wanted to do something worse, but her guards would definitely intervene. Tapping her on the head like she was a naughty kid was the most he could get away with. Any further and he would probably get dogpiled by Melody and some very angry Hexer guards. Fortunately, Gloriana really didn't like to be rebuked. The humiliation of getting punished was a bigger blow to her than the sting of his tap. I'll keep your wishes in mind, I promise. Good. Don't pull off this kind of stunt again, or else. As VS turned away to analyze the data gathered so far, Gloriana raised her fist to her mouth and tried her best to stifle her giggle. VS was too cute. Once the mech pilots from the Glory Battalion arrived at the testing ground in space, the difference immediately became clear. The prototypes performed much smoother once they came under control of genuine second-class mech pilots. To the Glory Battalion, the Larkinson mech was like a simplified second-class mechs. They were barely better than the trash that third-class mech pilots piloted on a daily basis. It was too easy for the well-trained Hexer mech pilots to become accustomed to lesser mechs. The disparity between the different classes of mech pilots was very discouraging to both the previous test pilots and VS. The gulf was too wide. Perhaps the only quality the Glory Battalion lost out on was the fit between the mech and mech pilot. VS paid a lot of attention to the telemetry related to the mech pilot and the man-machine connection. Though the control exerted by the Glory pilots surpassed that of their predecessors, their immersion was actually lower. None of the arrogant mech pilots respected the Larkinson mech. They didn't consider it alive. They also had no direct relation to VS or the Larkinson clan, so the mech didn't resonate with their hearts. VS already expected this response. It was similar to the rejection his deliverer model exhibited against any mech pilot who didn't believe in the Ilvanian faith. Naturally, this feeling of rejection was very weak as it was only based on the spiritual foundation inherent in the unfinished design. Once VS invested the Golden Cat as the Larkinson mech's design spirit, the feeling of rejection would probably become an actual hindrance to outsiders. This will become my very own brand of security restriction. Hardly any mech pilot can circumvent this feeling of rejection. Only expert pilots and strong-willed mech pilots could overcome the pervasive sensation of rejection from their own mechs. There wasn't anything VS could do about them except to lean even harder on the Golden Cat. Well, it's not like an expert pilot is bored enough to pilot a standard mech, he muttered before he dismissed this concern. If an expert pilot designed to pilot the Larkinson mech, then VS should feel flattered. It was an honor for any mech designer to receive the endorsement of a role model in the piloting community. When the actual test started to record some useful data, every mech designer soon started their analyses. After a few days of observation and analyses, some results soon became evident. On the whole, all 4 configurations were sound in design. Their actual performance largely matched their theoretical performance. There weren't many deviances, and most of them resulted from flaws that emerged during the fabrication of the prototypes. Of all of the configurations, the Space Knight and the Lancer mech stood out as the overall best performers. VS already expected the Space Knight configuration to do well. It was by far the simplest configuration, and it was also the most robust one as well due to all of the armor and structural reinforcements incorporated in this version of the Larkinson mech. As for the Lancer mech, even the Glory pilot became impressed by its surprisingly powerful charge. In truth, it wasn't difficult for third-class Lancer mechs to reach the kinds of speed and momentum the Lancer configuration had reached. It was what happened afterwards that often went awry. If the Lancer mech wasn't sturdy enough, the mech would get crushed upon impact like an egg hitting a wall. If the Lancer mech was resilient enough but wasn't able to absorb the forces released by the immense collision, then the mech pilot's body would probably get squished. These limitations restrained the power of every regular third-class Lancer mech. Now that VS overcame these inherent problems by relying on various versions of Briar Ally, the Lancer configuration performed no worse than genuine second-class mechs in terms of punch. This was a really impressive achievement. It's too bad that this Lancer configuration is several times more expensive than the other configurations, VS lamented. There was always a price. Even VS couldn't bear to produce more than a handful of this configuration at this time. Chapter 1874 Weakest Configuration. Once the first round of testing came to a close, VS and Gloriana gathered the design teams to discuss their impressions. Each of you have analyzed at least some aspects of the Larkinson mech and its configurations. VS spoke when everyone gathered in a conference room at the design labs. While I'm aware that we haven't processed all of the data, we should have learned enough to form an informed opinion about our work. Let's take turns. Miles Tovar, you are up first. Miles looked a bit nonplussed when he was put on the spot. His training and upbringing quickly kicked into gear. He soon regained his composure and gathered his thoughts. As an aerial mech specialist, I have mainly focused on the flight performance of the Larkinson mech, he began. From a mobility standpoint, the four configurations are all average in terms of acceleration and agility. Obviously, the Space Knight configuration is the slowest due to all of the armor weighing it down. Do you believe the mobility of the four configurations are adequate? Miles hesitated for a moment. For a regular third-class mech, they're quite mobile. They can all move around in space and reach their destinations in a reasonable amount of time. It's just they're not exceptional on this front. Gloriana filled in the silence. There is no qualitative difference between the mobility of the Larkinson mech and a premier third-class mech. It's better than average, but nothing boundary-breaking. This is a deliberate design choice, VS explained. Increasing the mobility of a mech is one of the most surefire ways to increase the difficulty of piloting it. In addition, increasing the mobility of our current design any further will drastically increase the production cost of our mech. I've already incorporated plenty of expensive materials and components in the Larkinson mech design. Adding even more will strain our finances. Even though the LMC was making a lot of money these days, VS was already spending those earnings on other investments. Most notably, VS had to pay a hefty price for every light carrier. Ever since he decided to order a considerable batch of light carriers, VS had to spend the bulk of his savings. He reserved his remaining money for other necessities, which included the need to produce the first batches of the finished product. VS wanted to field at least some Larkinson mechs in the near future. Let's move on, he said and turned to Sherry Tovar. You're mobility focused as well, right? The female Tovar nodded. My specialty concerns the flexibility and range of motion of mechs. Due to the way that modular mech platforms work, the Larkinson mech doesn't score well. The swordsman mech configuration will never be able to match a genuine swordsman mech in a contest of finesse. VS and Gloriana showed no surprise to this answer. They already made a conscious choice to sacrifice this aspect in order to boost the other attributes of the mech. We already know this, VS said. What we want to know is whether you found something new or formed a strong opinion that is worth sharing. Well, I don't think I have anything to add that isn't already known, Sherry replied. That's okay. What about you, Vela? I've been diving in the performance of the rifleman mech, the ranged mech specialist replied. I have plenty to say about its performance. Overall, it's a decent mech, though it's very unbalanced in nature. The primary role of a rifleman mech is to output damage at a distance. The Larkinson mech doesn't do a good job at that. The rifleman mech configuration is far more powerful in terms of defense than offense. This was upside down. While a strong defense was a boon to the survival of the mech and mech pilot, its relatively weak offense meant that it wouldn't be able to punch through second-class mech armor at all. The only way to do so was to rely on the shoulder-mounted missile launchers, but they could only fire a couple of salvos before they ran out of reloads. The rifleman mech configuration doesn't pose much of a threat against second-class mechs. That is true, Ves conceded. However, we won't be putting our hopes on this configuration to punch through the armor of second-class mechs. Pascal, what's your feedback on the Lancer mechs? I would much prefer to talk about the fantastic armor system, Pascal Curran from the second design team replied. We're all familiar with how well the Briar alloy protects our mechs. I'd like to hear your input on whether our Lancer mech configuration is capable of defeating superior mechs with comparable armor systems. Well, as long as the Lancer mech configuration can build up its maximum allowable charge, then it is more than possible for it to be able to punch a hole through the Space Knight configuration. It depends on whether the Space Knight has its shield. Without a shield, it's possible for the Lancer mech configuration to knock out the Space Knight with a well-aimed charge. This requires a lot of skill as well as knowledge of the Space Knight's weak points. Understandable. How well do you score the Lancer mech's lethality against second-class mechs? As long as they aren't interrupted in some way? Quite good. The Lancer configuration is perhaps the closest to a second-class mech than we can get. Aside from its average mobility, its offense and defense are both impressive. That didn't mean that the Lancer configuration was a genuine second-class mech. The average mobility meant that it took a lot more time for the Lancer configuration to build up a lethal charge. Other aspects also left a lot to be desired. The endurance, energy efficiency, redundancy, and other criteria could not keep up with the strengths of the Lancer mech configuration. Regardless, Ves was pretty happy with what they managed to design. They couldn't have everything with all of the limitations they were working with. Getting to this point was already an accomplishment. The feedback session continued. Every junior mech designer had their say. If they weren't willing to speak up, Ves would simply force them with a question. He wanted to gauge everyone's opinion of the Larkinson mech. While the design teams only played an auxiliary role in the design process, their sense of belonging in the design was real. This was good. If his subordinate mech designers took pride in the results of the projects they participated in, then they would be much more committed to the LMC. This was particularly pertinent to the Tovar mech designers. Though they were officially a part of the Tovar family, Ves noticed that they had become increasingly more content with their current assignments. Ves hadn't made up his mind yet whether he wished to retain the Tovar mech designer on a long-term basis. Currently, they were all on loan, but this could change at any moment in the future. The swordsman mech configuration is the weakest version of the Larkinson mech, Pactold Tovar explained. Aside from Lancer mechs, melee mechs are a lot less useful in space combat due to the distances involved. Our swordsman mech configuration may have the defensive strength of a second-class mech, but the force it can bring to bear against its opponent isn't impressive. The Lancer mech configuration is in the same boat. Gloriana nodded in agreement. When an opponent forces it into a dogfight, its inferior flexibility, acceleration, and mechanical strength will severely hamper its close combat capabilities. Her point was clear to Ves. The redeeming factor of Lancer mechs is that they can amplify their mediocre offense by preparing a charge. That is not an option for swordsman mechs. Unlike the Lancer configuration, the swordsman mech configuration wasn't able to absorb the shock of a charge. Therefore, any mech pilot who tried would definitely regret it for the short moment they remained alive. The weakness of the swordsman mech configuration weighed heavily on DS. Every other role had a redeeming factor that proved their worth. The rifleman mech configuration provided valuable range support. When massed, they posed a serious threat against superior mechs. The lancer mech was their only answer against superior mechs. The knight mech was the defensive bulwark that defended more vulnerable mechs and assets against enemy firepower. In the face of all of these vital functions, what was the raison d'etre of the swordsman configuration? This configuration is not as useless as you think, Ves declared to the other mech designers. First, let's consider the overall use of swordsman mechs. Why do they exist? What makes them popular? A short pause ensued before Pactold spoke again. Swordsman mechs are designed to defeat other mechs through a combination of power and technique. In space, their advantages are not as great, but they're decent all-rounders. They're resilient enough to act as budget space knights, they're fast enough to chase down ranged mechs, and their ability to outduel superior opponents is amazing as long as the mech pilot is skilled enough. Good summary, Pactold. Ves nodded to the Tovar in appreciation. If we don't have the swordsman configuration, we would miss an all-round option. It's our best duelist option by far, and it can plug many of the gaps in our lineup. That said, there is one important reason why I insist on including this configuration. No one managed to guess his answer, which disappointed Ves. They're needed to counter light skirmishers, he said. Realization appeared in some of the mech designers' faces. Unfortunately, some of the mech designers didn't take this revelation seriously. Don't underestimate light mechs, he shouted, startling his audience. Look, I almost failed to escape the clutches of the Friday Coalition due to the power of light skirmishers. Sure, their armor is as thin as a data pad and their weapons are usually just a pair of daggers, but their edge and mobility is enough to turn battles around. Ves personally lived through several battles where light mechs played a decisive role. Can't our rifleman mech configuration shoot them down? Someone suggested. Even if they are too fast, we can coordinate the fire of our rifleman mechs to form a cage of fire. Regardless where the light mech tries to evade, it will never be able to escape getting hit. That requires a lot of coordination and training, which isn't guaranteed right now. Ves shook his head. What about our lancer mech configuration? It's only fast in a straight line, and it needs a lot of time to build up to this point. This is a stupid question. Merrill O'Brien finally spoke up. Swordsman mechs aren't ideal against light mechs. I've seen plenty of light skirmishers outmaneuvering swordsman mechs in battle. At best, it's a skill-based matchup, but swordsman mechs are at a definite disadvantage due to their inferior mobility. Ves grunted in agreement. You have a point. A better option would be to field our own light skirmishers, but that's not a realistic option at this point. A more defensive option would be to field striker mechs. Their shotguns and other wide-area weapons are excellent in area denial. Can't we swap out the sword and shield of the swordsman configuration for a shotgun? We can. If we want the resulting mech to run out of ammunition after 5 minutes of combat. In short, better options existed, but they weren't very viable right now. Depending on the swordsman mech configuration to hinder enemy light mechs was a compromise solution. Sometimes, a mech didn't have to excel in any single area, though that was often the norm in the mech market. Adding an all-rounder to a mech roster significantly increased the versatility of a mech force. More importantly, many mech pilots initially started learning swordsmanship in the mech academies. It was one of the foundational skills of mech combat, which meant that any mech pilot that wasn't suitable to pilot the other configurations could still fall back on the swordsman mech configuration. Chapter 1875 Optimistic Outlook. Everything was starting to come together. The Larkinson Mech design project reached closer to completion. After testing the first iteration of the mech, Ves and Gloriana gathered a wealth of data which they used to refine the design even further. Overall, they found plenty of small issues in the base platform and the 4 configurations. Due to the nature of modular mech platforms, most of the problems they ascertained originated from the mounting mechanisms of the configuration parts. Due to the necessity of allowing the parts to be swapped by mech technicians during active engagements, Ves and Gloriana had to make a lot of compromises in terms of integrity. If they wanted to make a more solid mech, then they had to sacrifice the modularity of the system. If they wanted to make the mech even easier to switch configurations, then they would have to introduce even more vulnerabilities. In practice, hot swapping the configuration of a modular mech platform almost never takes place, Gloriana remarked. In the overwhelming number of cases, an outfit simply assigns a single mech pilot to a platform and chooses the most appropriate configuration that fits her skill set. If there is some need to swap configurations, then it will usually take place in the preparation stage of engagement, which can stretch for hours, days, or even weeks. In short, there was no need to make the Larkinson mech be able to switch configurations within 5 minutes if it made the mech more susceptible to targeted attacks. As it was, Ves and Gloriana decided to set 30 minutes as their target. This meant it would take a typical crew of mech technicians on a busy hangar deck to take half an hour to swap configurations. This practically made the modularity of the mech irrelevant during short skirmishes and sudden battles. It did allow for interesting swapping or accelerated repairs during running engagements. In general, space battles lasted much shorter than battles on land. There was nowhere to hide in space and very little room to retreat once the two sides converged on each other. Perhaps a mech designer who never stepped onto the battlefield in his life would choose to emphasize the modularity of this design. Not Ves. In his own experiences, space battles lasted anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour. Furthermore, battles were so chaotic and heated that the participants didn't care about finicky technical details. They just wanted to smash the other side as hard as possible. Have you ever been in an actual mech battle? He asked. Gloriana shook her head. No. I'm not like you. My life isn't as exciting as yours. I really admire you for surviving so many incidents that would scar a mech designer for life. Oh, I didn't come away from all of those crises without accumulating some scars. Ves smiled sardonically at her. They're not entirely bad, though. Each scar bears a lesson. My design style and my design approach are shaped from the lessons I've drawn from all of those battles. When mechs are getting blown up by the second and when the ship I'm in is in the crosshairs of the enemy, you tend to realize that a lot of fancy features added to mechs are just useless distractions. They're only good for getting in the way of winning a battle. Your experiences are certainly very valuable, but don't discount the contributions that other mech designers can make. We are all good at something. Combining your practical experience with my higher education results in the best of both worlds. This is yet another indicator that we are made for each other. Enough patting ourselves on the back. Let's get back to work in addressing all of these suboptimal implementations. We can still squeeze some more performance out of our design. At the same time the project came close to completion, everything else progressed nicely as well. The LMC just completed a huge reorganization that fundamentally reshaped the main company and its subsidiaries. The main goal of the changes was to make the company leaner and less dependent on a single location. Even if the physical headquarters of the company disappeared for whatever reason, the LMC would still exist. Its virtual headquarters, along with all of the far-flung branches founded in nearly every state where the company had a significant presence, ensured that the company could survive during nearly any conceivable calamity. The mech troops were growing apace as well. The avatars of Myth and the living sentinels both ballooned in strength, as they hired on a huge number of mech pilots, spacers, and support personnel. All of these new hires were needed to take charge of the new mechs and light carriers the two troops procured. The only downside of this rapid expansion was the overrepresentation of Ilvanan employees and products. Though many people initially worried that the new Ilvanan hires would force their religion down the throats of the Briters and other foreigners, their worries were laid to rest. The Ilvanans, while unquestionably devout, all exhibited a fanatical degree of respect towards the so-called bright martyr. That made them unusually obedient to instructions, though they weren't bots who could go against their nature for too long. While Ves had plenty of concerns about the Ilvanans, he vastly preferred to hire them over any other people aside from his fellow Briters. He valued their loyalty. Even though it came in the form of imparted loyalty, which Ves equated to a double-edged sword, he would rather have a weapon in his hands than none at all. With the homeless and dispersed state of his organizations, it was difficult to hire sound and loyal employees. Not everyone wished to abandon their existing way of life in order to lead a life on a starship. Not everyone applied to work for one of the foreign subsidiaries of the LMC in good faith. Ves harbored a fundamental lack of trust towards these workers. Sure, the Larkinson clan, the LMC and his mech forces all paid well, but who could tell whether any of these people were Friday Man plants? The Ilvanans, for all their faults, had two things going for them. First, the Ilvanans didn't like the Friday Coalition and Ves could easily take advantage of their beliefs as long as he was in good standing of the Ilvanan faith. Along with progress on other fronts such as the gradual absorption of family members to the Larkinson clan, Ves was quite content with his current state. Not only did he recover from his hasty evacuation from Cloudy Curtain, but he also grew much further. The vast increase in strength boosted his confidence. With the number of mechs under his command about to reach 1,000 operational units, Ves no longer had anything to fear from casual rabble-rousers. He could travel far and wide and even enter the frontier with little fear of encountering a major threat. Of course, his combat assets were still a far cry from the old Vol task force he used to be a part of. Even if they fielded the same amount of mechs, there was a clear qualitative difference between their mechs, ships, training, technology, and most importantly esprit de corps. Ves was unsure now how well the avatars and sentinels would fare in battle. Though the Ilvanans exhibited a lot of fervor at their new jobs, who knew how much of their enthusiasm remained after they took part in a serious battle? Regardless, their hearts were in the right place, and Ves was willing to work with that. He could slowly mold them into a different shape as long as he had enough time. A bright new future was within reach. Once he finished the Larkinson Mech project, Ves planned to accept a mission from the Rim Guardians in order to earn some merits. With how much he needed to earn, he couldn't afford to delay this matter much further. I also can't forget about the implant I'm about to receive. Ves had high expectations for the Archimedes Rebel, especially after Rania and Lupo upgraded nearly every aspect. I can finally start my research on imaginary mechs once I've integrated this implant. The positive trends had a wonderful effect on his mood. His concerns grew less and he began to look forward to the future. His good mood subsequently affected his design work. All of the exhaustion and mania of the previous months faded away as Ves slowly entered into a calmer, more sublime state. Once the second iteration was complete, he patiently awaited the results from the second round of tests. The next batch of prototypes performed better than the initial batch. A lot of rough spots had been addressed, and while there was plenty left to nitpick over, the 3-month deadline loomed close. Ves had to make an important decision. Should he delay the completion of the project in order to iterate it further, or should he call it a day and settle with the current after applying a few tweaks? If we want to create a masterwork mech, then logically we have to make the mech as flawless as possible, Gloriana argued. I'm not entirely pleased with the current state of our design. While it is a functional product that does the job we want it to do, There is clearly room for refinement. Her logic was sound, but Ves felt there was more to the story. I have a different perspective on the matter, he said. When I designed the Devil Tiger, I was working on my own and under similar time constraints. Yet somehow, I created a masterwork mech without even thinking about it. I can tell you now that my Devil Tiger design was definitely rougher than any of my subsequent mech designs. I didn't have you by my side, so I've probably overlooked countless tiny flaws and inefficient implementations. That is hard to explain, she conceded. How did you manage to overcome the odds? I entered into a special state. I don't know how or why I entered into this state, but it was as if my mood transcended its boundaries. Certain problems were no longer problems. Due to my special state, my instinctive understanding of my own design had reached a level that I can scarcely describe. I spotted many flaws back then, but I always tweaked my mech on the fly as I was fabricating it. While I addressed many questionable points, I ignored most of them as they weren't really material to the overall quality of the mech. That doesn't fit with the common definition of a masterwork mech. They're supposed to be the most perfect and flawless incarnation of any given mech design. He paused and thought. I don't think you're wrong. There are always flaws in a design. They can't be avoided because many flaws are actually necessary trade-offs. If you fix one flaw, you introduce another one. It is still possible to make a masterwork mech out of a flawed design. I proved it. To me, it's the meaning and significance of a mech that can truly elevate it into a masterwork. I entered that special state because of my emotional investment in my passion project. I've been chasing after it ever since. The meaning mattered more than the nitty-gritty details. That was his overall message. It also happened to encapsulate his approach towards mech design. Gloriana frowned. As a technical and detail-oriented mech designer, she found it difficult to accept his message. I understand what you are saying, and I don't mean to neglect the meaning of our mech design. It's just sloppy if we finalize the mech design this week. I'll always feel as if I could do more to perfect it. It will be like an itch that I can never get rid of no matter how many times I scratch. Ves placed his hands on her shoulders. I get it, Gloriana, but please work with me. I did it once, and I can do it again. Besides, I don't think you'll be complaining for long. Oh? You'll see.